we're now going to start our stream of the Honorable Prime Minister, who is already live on social media. So we just have to say good evening to the Honorable Prime Minister. Good evening to you, sir.
Good evening to you, Cecil, and I see the brain, and of course, good evening to all Dominicans listening to DBS Radio this evening.
Well, PM, you know what I want to do? What I would like you to do for me, please, is to put on your camera. I'm seeing Roosevelt Skerrit, but I'm not seeing the face of Roosevelt Skerrit. I'm seeing the name Roosevelt Skerrit. So just put on your camera so you know the rest of the country can see you. Yes, that's you. All right.
You can see me now.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Nice smile.
I'm not as handsome as you. I don't want to see my face. You know, you on
brain
on the brain on. You know.
And it is really.
But Cecil, I wanted to just to say a few words, and of course you feel free to ask me questions that you wish. But this evening I really want to salute all Dominicans, particularly residents of the Eastern Districts, from Wesley back to Castle Bruce and the surrounding communities, who were battered today by this weather system. I was out there, as you know, and I saw the resilience and determination of our people. I want to say this evening, Dominicans shall prevail. We have walked this road before. We have fought and triumphed over adversity, and we shall do it again this time around. This evening, I want to say that no matter how challenging and daunting your experience was today, it could have been worse. We got a hard knock, but it could have been worse. I have called a special meeting of cabinet for this evening because we intend to hit the road tomorrow morning running. I've already spoken to our regional international partners, and I want to say to those severely impacted by this weather system, your government is on the job. We shall visit, we shall assess, and we shall assist. This evening, I want to appeal to neighbors to be neighbors. Don't wait for a call. Don't wait for someone to come knocking. If you see someone in distress, or if you see a dangerous situation developing, jump in and lend a helping hand. Open your doors to your neighbors. Open your yard to your neighbors' animals. Be a good neighbor this evening and for the next few days, and give us an opportunity to assess conditions and formulate a response mechanism. This evening, I want also to salute our public officers, especially those in ministries responsible for roads and drainage, as well as utilities, water and electricity. And also to the power-ups concerned, from Wesley to Marigot to the Calnago Terrace Albia, and of course the Castle Bruce. I saw you today. I saw your valiant efforts. I saw your passion and determination to help however you can. This is commendable. This is pleasing to the eyes and the soul, for this is Dominican. This is how we treat each other in times of crisis. This is what makes us strong and resilient. So, my dear Dominicans, do not ask why us. We shall play the hand we have been dealt. Let us consider for a moment that there are not many around us here in Dominica who can respond in the flick of an eye to a crisis such as this. Tonight, we have been thrown a challenge, and together we shall confront and overcome it. Please be safe on the roads out there. Please guard against live electricity wires. Do not go tampering. If in doubt, leave out. And so I want to say to us here in Dominica tonight that we are on the ball, and this government will respond as we have on many occasions to the impacts of natural disasters on the livelihoods, the lives, and our community. Thank you, Cecil.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. Also, too, Mr. Prime Minister, that you spoke highly on the eastern side of Dominica, but we are aware that rain fell in other parts of Dominica.
Yeah,
Are you able to
yeah.
really help us to know exactly what happened in other parts of the country?
Well, the other parts, I mean, rain fell, but nothing really of note on the west coast of Dominica. The brunt of the impact was on the northeast and eastern districts. For example, you can't get into Castlebrus. We have mobilized equipment to clear the landslides. We've also mobilized equipment to clear the landslides going to Atkinson after Pigwa, going up this hill to Untwizzle. A slide came up. We have the Chinese CR5 on the airport who have volunteered to go there this evening to clear this to allow for vehicular access. We have landslides being cleared in Marigot. We have mobilized several pieces of equipment. While I was there in Marigot, we had already cleared Sam's Gutter to allow vehicular traffic. The gentlemen there were doing a fantastic job, mobilize themselves, recognizing that today is Sunday. So we have equipment coming from all parts of Dominica to go into the Stanley constituency, to the Caligo territory, into Castlebrus, to ensure that all roads are accessible very early tomorrow. So I want to thank all of them for that. I want to thank the Minister for Public Works, who has been doing a fantastic job in coordinating these efforts. And I made it proud from Marigot on the scene as well. So everybody's playing their part, and that is important. But of course we had situations, Cecil, where some homes got I could say destroyed because the slide took them away. I was able to speak to one of the homeowners this evening. One can appreciate this. These are new homes that the people just built. They were enjoying the homes, and here come a natural disaster. And this is not even a hurricane. This is not a hurricane, but we understand how these natural disasters are impacting our livelihoods and our way of life in Dominica. But rest assured, we'll be there to support those who've been impacted.
You said we are not into the hurricane season as yet, but an advisory was given. How did you think the Dominican public, especially the people in the Eastern District, how do you think that they took that advisory?
Well, I mean, the rain came. I mean, rain has been falling. I mean, and we have to understand the impact of climate change on Dominica. Now, 15 years ago, you would get a whole week of rain and no flooding. But now, with the advent of climate change, it has changed. Our way of life has changed, and so rain has been falling for the entire day from yesterday afternoon, actually, in some parts, especially in the east of Dominica, and of course the saturation of the soil was compromised, and we have these major slides in those parts, and so the people, I think everyone took precaution because we have had no injuries, and I thank God for that. And people were just waiting for the rain to stop, to subside, so that they themselves could go out and venture out and assess for themselves what needed to be done, and that's what's happening now in Dominica.
I know that you have always found yourself on the ball of things. In reference to agriculture and livelihoods of others, I know that you're not aware as to how many farmers that will have been affected tonight at this time as we speak. But what plans do you have in place as a government for those farmers?
Well, first of all, we're going to have to do the assessment. I have received a preliminary report from the Office of Disaster Management, and we'll discuss it tonight at the cabinet meeting. But we're going to be doing more detailed assessments tomorrow. So all of the various government agencies that are tasked with doing the necessary assessments for the government will be done tomorrow. So we'll have a better picture and a better understanding of the extent of the impact. But I want to assure people, I want to assure the residents that the government is going to be there with them, that assistance will come. I will be out there myself, leading the cabinet tomorrow and the public officers tomorrow for us to do our own evaluation and assessment and to ensure that we can provide assurances to those who've been impacted. So tomorrow morning, we'll be back on the road.
Tomorrow you'll be back on the road, but we know with the whole issue of climate change, climate resilience, Your government has gone through quite a lot. Give us some plans as Prime Minister going forward, knowing especially we're coming into the hurricane season.
Well, what we've been talking about, Cecil, is the issue of building resilience. These natural disasters are going to come because the powers that be, that is to say the developed countries, are not prepared to take the actions they need to take to mitigate or minimize the impact of climate change on us, or the causes of climate change on us and the impact on us. And therefore, it is left to us as countries, Dominica included, to put mitigation systems in place. And I am happy that the infrastructure that we put in place in Castle Bruce for the Carnegie territory held up very, very nicely. And this is what we be talking about. That when we put infrastructure in place, we build homes, we build schools, we build health centers. We are building them with resilience in mind. Now, these storms are going to come, but when they come, we will be in a better position to withstand them, and we'll be able to bounce back quicker. Obviously, with the landslides and land slippages, these things happen, and these things cost money. I recall in 2022 when we had a similar situation with trough system in the Castle Bruce, Good Hope, Pidi Soufriere, Sansova area. It cost us over $4.6 million just to clear landslides. And one can appreciate how much it's going to cost us to clear this landslide. I mean, I went to Marigot and you have this massive landslide next to the Marigot Fisheries Complex, and so it is for us to continue to build resilience, because clearly the developed world will not take the action that actions that are required and necessary, and therefore it's for us to build resilience in our economy, in our infrastructure, and that is what this government has been doing since really Erica, and more so after Maria, and that continues in everything we do so far as our infrastructure, where our infrastructure is concerned.
Now, you said that you're going to be meeting with your cabinet this evening, and in reference to that meeting this evening with the cabinet, are you ruling out, or are you going to include the use of the schools for shelters, or are there going to be school tomorrow in these areas?
Well, there are a couple of families that are in shelters, and we have been able to open the shelters for them. So that's in place. More than likely, there will not be school for that part of the country tomorrow. And of course, the Minister for Education will issue a statement on this evening. But it's very unlikely that we will have school in Marigot, Concord, Atkinson, and Salibu and Castle Bruce. It's very unlikely because within Castle Bruce and within the Salibu constituency, you have many obstacles, and we want to ensure that while we're clearing the roads and we're clearing the roads, that no one is placed in any harm's way. So it would be better for students to stay home. So certainly there will not be school from Castle Bruce go back to Castle Bruce area, but there'll be an official statement issued by the minister this evening following the cabinet meeting tonight.
Also, in reference to labor, because if you're speaking about education and the transporting of people, there are people who are living in those areas, working in the city of Roso. What would you now have to say to these people?
Well, I'm hoping that the private sector will put systems in place for its employees. Insofar as the government employees are concerned, we'll be discussing that this evening, and a statement will be issued on this. Again, as a government, our priority is people's safety, and we do not want to place anybody in any harm's way. And so a statement will also be issued on the issue of work for public officers residing in those areas.
No, and you also said in your statement that you are reaching out to your regional partners and your international partners? What type of language would you be speaking with these people
Well,
in terms of assistance?
we've reached out to them to inform them of the impact of the storm. So we've had conversations throughout the day. There's some who've offered to do assessments for us and who have indicated to us that they'll be there with us. And of course, we'll continue once we get the assessments. We will be able to provide that to them because I always prefer to have a proper assessment done to submit so that we can follow up on those conversations that we had today.
Okay, Mr. Prime Minister, you have also mentioned in your statement this evening that the need for financial assistance or financial preparation, and also the continuation of investment in climate infrastructure. And what is the way forward at the heels of this situation this evening?
Well, we're dealing with the hand that we've been dealt with. I mean, we don't sit down and cry in the corner. As this government has provided the leadership in the country, especially in difficult moments like this. And this government has been tested for the last 12 years. I mean, look at the number of natural disasters that we've had. And what this government has done in response to those natural disasters and the national, regional, international commendation that we've received in terms of our leadership, in terms of our strategy, in terms of our national plan, in terms of our vision to indicate that we'll be building the world's first climate resilient nation and putting the necessary legislative and financial system in place to seek to achieve that, and the tremendous successes that we've had. Dominicans know that when this country is faced with an adversity, the fact that this Labour Party government is in place, people feel comfortable. People feel like, yes, security is there, Labour is there, we should be all right. And I assure them that our attitude and our behavior to this natural disaster will be no different in the way that we behaved. And the leadership that we provided and the guidance that we provide as a government to the people during those difficult moments that we've experienced, and there's evidence, the tangible evidence, the visible evidence across the country to see how this government has responded to natural disasters and to ensure that people's livelihoods are restored and that we have an empathetic attitude towards people in distress.
No, you made mention of your government in trying to get Dominica to be the first.
So just to tell you that I have to leave in a couple of minutes because I have to go to cabinet. So
yes, I'm just going to ask you this okay? one last question. Yeah. It's in reference to your government stating and you stating that you want Dominica to be the first resilient country in the world. Where is your government at this time on this one?
The evidence is there. I mean, not only in terms of the physical infrastructure, but in terms of our fiscal policies, in terms of our legislative enactments, in terms of our health system, in terms of our education system. I mean, every home, for example, that we have built since Maria is of a resilient nature. This is why there's a fewer number of people need to be accommodated in shelters, and of course we also built for that purpose. For those who need shelters, we built regional centers because the whole idea is to ensure that as far as practically possible, we do not use schools as hurricane shelters. That we have dedicated structures for that, as we have in Cassibus, as we have in Jimit, as we have in Layo, as we're doing in the Caligo territory now. With an $8.7 million facility that we're building now in the Caligo territory, and that will continue in different parts of the country. And of course, the schools that we're building, every single school that we've built, it takes into consideration this resilience nature in place. Our agricultural policies, what we plant and when we plant it and how we plant it and where we plant it. All of those things are taken into consideration our resilience. If a natural disaster hits us, what type of foods that we need to have planted, especially during hurricane season, and if we impacted, all of those things that the Ministry of Agriculture take into consideration. This is why we set up the National Lab, Agricultural Lab in Portsmouth, 1 mile, so that we have more resilient planting material that can withstand the negative impact of climate change by way of pests and diseases which accompany these natural disasters from time to time. and so even ensuring that if school is disrupted, that students can continue to have access to tuition, because we have a technology system in place to allow for children to have remote learning and teachers to teach remotely. So tonight is not a night to go into such details. Our focus is on the East now, on the people who are in distress, the farmers who've been impacted, the homeowners who've been impacted, the small businesses who have been impacted, people who will not be able to go to school, students who will go to school tomorrow, and to ensure that we clear the roads as quickly as possible, so that by Tuesday they can be back in school. That the farmers whose access to the farms and to markets have been impacted, that in the shortest possible time frame that we can get this going. The small business lady in the restaurant owner in Maricot, who's been impacted again by a slide, that the government can come in and assist her in putting some mitigation system in place, so that she can continue to earn a living for herself and her family. Those kinds of things that we are focusing on tonight and going in the next few days and nights. A person who took a mortgage to build a home, and in a twinkle of an eye, this home is no longer habitable. No longer habitable. And so these are the things that are preoccupying my mind and that of the government tonight, and certainly in the next few days, so that we can move very quickly to provide support to those families, and to ensure that the communities affected receive the support that they need, so that their lives and livelihoods can be restored in the shortest possible time. And this is where we're moving on. So I can tell you, these things, they affect you as a leader of the country, because you now have to divert resources from one thing to another, to this impact. But I am energized, because I want to ensure that the government responds, as always, with alacrity, with speed, and with efficiency, to meet the people where they are, and to ensure that we can restore their lives and livelihoods. What is required from the country now, from our citizens, is for us to be our neighbor's keeper in the true sense of it, and to ensure that those who are in distress, that if we are able to provide them with some relief, let us step in. That our neighbors have animals that are not safe where they are, and they want to use our yards, let us allow them to have the animals for the night, or the next couple of nights. So those are some of the things that we need to do. A drain is blocked in front of our home, that we can get a shovel and a wheelbarrow that we have in our yard, in our home, that we can use it to clear the drain, and to ensure that the water flows off the surface of the road and into the gutters and to the ravines. So these are the things that we should focus on. The bigger picture of resilience and so forth, this has been very clearly articulated by this government over the last 8 years. And we've been seeing all of these elements of the national strategy unfolding before our very eyes in Dominica. And remember, Cecil, that you and Brain and every Dominican said that it would have taken us 20 years to rebuild Dominica after Hurricane Maria. And some felt that Dominica would never rebound at all. And in a very short space of time, by the grace of God, we were able to bounce back. And now we are a poster child in terms of responding to natural disasters, in terms of resilience. We popularized the word resilience, and in tangible and practical ways. So I want to thank you, Cecil, and DBS Radio, for allowing me to update the nation on this weather system and the impact on the eastern districts of Dominica, the northeastern district of Dominica, and to let you know that God is with us, and once God is with us, we certainly will overcome. And this government is standing side by side with the people who have been impacted, and the communities have been impacted by these natural disasters. And I will be personally leading the charge on behalf of the government with the support of the ministers and the public officers concerned. So thank you so much. I want to say to everyone in Dominica, let us be our neighbors' keeper, they said. Let us look out for each other. And this is a time for us to be constructive, positive in our criticism and our advice, Anybody who has a suggestion as to how we can better respond, let us speak about those things. But negativity, this is not a time for this or for that. Just to say, finally, on the airport was not impacted. There was a catchment area. Obviously, if you have a catchment area and rain falls like this, it will fill up. But that area will be connected to a water catchment eventually. So we'll be mindful of this, so it doesn't no impact on the airport, or airport washed away, and some people even celebrating this, which is really silly of those who are doing that. But there's no real impact on the airport itself.
Just want to say to you, Mr. Prime Minister, thank you very much for giving us your time and to inform the nation of the condition in the Eastern District of Dominica. And I just want to say, when you meet your ministers of government, I just want to say, let's make sure that everything goes well for you and your cabinet.
Thank you so much. And of course, it's not really for us, it's really for those who were impacted. Our focus is on those who were impacted. And this will be our focus over the next couple of days. So thank you so much. Have a good night.
Thank you, and have a good evening yourself. All right. So we were just speaking of the Honorable Prime Minister, the Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit, on the situation in the Eastern District. As you heard him said that in the Eastern District, the weather really battered these people. The weather condition was bad. And so here it is that by getting that hard knock, that he and his government, they're actually stepping in and will be meeting this evening to have conversation with other members of cabinet as to the way forward. Brain, what situation in Dominica?
Well, we are always in the middle of systems when they pass us. We're in the middle of the Caribbean. When you look at the Lesser Antilles, Dominica, anything coming south of us or north of us, we normally get that. And I noticed that the system was moving from, not normally from east to west, but we're actually moving from west to east. And when I look at the sea, I could see that the winds were blowing from the sea across the land. So the impact was more or less on the eastern side of the island and on the northern side of the island, northeastern side of the island.
Northeastern, yes, and the eastern side. Spoke of Cassie Bruce and the Kalinago territory, got battered today by this trough. But we will survive, as the Prime Minister said, that we are accustomed to this thing for the past 12 years. Yeah. And so what is going to happen is that some kind of investment will now be placed in ensuring that normalcy comes back to this.
But I was also looking at the period of time. We're in April, and I found it rather unusual. So they're now talking about El Nino and El Nina, or La Nina, which is going to have an impact on the hurricane season in terms of the amount of hurricanes and in terms of its velocity. So they're expecting more hurricanes to be in the Pacific, less in the Atlantic when that phenomenon comes in. So I was rather surprised. And when I went by the bay this afternoon, one fisherman was telling me, don't you know, Brain, it's a Kawem Gua? Well, using the language of the Lakou. So, during the time of April now, we'd be expecting
Kawem,
drought.
Heat.
But with that system now in place, we can see the pattern of the weather is already showing signs, of strange behavior. I found it strange, really, for April. I found it a bit strange. For me, and I'm 74, I found it strange when I've been following the weather for a very, very long time. And I really found it strange for the month of April. I know sometimes in May, last time in May, we had a system out there in Grenada. Yeah, it was in May that Grenada had that hurricane. So let's wait. It's very unusual that we have that kind of behavior. But as you notice, there's climate change.
But Brain, you realize that during the year that we had quite a lot of heat, and I suspect that during the month of May we're going to have so much more heat. If what we have seen for the year, it means that our hurricane season might be very active.
No. The hurricane season, they do not expect it to be active.
They don't?
No. I was watching all the weather reports from NOAA, which usually give the predictions for hurricanes for a particular year based on the climatic conditions. And I looked at the ocean temperatures that they were doing projections, and they don't expect it to be as hot as it was last year. Because really last year the ocean was very hot there, especially the Atlantic and the Caribbean. If you notice, the Caribbean was extremely hot, and you had that strong system that hit Jamaica. And it moved very slowly before it struck Jamaica. I think it must have stayed almost 2-3 days out at sea, gaining strength.
And what is good about this is the Honorable Prime Minister did not wait tomorrow to speak on the issue. So anyone who had any doubt or were not aware of the weather condition in the eastern part of Dominica, he came in and gave a report as to exactly what happened and what his government is planning to do.
Well, I always say, leadership matters. When you take your work seriously, you always ensure that you inform the nation and that you're on the ball and that you're taking action, as to what's happening, and you're concerned for the people. And I also noticed that the cabinet is having a meeting this evening, and certain decisions will be taken, which we'll get to know about it, especially as it relates to school and work, especially for persons on the eastern side of the island that was impacted.
And also too, you're right, Hartly, in terms of the issue of leadership and the importance of leadership. Yes, leadership matters, but it's even much more than just leadership matters. The concern of leadership is something that all of us have to speak about, because here it is, you could sense that the Honorable Prime Minister going to meet his cabinet this evening will be talking about how best they can allow and get these people to bounce back and to be ready for a next day.
Mm-hmm. One of the things that I noticed in some of the videos that I looked at was that I saw that 2 houses, big houses, were compromised. And as he said in his discuss that these were new homes. And when people build new homes, loans may be an issue, and so these people will definitely have suffered financial losses as well as the homes where they, live in.
So people homes might be destroyed, but also the infrastructure of the country itself would be destroyed, because here it is, he's talking about landslides and having to spend money that he did not prepare for this one in reference to the issues of infrastructure, damaged infrastructure.
Right, because you have to move money around that you'd not normally spend, but you have to have contingencies that you can, assist in, mitigation. But what I like was the question of each body being each body's keeper, the neighborly situation where everybody goes out to look after one another. It's situations like that, you share, whatever you have with persons who have been compromised, that's good.
And that's important, Adams, where we as a people, as a nation, we must and should be able to look out for each other. It's not a time where we should take praise and feel and beat our chest and think that another person home that has been damaged and to say that good for that person. It's an opportunity where we can show not just our resilience, but to start to show our love and our kindness.
Our Christian love, our humanitarian love, you know what I mean? So that we are Dominicans, regardless of your religious ideologies or your political ideologies. When it's Dominica, we have our differences, but in situations like those, we always come together to help one another. I know we'll do it.
I wonder if we can get some people to call in, especially people in the Casibros area, and also in the Kainago territory, and anywhere else that was actually affected today. If they could call us and tell us exactly what's going on in their area.
Well, it's their time. So if they feel like calling, obviously, once they can make contact, they will. I guess they're hearing us.
What about the fisher folks in Pottersville? Anything?
No. They did not move their boats. I mean, I just saw that there was sea swells. The swells were high, but then when I left, for the studios, I looked at the sea again, and it had subsided. The swells were no longer there.
And what about the weather when you came in?
It was clear. It was clearing up. Most of the system had seemed to have moved into the Atlantic Ocean. It moved from the Caribbean Sea into the Atlantic Ocean. Because I looked at the lady from Jamaica giving her weather report, and I could see it was a system moving from
the west to the east.
Yeah, it moved from the Caribbean Sea into the Atlantic Ocean. Normally around the hurricane season, they move from the Atlantic Ocean into the Caribbean Sea.
Someone's on the telephone. Let's hear what the person has to say to us. Good evening to you, caller.
Hi, good night. How are you?
Fine, doing great. And you?
Good evening. Mm-hmm.
I'm good.
You're calling from where? May I ask?
My name is Octavia Alfred.
Oh, Minister of Education. Yes,
Okay.
tell us about your constituency. Yes, Madam Minister. Help us to understand what's going on in your constituency of, especially in the area of Cassibrus.
Okay, well, we had our eyes on this thing about 3 days ago, because one thing about this area, the disaster preparedness committees are always activated. So each village has its own disaster preparedness committee, because sometimes we get cut off and we cannot depend on each other, so we have to be independent sometimes. So we have those committees, and the committees have chats, and we look at weather reports. And so, like 3 days ago, I was saying to somebody, what is this weather thing now that's supposed to be around us by the weekend? So we were following, and the leader we have a coordinator who coordinates all the groups. Big commendation, high commendation to Miss Roya George, who is the coordinator, and her assistant, who is Mr. Ashil Grove. And in addition to the coordinators, each community has a group, so we were being fed with a lot of information. But we asked people, those who live in close to ravines, and so we had the keys for the shelter in Cassibrus in case anybody wanted to move. But again, it's the same thing like, oh, it's just April, so, but by us, you just don't trust rain by us. And for me, I take this thing passionately, because 2 hours of rain and I need $4 million. And when I say that, people think I'm having a flowery language moment. But no, it's not a flowery language moment. It's real. 2 hours of rain, and if you're not careful, you need $4 million. So we were looking at it, and we were hoping that maybe it would just be normal rain, but from yesterday afternoon all through the night. And this morning it was pretty quiet. As a matter of fact, the sea was clean, so we were like, okay, no landslide, because at least the sea is clean and calm. And by 7:30, it was a completely different picture. The rain just came, and it just came, and it just came, and it just came. And when it was about 11 o'clock or maybe 10:30, the lights went, so we knew that could maybe be some landslide somewhere, because normally that's what happens. So it's a lot of water and overflowing of the river. Same place on the stretch, the river was all in the road, and so a lot of the people who have their farms on the stretch, they got some damage. There's just a lot of water, and the Calais Bridge, no, it's completely out of commission for now, because there's a gap between the bridge and the other side. So for us to even get to the other side, they would have to backfill that area and make it passable. Even within Cassibrus itself, we maybe have about 4 landslides to clear. So it's like, even in Cassibrus, you have to go wrong and come wrong. We have a little place where we had a housing scheme in Cassibrus. We had some slides there also. And some of these places, we already had slides there before, and, so in Cassibrus, it's very soggy now. I am happy that at first I could get pictures, but earlier on today, since the lights went, then we went out of WhatsApp, and, so I'm calling using a straight call line, so I stopped getting pictures. But we were in touch with everybody, and we were communicating well. But we understood too the importance of each of these communities having their own plan in place. So it was very heartening that by 9:30 we were getting pictures from Good Hope, where they were trying to direct the water for it not to cause too much damage to people's homes, but in fact follow a trail. And people were giving reports here and there, and I was trying hard to tell people it's okay to share the pictures on the chat, but I'm posting those pictures on the status, not helping in any way except making people more nervous. But you have no control over that, and eventually, pictures were all over the place. Because sometimes the pictures, we have relatives overseas, and then they start worrying, and then people trying to get you, and they can't get you because there's no internet and there's no electricity. So tonight we are there. It's not a good thing to get used to, but it's a good thing to get used to because we are accustomed of managing. So there's no electricity and there's no water. But we are confident that all of the teams in their own community, even if we cannot speak tonight, that they have done what they're supposed to do, and people we make sure we check people who didn't think they had to move, but after the rain this morning, they would have to move because there's a landslide too close to the house or behind the house. So these people have been taken care of. We know that they will not be there tonight. It looks as if the rain has subsided, but who knows? We may have a few more showers again tonight. But a lot of things we already had people with heavy equipment standing by. So this morning, I made contact with all of the village council's chairperson, and we made contact with 2 people with heavy equipment to stand by. And so we are hoping that by tomorrow, a lot will be done, because we just didn't want to go doing stuff and then the rain is still on. So the best thing in those things is to stay safe, stay inside, let the rain do its business, and as soon as the rain is over and it is safe, we'll get an assessment and we'll start doing what we are supposed to do. The important thing is that we were in contact with people who were directly affected. Everybody touched everybody, and we know that everybody is safe for tonight, everybody is comfortable, and that is what is important for us now. In this area, we have become almost experts on dealing with those things. It's become part of our, I don't want to call it culture, but it's become part of who we are. I was saying, last year we had such a good year. As a matter of fact, last year everybody was saying, wow, we had a good year. So that should show you how much we look out for that. When nobody else is checking the weather report, we already checking weather report and wondering what we need to do in case of what, and everybody is on board. Even the doctor called, this morning to see how I was doing and cautioned me, there's not too much we can do while it's raining, but everybody on board if you need me, this and that, so it's good. It's a good communication. It's a good network. I mean, that area can be an area of best practice when it comes to disaster preparedness, because we are always in preparedness mode, because we know which is any little rain can mean anything for us. So we are waiting tomorrow. Everybody is pretty quiet. We are safe inside. The rain has subsided.
As you're saying that you're safe inside, Madam Minister, let me just ask quickly, in reference to your original shelter, is anyone at your original shelter? And if so, how many?
No, we didn't have families moving to our shelter, because these families prefer, for example, we had a daughter who preferred to move in by her dad, if you understand, and we had a family that preferred to move in with their in-laws. They felt it's okay, they would go there instead for tonight, but moving forward, we maybe would have to decide on some things, but that is a conversation we will have with maybe the Prime Minister and with families to see, because what would happen to them, because some of them, I don't know, they don't feel comfortable. It's not safe for where they are, even if it's not raining. So that is a conversation we will have, and maybe have about 2 or 3 people we need to have this conversation about because of where they're located. But for tonight, we know everybody is good. We touch base with people, and we were out there. We were safe. Everybody is safe. That is the most important thing. I know some farmers talk about some cows, but we will deal with that. We'll deal with that after our main focus today was to make sure we get an idea of where is blocked and where is accessible, and and if the people who were directly affected are fine, and we have done that. So in terms of the school, I'm not at the meeting tonight because I can't be, so I'll wait until after the meeting, but I'm pretty sure based on the assessments and reports from education officers, as the Prime Minister said to you, I am sure that Wesley and Marigot and Northeast and Concord, Atkinson, Salibia, Siniku, Cassibus Primary and Cassibus Secondary, for sure those areas, those schools would be closed tomorrow, but we'll make an official statement after the meeting. But for now, we just thank you for your prayers, and we continue to hold our end. That's what we do. And I am happy that it's not a Cassibus Disaster Preparedness Committee where we have people from each community. Yes, we have a group like that where we have the whole district, but I am glad that each community has its own disaster preparedness plan, and we cannot lean on each other too much. I cannot go to Sansove, I cannot go to Good Hope, I cannot go to Cassibus because it's too Petit Soufriere, because we cannot cross. But in my mind, I'm comfortable because I know these people know what they're supposed to do, and they're doing what they're supposed to do. So I want to commend them highly, highly, highly for that, because I think every time we get a disaster like this, every time we come out better. Every time we handle well, and I'm very happy about that. So as of now, that's what it is, and we'll see what happens tomorrow.
Before you leave, Madam, I need to find out from you in reference to your neighboring constituency of the Kalinago territory. What have you heard, or what do you know of the constituency thus far?
Well, those I could speak to this morning. I spoke to some people this morning. I am not sure of exactly where some of these landslides are because we cannot get to Kalinago as of now. And when we could speak to some of them, we spoke to some of them. I remember speaking to the principal of the Lighthouse Academy because I am directly related to there. I have a person there, so to find out what had happened. And so I know the Lighthouse Academy already called off school because of their entrance was affected. A lot of thing there. For us in that area tomorrow, even if the sun comes up early and bright and hot, tomorrow we have to engage in cleaning mess. That's what it's going to be. Even if it's a bright day, we have to clean up. It's clean up and clear up for us tomorrow. That's what it's going to be, and I think it's the same thing for them up there, because it's very messy. It is. And I know in the Concord Primary School they had water in some of the classrooms, so it's about the staff members who can go to the school, and the parents who can go, I am guessing, would go to, and to clean up so that we can be ready to receive our children, hopefully by Tuesday.
Thank you, Madam Minister, Minister of Education. I know that you are responsible for education and also responsible for a huge constituency, so you have double whammy in ensuring that the best comes out from your work.
Yes, thank you. I just want again to thank all the councils, Ms. Indira Durand, the chairman of the Petit Soufriere Village Council and her team, Mr. Ashley Grove, the chairman of the Good Hope Village Council and his team, Mr. Brian George, the chairman of the Cassibus Village Council and his team. I want to thank Ms. Roy George, who is the coordinator of all the Disaster Preparedness Committee, all the members of all the Disaster Preparedness Committee, Mr. Johnson Drago, who is always on the ground, and Senator Lockhart. I want to really commend him, because the truth is I am supposed to be on some kind of sick leave, so we had to do what we had to do as a team. And that's why the doctor called and said, "Ma'am, I know you want to do every kind of things, but please remember to take it easy." So you see, that is the time when you see how important your team players around you are. You know that when you cannot give 100%, you still feel as if 100% is being given because there are people you can count on. So I just want to thank everybody and commend everybody. And we have work to do. Let's do what we have to do. There'll be a time when we'll be able to take a pause.
Thank you, Madam.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you. Yes, this
Yes.
was the Minister of Education and also the parliamentary representative for the Cassibros constituency, which includes Toronto, Good Hope, Moapo, Petit Soufriere. And I just want to thank her very much for actually calling in to give us a situational report. Brain, a brilliant piece of information for us.
Yeah, well, it's good to hear from the minister as it relates to her constituency. And it's very interesting. We were able to see the concerns that she had and what has taken place. But the important thing is teamwork.
She made very clear about that.
One of the things that I like is, as an educator herself, decentralization is important. So you can see there's a level of decentralization where the different committees can work independently because they know what the plan is and they implement the plan when required.
So you see, she's on medical break.
Yeah.
She's on sick leave.
But her team,
as you rightly said, her
working.
team is doing quite a lot, and she took the opportunity to identify these people and where they are, to really help in solidifying the communities, and that is very important.
And the important thing is that even if there's no electricity, each team knows what every member of the team and the team leaders know what to do, even when they are not able to communicate via, WhatsApp or whatever. They know what they're supposed to do, so they just implement what they're being practicing for quite a bit of time. So here she said that they can call themselves experts in terms of disaster management.
Well, Julia Winston said, "Okay, Madam Palrep, have a good evening rest," and also Goldie Williams said, "Please be safe, Madam Minister, and get well." And we have a number of people on the social media actually, giving their regards to the parliamentary representative and also that of the Prime Minister on the social media. Let's take a little song, Brill. Something says Sweet Dominica.
I noticed you like that one.
Yeah, another one. This is a calypso.
Changed and went wrong in the eyes of man. Faith cannot be raised anymore. Although we didn't know the outcome these winds would bestow, our challenge was real. We had to fight to survive. We cut through the bush and thorns, bare hands, cutlass, brains and brawn. I struggle, you struggle, we came through.
Yes, Brain, Dominica, we are sweet. We have gone through this many times. As you heard the Prime Minister made mention, for over 12 years, we have been battered by weather conditions. We remember Storm Erica. We remember in 2017, Maria, and the number of other natural disasters that we would have gone through.
Of course, we've had trough systems, and so we always. Dominica is always prone to a level of challenges when it comes to natural disasters. So it's not uncommon to us. That's why the British tell, when you look at the Dominica story, Dominica is a country or island that's very challenging when it comes to development, because of its terrain and its location. So, you must
and as you said that you will remember in 1979 when we had David, how long Dominica took to get on its feet. Although we had some international friends who came in to assist, but because of our terrain, as you rightly said, in 79, it took some time, and we saw also in 1980 Hurricane Arlene passed through, and creating that block for development for the country. So we would have seen up to what 85, 86, a number of years, the remnants of Hurricane David. We saw Erica in 2015, and you saw how the communities around the south, how they were able to bounce back and able to be built by the hands of government and people from those areas, especially that of Grand Bay and Bacatel and those areas there, But also too, we would have seen how quickly we bounced back after Hurricane Maria.
But the thing about it, you notice that the type of homes we are now building, hurricane-resistant homes. Some of these homes can take Category 5 hurricanes, because obviously, with the weather systems we are getting, scientists are predicting that the hurricanes will become much stronger in the future.
We're not even hearing about hurricane, not hearing about Category 3 anymore.
Yeah,
everybody's talking about 4, 5.
Right. So basically, the homes that we build must be built with a certain level of resilience, because you heard the Prime Minister state that many people don't really have to move again to hurricane shelters, because their homes are in fact can act as their own shelter.
And after 2017 that the government ensured that certain conditions are placed and when you're going to be building homes, and how they must be resilient. The kind of measures that were taken, we have seen physical planning themselves are very strict as to the things that are needed to be done to ensure that when times like these are wrong, that there's not much expense on families, because how long will government be able to spend on infrastructure for private properties, So
but what I like again was the fact that a lot of the modern schools, I know for the one in Goodwill, I can speak to that school is built for people within the community in case of a disaster, as it relates more so to hurricanes. That some of the schools are multi-purpose. When you build a school now, you're not only building the school for children, It's the school and the community.
It's a good thing you're saying that, Brain, because you hear people say quite often that, these schools are so very big and the school population is so small. And you're right that these schools are built in mind of multi-purpose. Mm-hmm. And if it is going to be a place for multi-purpose, it means that during these periods, that you'll have people who before Maria and after Maria did not see the need, or no damage was made to their homes, and so they would be able to remain in their homes. But as you rightly see now, that the conditions of these weathers, it doesn't matter what time, what day, that they'll be on you.
Right. So when you build a school, certain section of the school would be a place where people can go to in case it is required, although you don't really want that. But, the school puts that in mind as well, that with the structures that you build and where they're located will eventually may have to act as multi-purpose, since these communities may not have hurricane shelters, or what we call the new phrase we have in terms of we build now, especially in the area of in the Casabros area, in the Lakou area.
The regional shelters.
Yeah. I know one is being constructed in the
Kalinago territory as we speak, yes.
As we speak. So, these are things we have to put in place because of the situation we faced. We are in the hurricane belt.
And I think I'm very fortunate, and maybe you too, very fortunate in visiting a number, or if not all, of the regional shelters. I've been to the one in Lakou, I've been to the one in Casabros, and I have been to the one in there's one in Layu and the one in Jimit. You know, I remembered some time ago I was in Jimit. I think you two was in Jimit at that same time, and I was very much impressed with what I saw in Jimit. Really, maybe make a provision for about 350 people.
That's right. You know, because some of the areas, although the center is located in the Layu area, but it takes into consideration people within the region, within the area, in terms of if you have to move, then they can go there.
So as we're coming into the hurricane season, or the hurricane period, which is as of the 1st of June, we are into the Kawem period, or a few days from now, we'll be entering into the Kawem period. And the Kawem period, you use a term I'd never heard it before. The gentleman told you about something Kawem.
Hey, tell me, it's Kawem Gwa.
Kawem Gwa.
What does that mean? It means that during the dry season, an unusual situation occurs at some point in time, certain periods, you know, and where during the dry season you'll have rain. So instead of saying drought, because around April, May, you see drought, man.
Serious, especially May. May normally brings a lot of bushfires. So sometimes you see when we drive through the Kenfield East area, we'll see a lot of bushfires. in those areas.
And when you're going down to Dublin,
yes,
Cornwall,
the West Coast in particular,
the West Coast, very dry.
Because the West Coast naturally always very dry, you know. And so the Kawem period in the month of May, end of April into May, you know, that heat, anything will catch. You know, just so much sun onto a glass, it will ignite.
Because today we had between I haven't heard from the meteorologists yet, but it was expected to have probably 1 inch to 2 inches of rain, maybe even 3 inches of rain. And when you have that, I noticed that they had flood warnings for the east. I don't know whether we had flood watch, I know, for the west. I don't know whether it had gone on to a warning, but basically the flood warnings were for the eastern part of the island and northeastern part of the island. So we had to pay attention to the weather reports. We had to keep them going, and I know the disaster preparedness unit always keep us posted on a regular basis. We get our reports at 6 a.m.
Yes.
12 a.m. I know 12 a.m. And then we get one at 6 p.m. And as it is required, we might get one on an hourly to hourly basis.
And if I know very well, today and tomorrow, a lot of people are going to be looking at their weather report.
Yeah. Yes, you look at your weather report and you'll see what it is. And I notice now that they even give you the time when you can look at whether you'll have rain and thunder, whatever. Because today we had thunder.
Yes, I heard it. I think I heard it once.
Do you know, whilst you're on the Lakou, I asked people, old people, well, one of the guys I used to ask, may his soul rest in peace, was Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris was one of the guys involved with fishing, and he was a ham-ready operator. They say in the Lakou time, whenever you hear thunder, it's not bad weather.
Yes, I know that. It's not bad weather. And when you see rainbow, you're supposed to make ready for rain.
Yeah, but they say anytime you hear thunder,
yes,
they say the thunder breaks the weather system. Right?
Well, I've heard that from a
when
little
you
boy.
don't hear the thunder, it means it's a build-up. So these old people would know because that's what they depended on. If you see birds, they say flying.
It's weather, rain.
You see, it's rain. So they look at the different things that would indicate to them whether it was going to be very bad weather or whether the weather is bad, but it's not going to get very, very bad. Have you ever heard that?
Yes. When as a boy growing up, once you see birds flying over the sea, they are saying to us, prepare ourselves for bad weather or for a lot of rain. Also, too, when thunder rolls, we know that that heavy rain that you'd see would subside anytime. And when we see rainbow, also too, it's a preparation for some kind of rain, you know. So as a boy growing up, I remember all of this thing. But I want to say though too that today it was stated that some 200 millimeters, or I could say 8 inches of rain would have been observed in the eastern communities. So we understand why we understand why there was quite a lot of damage.
How many inches of rain fell in the east?
Well, they said 8 inches, in the eastern communities, and some 1 inch in the western communities. So on the west coast, you would have seen just about 1 inch, and in the eastern side, you would have observed some 8 inches of rain.
Wow, that's a lot of rain, man.
Yes.
That's a lot of rain.
That's a lot of water.
A lot of water. 8 inches is a lot of rain, man. And we got 1 inch of rain, and we were saying we had a lot of rain in Roso, for that 1 inch.
Yes, in that 1 inch. Roso had quite a lot. So just imagine 8 inches in the eastern side. It speaks volumes of what we would have, or what the people in the east would have experienced. Yeah. We heard the Prime Minister made mention of the numerous landslides, and we also heard from the Minister indicating that.
Well, that's a lot of rain. Well, we have to always keep focus. So we have to listen tomorrow. I guess statements will be made, maybe even tonight.
Maybe the Prime Minister might take the opportunity to tell us much more
what the decision is,
because we know, and he has stated about schools in the eastern side, but we are not so sure as to what may have transpired in other parts. I'm sure that as Prime Minister he would have known in terms of landslides and so on. So the other parliamentary representative who will be at that meeting this evening would give some kind of report or updates, and they will take a national decision through the government for what will be for tomorrow.
That's right. But so let's wait. Maybe before we go, we might get a statement, or we'll have to wait early tomorrow morning to hear what the statement is. And I'm sure if you get the statement, you'll always read it.
Yes.
As to what is the position with school.
Yes.
Okay,
and I'm sure that Dion Jura Smith, who is at the OPM, the Office of the Prime Minister herself, will maybe call and give us some updates from that of the Prime Minister, or maybe the Prime Minister might call in to give us the necessary
update as to what will happen tomorrow.
I just want to say good evening to Dr. Gerard Vollier. I think he's in China, he's listening. Just want to say good evening to you, sir.
All right, that's good. So Cecil, quite an eventful day today. Quite a bit happened.
Oh boy, I can say in reference going now to the Lakou, how would we say it, Brain, that quite a lot of things happened outside of our region. Last night, this morning when I woke up, and I normally like to look at Facebook in the mornings, and some things I evaluate, and I would have said AI work, I would say prank, I would say fake, and when I think it is real, I would play it quite a number of times to help me have a greater understanding as to whether it is fake or whether it is real. When I got up this morning, I saw something that disturbed my mind. And I'm not so sure, Brady, if you understand what I'm talking about, the way I'm going with this one.
Well, no, I know that sometime last night around 3 o'clock, normally I look and I saw that there was an attempted assassination of President Trump. I know that. I thought it was, as you said, AI. So I had to look again and again, go to different media, CBS, Fox, NBC, different media houses, for me to find out whether that was true. What I heard was a guy had a shotgun, knives, and he was arrested outside the White House.
Yes, and I don't know, Brain. I looked at CBS, and CBS gave me some information. Also looked at Fox, and Fox gave me some information. Looked at CNN, and CNN gave me some information. Al Jazeera also, and they gave me some information. And they all had just about the same story about this guy who would have gotten access. And I find it strange that he was not shot down.
Why he wasn't shut down?
I don't know. I know a situation of that magnitude where someone attempt to assassinate a president, that he would not have been shot at.
Well, I heard a security man got hit,
A security guy that's a police officer.
Shot.
Police officer got shot, but thanks God he had his vest on.
They had his bulletproof vest.
Yeah. And I'm saying that it is strange that the accomplice
Was not shot.
was not shot.
Well, those things may happen from time to time, but I was hearing that there may be a conspiracy theory. So we had to wait because the investigation is still early, investigating. So we'll get more reports as time goes on. So I don't want to just jump to a conclusion. I will want to hear what the investigators found when they went to his home. What did they find?
Because you see, the reason I'm saying all of this, Brain, if you remember during the election period when President Trump was campaigning, he was also shot at, an attempt assassination, and I think the shot took his ears. I think words to that effect.
Yeah, yes.
And to this day, I have not heard anything in reference to what became of this individual. He was caught.
He was shot, man.
He was shot dead.
Yes.
He was shot dead.
Mm-hmm.
But I've not heard anything in terms of further investigation on that individual.
No, I haven't heard any further investigation. But I know the guy who was on the rooftop, who fired the rifle and shot. He was shot dead. That's what I know.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I know this guy it was a white guy whose parents had access to several weapons. But I know this guy is a black guy.
Mm-hmm. You mean this present guy?
Yes, a black guy.
But what the picture that I saw where he
on the
was
floor.
on the ground,
Yeah, he's a black guy.
he wasn't looking black to me.
He's a black guy.
Uh-huh.
He's not anything like Arab, he's not Arab.
He looks more someone from the Middle East than anything else.
No, man, he's a black guy. I didn't see
Black like us?
Yeah, man.
Okay.
I wasn't seeing him as any conspiracy theory, as the Iranians you would want to say, send a hitman or somebody from the East. No, man. I haven't heard it to that. That would be making a lot of news.
Would you think that could have been staged?
I don't know.
I'm just asking.
I wouldn't want to go to that stage.
Yes, I know, but I'm just asking.
No. I won't.
And the reason why I'm asking that question to you because of the pressures that you would have been under in reference to the Iran war, and we know the statements that were made this week. So I don't know. I'm just asking that as a curious question.
I would want to hear what the investigators have to tell us before I start to speculate on conspiracy theory.
Well, I don't want to.
Are you any of the media houses seeming to suggest that?
That's what I'm saying. I listen to quite a lot, and they mix information. How the guy got access, the guy had a shotgun, and
But you remember there was another conspiracy theory in terms of how did this guy get onto that roof, knowing that there were several security people around, and he was able to take a shot. And there was a conspiracy theory around that.
Mm-hmm. No, this one, it's in the White House area, and
Did he drop the wall?
And yes, and you know how security is in that area. I'm trying to wonder how would that happen, and in advance. I mean, in little Dominica, in little St. Vincent, in little Barbados, we would have seen this thing right away. Our security officers would have gotten this thing.
But remember, some time back, there was a man in the bedroom.
That since then, security has beefed up.
Yeah, but you know that the man. I mean, nobody expected that a man would jump the wall of Buckingham Palace and find his way right into the bedroom.
I can say someone helped him to get to the bedroom.
You can suggest.
No, I'm saying it's the same one like President Maduro. Someone assisted to get to the bedroom. someone assisted.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I do not want to say that someone assisted the guy to get so close in terms of where the press were actually meeting the president.
Well, let's wait. We know that there are suggestions that Maduro was sold out by inner circles, because the only people who actually fought and lost their lives in defending him were
The Cubans.
Right, the Cubans fought.
But I just find that this today, the thing of last night was strange.
Managed.
I find it strange.
Well, let's wait.
Because a video, I saw a video where one of the security officers were actually talking to Donald Trump, and I'm trying to wonder, when they were talking to Donald Trump, looking at his facial expression, was it fear, or he did not care? I don't know. I'm trying to make out because I looked at that video several times, and at one time I didn't believe that it was President Trump that was actually the one that they were trying to protect, because you saw earlier on, seconds before, that the Vice President Vance moved out before the president.
Well, on matters like those, I rather go on the side of caution and wait to hear what the reports are. As a science-trained man, I myself like to have the evidence.
And you're right.
Analyze the evidence.
No, Brain, you're right. I think we're not going to just say, but you see, at the same time, some questions that will be asked in the U.S. Media.
Yeah,
I can guarantee you that questions are going to be asked because this is the president of the United States. I don't care who you think that he is, but he has to be safe every time and all of the time.
All the time.
So I'm sure that hard questions are going to be asked of the FBI's.
But not only the FBI. You remember on the issue of this guy who went on the rooftop and had a shot at the president, the head of the, I think it was either one of the top people, it was a woman. She had to resign.
Because at that same hotel, did I say the White House? Sorry if I said that. But at that same hotel, we will remember that they tried to assassinate President Reagan in that same area, in that same hotel.
Reagan got shot,
You're right. So I'm saying that I think it was at that same hotel.
Yeah, he got shot. He got some bullets.
Yeah. So in terms of the security, this is the United States president, and you have to have the best of security for that. As a matter of fact, all know so, because remember that the United States is in war with another foreign country. So all of the necessary security that is required for the president must be given, has to be given.
Yeah, I agree with you. But I will wait to hear the reports. Let me hear what the FBI have to say. Let me hear what the mayor of that place have to say. All the different units that are assigned to the case. I would like to hear what they find at the guy's home. How the guy was able to get access to the place. I will wait.
And not only that, the guy has, from what I gathered, the guy has a very good CV. The guy is a computer scientist and more. And so I think a lot of questions must be asked. And if I'm President Trump, I for sure would ask many questions.
Right. Because there is a lot of on the same situation of the assassination of President John F. Kennedy. A lot of questions also asked whether it was Russia, whether it was Edgar Hoover. How did the guy get access to that place to have a clear shot?
You see, what was strange about President Kennedy's assassination? You would remember 10 days before the president of Vietnam was shot and killed. He was assassinated. And how President Kennedy and himself well, President Kennedy was in good stead with him to try to get him to get out of power because of what he saw happening in Vietnam. Yeah, and 10 days after the guy was shot, the president was shot. Later, President Kennedy was shot. So sometimes it is not staging, but sometimes you ask questions.
Yeah.
You know, you ask questions, and in this case, in reference to Donald Trump's own,
You're asking questions.
well, you have to ask questions. Is it because of his ratings that low? Is it because of the war? In why would this individual and who is involved with him? Because the media is saying that so far, well, they have found that it's just one person.
One person, yeah. He acted alone. That's what the media is saying. Yeah. He was a lone wolf, meaning he did it on his own. Because you know, for instance, when you go on conspiracy theory, that's the way that's the way you're looking at it. A lot of people have their own concern about the bombing of the Twin Towers, 9/11.
But of course.
There are a lot of questions being asked up to now about these Twin Towers.
I mean,
so we will get those.
I think later on in life, maybe we might not be here, but so much investigations will go into these things. And we saw investigation happen 20 years later after the Vietnam War, and they concluded what actually happened. So I'm saying to you, these situations will play out itself later on, because especially the United States, investigations don't stop that easily.
Right, but you can go further. That we are there on the Lakou. We heard of weapons of mass destruction for the invasion of Iraq.
Of Iran. Of Iraq. Of Iraq.
And
Saddam
Hussein. And people have searched the whole of the Sahara Desert. They found nothing.
And that's why they were able to conclude that there wasn't.
Right. We're hearing that Iran is building a nuclear bomb. And everybody knows that Israel has about 10 or more. What we're hearing is that there's enrichment, but in terms of a nuclear bomb, fellas who checked it out said Iran is not making a nuclear weapon. But
so I think
so questions are being asked all the time. People always try to find a way to justify action.
So did you by any chance you heard the press conference? Did you listen to the press conference?
Where he spoke?
Yes.
No, I didn't hear the press conference. I haven't followed that. I'll do that tonight.
I have not done it myself because I was busy today helping my son with his schoolwork. So I really didn't listen to it today. I mean, I need to get to listen to the press conference. I'll definitely Google it later on tonight before I go and sleep. I'll be listening to every word, because every word means something to me.
But one of the things, whilst we're just talking international, you saw the action that Spain is taking, but Spain is bold, man.
Not just Spain.
Spain is bold, man, that fella.
But not just Spain.
For the kind of action, the kind of things that he's saying.
France, what about France?
Well, I haven't heard what Macron has said. But everybody want their oil,
All of Europe. All of Europe.
They want their oil. I mean, America can get its oil.
I'm just waiting on Germany to hear what Germany has to say.
So you've heard from Macron. Have you heard from Italy?
No, I have not heard Italy.
You must listen to what Italy has to say.
I can imagine they're very tough.
France. You know the Russians detain quite a number of Jews, Israelis in Russia.
I have not followed that far.
Yeah, man. There's a lot going on. So we need to pay attention to our news, follow. Very interesting.
And I really want us as a people, to start to begin to listen to information. And I deliberately use the word information and not just necessarily news, because you have some stations, as someone calling us, let's take that call. Good evening to you, caller, you're live.
Hey, good night.
Good night.
Good evening.
Good night. Good program. Good program. Calling from St. Lucia.
Thank you very much.
Very nice.
Program. Yeah, that's parents. Good program, my boss. Good program.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Take care. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah.
So I was saying that we must start listening to information. And sometimes when we say news, people will take their preference as to
What type of news?
They listen to. But when I say information, we have to start not only listening to the news on the normal television service that we get our information, like CNN, BBC, and so on.
You have another caller?
Yes, let's take that call quickly. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening.
Good evening.
Hey, Cecil, good night. What's up?
Good evening, fine man, my brother.
I heard you talk about trying to find out why, or you were just speaking on terms of how Mr. find himself in there and top security, and he had all them guns. But if you listen to one of the reporters on CNN, any one of them had said that the director made a statement, and he said that the hotel, they don't screen their customers. So Mr. had booked long before, and he didn't have one gun, Cecil. Based on the report that I've been following from day to day, he had two, and his knife and how many rounds of ammunition.
Mm-hmm.
So you could be totally right. Something is wrong somewhere. And when you spoke about the guy speaking to the president, I was monitoring that all the time. The condition they're talking to him and how the vibes are going, because I'm going to station and following that thing from the beginning until last night about 12 o'clock. And I'm telling myself something has to be wrong somewhere, some way, somehow. Take care, Cecil. I'm listening.
Thank you. And yes, in that hotel, I'm not going to call the name of the hotel. I mean, but in that hotel, even if they do not search their customers or the guests, especially if you're a guest, all right, you should not get access to. So if I am a guest at a particular hotel and I would have reserved book my stay at the hotel months before, and I would have just gotten the information that the president is going to be there from whatever way, I still believe that the individual should not get access to where the president would be.
Hang on.
Yes.
If you watch the movie The Jackal, whenever you saw it, where the fella was going to shoot at de Gaulle, he had to get access to a particular area that people were not allowed to go, you know.
But the point is, how could you get access to where people are not supposed to go?
He got access.
No, but how would he have gotten access?
Well, sometimes you have insiders that help you.
So that's what I'm saying. So in every situation, there are crooks.
You have insiders.
And I don't call them insiders, I call them crooks. Because you are putting your life also in danger. Because if the person decides to put a bomb in the entire place, what happens? And I'm saying that if this hotel where this guy was, the hotel should take some level of responsibility in terms of access to where the president is supposed to be.
Well, you can be given access. I said you can have people working with you. Within the intelligence unit, you can have persons working with you to be able to carry out that activity. And
that's why I'm saying that the job of the FBI, is going to be a tough one.
They ask questions.
And they will ask the tough questions.
And tough questions will be asked of those guys who allow security to be breached. Because security is breached, because if the guy can get into that, then a level of security breach took place, so questions would have to be asked as to the perimeter of the security, who was responsible for what and where. So I'm sure that's why I tell you I'm waiting for me to hear how it unfolds and unravels, so that we can get a better insight.
Yes, because just this week, I think it was, or late last week, we heard of a female officer who got shot in Trinidad. And people were speculating as to how it happened, but it came from an insider. So we are seeing these things, and I think more and more we have to get very serious about security.
Well, your security always have to be checked, Your security details are very important, because they will have certain information as to where you're going, how you're traveling. So security details are very important, especially those who secure prime ministers, presidents, and royalties.
Let's take a call.
They have to be checked.
Good evening to you, caller.
Yeah, Cecil, me again. But I already said to you don't understand how come he did not get shot. In cases like that, the president or the prime minister have to be so protected that that man could have gone. But I noticed them fellas, if they shot Mr. down, information lock, that man carrying a message. So in order to reach somewhere with whatever they are looking for, what in my own research, I tell myself the whole mister for them to find out what's going on, because you need a lead. But if you kill him, everything shut down. That's how I see it.
Okay.
Very good.
All right. That's a point that has to be taken. That's a good point.
Because dead men tell no tales.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Because basically, if one of the insiders inside there knows that he is not dead, you never know, he could be killed.
No, but also to
so let's wait.
Also to sometimes people are killed, and they traced and get the necessary leak or lead that they require.
Right. So for instance, let's strike our mind a little bit further whilst you're talking, because the question is: was Espin killed? Did he kill himself?
That's a question that a lot of people are still asking.
Did he?
Many years later.
Or did he?
The fact he was killed.
Was he killed? And who killed him? What did he have that he didn't know? So you see, those things there, we have to wait.
Mm-hmm,
we have to wait because people still waiting and asking questions, about this Espin guy. So we have to wait. Let's wait and let us see what the FBI do.
And all week I'll be tuned to information.
Yeah, we have to read. We have to follow if you're interested.
So why did they shoot the guy on the roof then?
Well, maybe he would talk. Maybe he would talk.
So how would they know that he would talk before they shot him?
Well, they would have information, man. That guy couldn't just come up there, man. Something was not right. So we have to wait.
Good evening.
Yes.
Yeah, let me tell you, when John F. Kennedy was shot in 63 or 64 days.
Please speak up, please.
Speak up, yes.
Speak
You
up,
have
please.
yes, tell us.
When Kennedy was shot, John Kennedy, by CI as well.
Yes.
You remember what happened to him? Another man, when he in front of the police, another man has come and shot him right in the police purse,
Yes, true. Mm-hmm.
So that means if he has nothing to say again, they can't find out no information from him. I hope you remember that. I am making you how it has worked out in the States.
Right.
Yes.
He's giving us the situation with Kennedy in 1963 or 64 when Lee Harvey Oswald and the other guys, the story where one guy shot the other guy who did the assassination of Kennedy. So we have to wait. Very interesting. United States is full of mystery, Very interesting.
Anyway,
very interesting. So,
as we always do every Sunday, we take a little moment to speak on those international matters. And here it is, a very interesting one happened last night, and we took some time to really evaluate and have discussion on it. For those of you who may not have been following the news, I'm sure that from what we have said, you're going to get intrigued and excited about it, and I'm sure you're going to follow it this week.
Let me ask you a final question before we leave the internationals. Is the Straits of Hormuz open?
For some people, for sure, for the Chinese, and for sure the Russians and the French.
Okay. Well, that's another story of following closely.
We have to follow this one closely this week.
Very, very closely.
Yeah.
Because it's very interesting. Because, it cannot remain closed indefinitely, but some people are able to pass through.
Yes.
All right.
Let's take a call quickly before we go to our next matter. Good evening.
Good evening, Fireman Touching Base. Good evening to Mr. Brain and Mr. Joseph.
Good evening to you, sir.
And the world.
Good evening, sir.
Boy, Cecil, boy, what do you about the River City, boy? Right, we have 300 and we have about 10,000 rivers right now in that country. The rivers passing all over the place. But anyhow, no, you know what happening in the world today? That's why I say it's too much qualification and no common sense that have the world upside down like that. Because why? America have been talking so much. How you could have a president have a dinner? Right? I wasn't there. What I see in the news that I didn't send with. No, you could have a president have a dinner. And the president, Uncle Trump, is a very how you call it, a very dangerous man. Nobody like him right now. Everybody looking for him, right? And you have something like that and telling me a man have gone and nights and to come into that same place, and America talking about the all kind of security, all kind of defending this and that. All you talking too much, all you confused. Now, before I roll out to Mr. Joseph now, it have a woman they interview in the same gathering there. And what the woman said going to have so much fun, even gunshot going to burst. I don't know if you see that interview. And soon after gunshot have to burst for you. So they, why Miss I will not put jump to the from the world. Anyhow, good program, up and running, fireman running, bless up. And before I go by a whole bus on top of things, but that's a great man. Why is people out flying over the place? The whole bus to one slip, all no side, whole bus in the bush. And where Thompson is now?
No,
Thompson can't come up to.
He's in cabinet now discussing the matter.
Oh, you see what I'm telling you? That's a man. Boy, whole bus, boy, fireman, so, boy, you need to do something, brothers. You see what's happening right now? And all them environment people, all the rivers and dirty right now. All the thing upside down. I hope I can see tomorrow morning. I all about the one make environment recording and make search and see what's happening in the country. Up and running, whole bus on top of thing, fireman running, bless up, give thanks.
Thank you.
Just that fireman, Mr. Politics,
Brain, last week we spoke about discos, and it was amazing this week what happened to me with people calling and to still give me names of so many discos around Dominica.
Okay.
Something that we thought that we would have just spoken for a few minutes, but it took us the whole night and more to speak on the issue, or not the issue, but on discos around the country. We first started with Nightbox and Warehouse, and then people started to give us places and names of discos and the things that happened in discos, and it took us the entire night.
Yeah, the entire night.
And so our discussion last week was a very good one, and so tonight we decided to look at another issue. Let us look at shops in and around Roso. I'm prepared to talk about it tonight.
Well, you can go ahead. I probably would start by a very, very important shop to us in my time when I was growing up. In River Street, I knew of a shop that was a very popular shop. I would tell you about Jojin. I don't know what his real name was, but that shop was by where Mr. Ducre has his speakeasy now.
I remember that little shop by the bridge.
By the bridge?
Yes, coming to town on the western side.
Right.
Where old Baron used to have his wholesale for people who are trying to wonder where GA, I think that's the name, or GB wholesale is, that big club house. It's for, I'm just trying to help people.
Yeah, right.
So when you're getting into Roso, the first house on your right hand side, when you pass the East Black Bridge, that little easy, speak easy.
Yeah,
speak easy.
Mr. Ducre.
Mr. Ducre. We let's call it the rum shop.
The rum shop.
The little rum shop that there.
And it's the same way.
Since I was a boy growing up, I remember that shop. The only thing is that they painted it.
Yes.
But I remember it was just clear wood.
Clear wood.
No painting.
Yeah, it's a.
Tell me about it. Tell me a little bit about it, because that shop was always for me. I remember that shop was always a rum shop.
My mother used to send me there as a young boy to get my penny lard, my half-gill oil, my kerosene for her lamp. She would take her credit there, her sugar, her flour, saltfish, smoked herring. But at that time, smoked herring was poor people food. I mean, when you cooking smoked herring at your home, everybody's smelling it. Or saltfish, that was the poor man food. It's not like what it is today. Saltfish going at $13 a pound, but at that time, that's what we could afford. Half pound of saltfish for us to, cook our lunch. So that's our kerosene too was another thing we bought there. So for our lamps, our candles we bought there as well. And on the other side was where you went to have so it was a dual shop. One section you had your groceries, and the other side you had where you go and get your speakeasy. But I know Mr. Ducre has.
Right. Well, you call Mr. Ducre. That's the son of Mr. Archie, I think, as the guy.
Archie, right.
Archie Ducre. That's the son of Mr. Ducre.
Archie doesn't sell those things. I mean,
Archie doesn't sell those things?
No, he doesn't sell saltfish.
Oh, he doesn't sell saltfish and cut
Smoked
fish and
herring
smoke
and
oil and gas and
lard
yeah.
and red
It's
butter.
only the white things.
Yeah, white things and
With flowers and
whatever
inside of the bottles.
inside the bottle.
Sometimes you get snake. I've never been there. I never been in
No,
there.
I never see him with the one with the stick. Because some people have QS in there.
Abolo inside of
And they have
this.
abolo, no.
No.
By talking about that, there's a fella shop I went to. I do not know what is wrong with him. Inside that room, the man have abolo. In another one, he have snake.
Who's that?
His name I cannot remember. In the other one, he have QS. In the other one, he have Lisa. And you know people buying that?
But yes. But yes.
Fellas buy, I say, but I know, I don't want to call him, I know him, you know. He's a fella.
Where that place is?
That in Lago, man.
Okay, let's hold on. We're coming down the road. Let's come
That's
down
in
the road.
Lago,
Let's take
but
our
that's
time.
a modern shop.
Let's come down the road. Let's come down the road. So we talk about Archie Ducre as we cross the bridge. Then you had another shop on River Street. I try to remember that guy name or that person's name.
He had a truck,
on River
you know.
Street. Huh?
He had a truck.
It
He
was
used to
close
make
to the
chicken.
Nazarene Church, and there is a barber shop right there in that area there, close to Independence Street and River Street and River Street. Someone can help me on social media. They can call and to give me that shop, that little shop.
Where is it? In River Street?
On River Street.
On River Street?
Yes.
Oh, well, I know, for instance, what they used to call that guy name. He had a bald head.
Let's go to the telephone quickly. Good evening to you, caller. You're live.
Cecil,
Yes.
Donald Shop.
Donald shop. Donald. Yes. Yes.
yeah,
Donald.
You remember him?
Donald. Yeah, like a Marco in him,
He had a
right?
very Marco-ish way
Yes,
on him.
very Marco-ish in him. Yeah, I remember Donald.
Salvin, and you never used to speak English.
No, Donald. Salvin, you acheté. Hein? Moi déjà averti ou ça. Il y a le feminist attitude in him. Donald.
He would tell me, you tina voye tapi okay, sure, you know.
So Donald used to have one side selling rum and so on, and the other side is the tin stuff, is like
tin stuff.
the soap, and is like
yeah.
you know. And that shop is still there today, I think.
Yes, I think a Spanish woman have a hairdressing salon.
Yes, so that's still around there.
Still, but
Yeah.
at the time I don't think he had a upstairs. I don't think it was.
No, I always know that I had a wooden upstairs. I always,
The wooden upstairs was always.
Yeah, I always had a wooden upstairs. I always knew it.
Where do I live now?
But
upstairs?
it's maybe like cool
At
there.
the back.
Maybe at the back in the cool there.
Because
Donald.
at the back of the
Because you
shop.
could have used that cool there to get on to, at the back by Copel.
No man, in the they have a yard, you know.
I'm telling you, a cool.
No, on the side there.
Where? When you enter into the yard,
there's
when you enter into the Kuwe,
yes.
there's a yard onto the eastern.
Don't go into the yard in the same building. You have
a big yard then.
a big
So
yard. So you
so
can
the
walk
gate
through
so the galvanized
right.
fence that there is a yard inside there.
Yeah, yard inside
But I
the
would
back
like to-
of the shop.
I would like to know what's inside there. So I
Yeah.
thought like you have been there before.
People, yeah, I've been there. There are people renting there, man.
Because someone just said to me that shop has two sides.
Yes, two sides.
Good evening to you, caller.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mr. Joseph,
Yes.
yeah, fireman again. Let me tell you something. You said you come out on the bridge when you coming down. Right, you pass Jake's, just call it first way Jake's and the bakery that road there, the second
Yes.
road.
Mm-hmm.
Donald shop was inside there, you know, after that first big building you see there, next building was Donald shop.
No, that's what I'm talking about. That's what we're talking about.
That's what we're talking.
That's what we're talking
Right,
about.
and you have a cool and you have no cool in front, the cool at the back. You can go right through there.
So that's what I was telling him. So in that
And you're selling rum, cigarette, boy, got hooks, boy, Donald was the main supermarket there eventually. Anything never closed, open night and day. Boy, Donald was a great man, but he come back alive. Up and running, fireman running, bless up.
that's like Marco with Donald. That's why he was like that, you know.
Yeah,
You know, everything Donald was involved.
Yeah, he was
You
involved
know.
in everything.
I see. I don't know. I'm seeing Donald face.
Yeah, don't know.
You know, and across on Independence Street, before it was called Queen Mary Street.
Let's stay on Riverbank.
Huh?
Let's stay on the Riverbank. On the other side, you had your shop too, where you go for your kicks, the jigs.
So right, you had on the other side. It was a big. There was a name they was calling her, not Jigs. They was calling Jigs is the son.
Yeah,
they was calling the lady. The other name.
Yeah.
And I need someone to help me with that.
That's where I saw my first girls dancing naked.
Try to remember the lady name.
You ever saw women dancing there naked now?
I'll come to that. That's in the 90s. Good evening.
Yes, Cecil and Brain. I'm not that young, but I'm not that old. Now, we live in River Street for a little while. We're going down now. Where's Zone which be there now? You forget it, I don't know, the little Duke right there.
You're coming down too far, my brother.
Don't go far yet, man.
You call us on the region. We're taking our time on River Bank.
Okay.
You're on River Bank. You call us back.
Touch my tit. His name was Touch My Titty.
So on River Bank, before the bakery, not before the bakery, there was always a bakery selling cakes. Let's take that call quickly. Good evening to you, caller.
Cecil, her name was Pim Pim.
Pim Pim.
Yeah,
someone just said that to me. Pim Pim. Yes, Pim Pim. Big fat lady. Pim Pim.
And Pim
Pim would sit on the veranda and see all actions.
And she had a hell of a breast too, man.
But let me tell you, Pim Pim wasn't. and there was this girl, this red girl. She's married to oh my God. She's married to this Roy guy.
Somebody trying to help you.
Yes. Good evening to you, caller.
Cecil Pim Pim.
Yes, I get that. I get it in Pim Pim. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Thank
all right.
you.
Yes.
And Pim Pim.
And at the size of her bottom.
But Pim Pim was huge, I tell you. And Pim Pim had a long bench. And she had that girl. I'm trying to know if that girl was her daughter. But it was Ducre. That same Ducre at AC Shillingford. That same Dexter Ducre. That's where he was living.
Yeah.
That Pim Pim was Dexter's mother, I think. She was Dexter's mother, I think. Okay. But Dexter, and Kazimi, former prison officer, Kazimi. Kazo was living there too.
Somebody want to help you again.
Let's see that person. Good evening.
Pim Pim. The girl I was living here was Pim Pim niece.
Was Titi niece?
Yes. She was married to a Eunice, the taxi man.
The taxi driver.
Yes.
Right.
All right. Yes.
So, Dexter was a nephew. Is Teresa Jake's son. So Teresa Jake was Pim Pim's sister.
Oh.
Right.
Thanks.
That is Gary mother.
Yes.
Right.
Thank you.
Good.
Yeah, but that person knows history. That person knows history well.
Well.
So yes. So Dexter used to be living there, and the caller's right. This red girl, she have the red shop. I think it's called the red shop. Married to not to the Roy guy, married to Vincent Eunice. Vincent Eunice used to have his taxi service right across on that same road where the red shop is, and they used to sell that lady used to make a kind of cake, my brother.
Coconut cake.
My brother, everybody in Roso had to come and get that.
And
cake.
ice cream,
And ice cream too. Ice cream on a Sunday. And I remember Pim Pim, and then Pim Pim was selling bread too. She was doing bread too,
She was doing bread too.
Yeah. And someone said that she used to sell gingerbread cookies.
Gingerbread cookies.
And someone said Mr. Mickey had a rum shop. All right, so we'll come to Mr. Mickey.
But let's take the history of that liquor, please, while it's on it.
Yes. So in the 80s, after Hurricane Maria, so after Hurricane David, the son, I think that's her son, right? He passed on. That is Jakes, after Jakes, after Joseph. Not Vincent Eunice, but Raymond Eunice. Okay, with a Eunice, and so Pim Pim had this in that coup where we used to go and buy. Everybody used to go and buy. They used to have fowls before,
Yeah, fowls. Yeah.
There's a lot of fowls. I remember going there, some fowl cage and so on in that area. I think so. I think they
No,
had
there
some
was
falls.
falls.
Yeah, there was falls there. I remember. And Pimpin used to, when you see in the bakery, Pimpin used to sit down on that big bench, and she had some guys really doing some real good work for her. And so Desmond Kazimi and Dexter Ducree, they were living in there. I only know for the very first time, knowing that Pimpin was my Pimpin auntie. Sorry, Pimpin was Desmond's auntie. It's only now I'm learning that. I'm shocked to even know that. I thought it was his mother. And so, after Hurricane
Maria or David?
After Hurricane David in 79, in the 80s, after Jakes decided to do his bread, Jacquerie. Remember, before it wasn't Jacquerie, before we had Mastiff for Saturday night, and the 10 cents, no, before 10 cents bread, you had 5 cents bread and penny bread. So they were doing a lot of penny bread, and they used to sell their bread for many shops around Roso, to include Zabo. But after that, they had a place that they used to have dances, girls dancing on poles. You saw that?
Yeah, boy. That was in the 80s.
That was in the 80s.
No, boy.
No. That was
Hurricane David was in
79.
No, I left grammar school in 1970.
Well, you're older than me by fire, so.
Yeah. But when I used to be passing there, fellas would tell me, boy, you have action there, Young boys going to school not allowed. So they had the first one, girls sliding on poles, naked man. I wouldn't call the names. Some of them
Any one of the 11 sisters?
One of them.
One of the 11 sisters.
One of the people I still sing. I wouldn't call her.
One of the 11 sisters.
Well, they used to be there dancing.
I'm not calling them either.
So fellas would tell me, boy, you need to peep. And when I went to peep, I get a slap, man. But I did see the girls naked. They're the secret place there.
Oh, sorry, someone told me that I said the red shop, but it is our boutique. Her name was Regina. So she called it the our boutique. So Ball of Joy. So let's talk about Ball of Joy. Ball of Joy.
Yeah. So I saw the first version of it. I don't know if they brought in a second version, but the first version I saw it.
But that was there for a long time. That after 79, that pole was still there. Not as common as before, but on a weekend, you could have
pole vault.
You could have gone there and see a little bit of that.
What were the women doing? Do you remember they were pole vaulting? No?
They were dancing.
Oh.
They were dancing. And so I remember that clearly.
You saw it, Cecil?
Boy, I cannot say I saw it, to be quite honest with you. I know that I was told about it as a boy, so I didn't have the opportunity to enter and to see what exactly happened in that area. But I know for sure that you would be told as a boy in that period, late 70s into the 80s, that you would be told you cannot trespass, you cannot go there. So I know that. So I had the age for that. So I cannot vouch for saying that I ever went there. But I went there to buy my cakes
and your bread
and bread.
Good.
And later on, after Hurricane, we had Jacqueries.
Good. So that shop we know on that side. So I don't think they had any more shops
in that area.
In that area.
No, there was no more shops in that small part of Riverbank. Let's go to River Street. On River Street, we talk about Donald. There was a small shop. It is still there today. Carol Timothy, I think that's her name. She used to be working for Zabo. I see she has that small shop there now where the bus stop is. By Master Bin Labad area. By time will tell. It's before when you're coming from the bridge turning into River Street.
That
little shop was there for a long time.
It's still there. They still have a shop there. They're selling mangoes there.
Right. I see Carol. Carol is the one having that shop right there. So on River Street, that I know that there was that shop there. Let's see what that person has to say. Good evening to you, caller.
Mark Green shop. Mark Green.
Mark Green.
Mark Green.
Thank you.
No, while you're there,
Yeah.
I was trying to remember the guy, so he can probably call back. He had a shop. He had a little shop inside there where Jermaine,
What do you mean?
Freddie Jermaine, and the Jermaine who used to be the principal, inside there was a fella there selling bakes and chicken. He had a shop inside there.
By that same shop of Mr. Green?
No, on the other side of it.
On the other side. Where the Spanish and them.
Yeah. Fella, I forgot his name. Oh, look, I just forgot his name. But he was a guy who used to be selling his little bakes and whatever. And he had a little shop inside there. So maybe they call it.
And around that same area going lower down from at the back of the All Saints, at the back of Old Grammar School, at the back of Old Roso Boys School, Julian Budds used to be living in that same area. Alvin Sarah used to be living in that same area. And I remember there was a little greenhouse. If Vado can help me, there was a little greenhouse. I do not know who that house belonged to. And they used to be selling little tablets and little bakes and this kind of thing. So Ivani can help us. Good evening.
Rumpel, man.
Rumpel Skinskino.
Rumpel. Yeah.
Rumpel. Mr. Good, Rumpel.
Yes, Rumpel.
You remember Rumpel?
I know the name.
Yeah,
but I know somebody we used to call Rumpel Skinskino.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's the same person.
Yeah, man.
But I can't tell I know the person.
Yeah, black guy. He had a truck. Rumpel. Used to make the best chicken.
Yeah.
Used to fry.
Someone just said Rumpel. Yeah. Someone just said to us Rumpel.
Yeah, inside there.
So I was asking. I wanted to know in reference to that little greenhouse. I'm seeing that as many moons ago.
Where is that? Where
Julian Budds and Alvin Sarah used to be living on that River Street there.
Okay.
All right. And that little house there, that greenhouse on the roadside. Someone said Miss Olive. That was
Miss Olive. Yes.
Miss Olive.
Do you know what she used to sell?
Things like mackerel and bakes.
Cakes
and
cakes.
Yes, these little things, right? And I'm seeing the little
pies.
I'm seeing that little brown glass.
Right,
it was a brown wood with glass, and I remember seeing that as a boy. And when you get there, Julian Budds wasn't easy. You sometimes run your way. As little children, you couldn't come around that area with Julian Budds in that close proximity at that time.
Mm-hmm.
No, going down lower down on that same riverbank, Mabas. There was a shop before Mabas. There was a shop they was selling Speak Easy too there. Guys used to buy buying all the rum. It was right on the side of Frankie. Frankie got himself in an accident. Frankie and him used to be living right next to that person opposite that individual where this guy have his barber shop. I'm sure someone is going to help us,
Mm-hmm.
Miss Pretty was who? But I'm trying to find out who had that rum shop right there.
I can't remember.
Someone will help us for sure. Cecil, the little restaurant was Rumpel. That was from 1970 to go up.
Yeah, Rumpel.
Then someone said Miss, was that Miss Oliver? Or maybe the person wanted to put Miss Oliver. Was her name.
Look, we have a caller.
Good evening to you, caller.
Hello, Shillingford, man.
What's that?
Shillingford was the name. I thought the person. He used to be a cricketer, man.
Oh, okay. All right.
From Goodwill, I think Yaroston is in Goodwill, man. I like to remember for you.
All right. And as the caller is saying that, I remembered Alvin Shillingford was living in that same area early days where Cap himself, was cutting hair. You remember Cap used to cut hair. Now that there's this big tall building on River Street and the corner of River Street and Kings Lane.
But Cap is here. He's here on holidays now.
Right.
There's a
so someone said Woodley shop. That's what the person said. Woodley shop. So that shop used to sell Speak Easy and the groceries too. If you remember that.
Right.
So that shop, I think it is still there as we speak.
It's still there.
And Mabas now used to lower down was Mabas. So Mabas had because remember Mabas came from doing huckstering. A lot of people may not know that Mabas was a huckster.
She was a huckster, yeah.
And then Mabas went into shop. She came from Tibo and went into business of shop and so on and so on. and Mabas used to sell no rum. Mabas wasn't selling rum. Mabas was strictly groceries.
Okay.
Strictly groceries.
And that Mabas now, she has a place now.
So Mabas now is on Fields Lane.
She's on Fields Lane.
She's on Fields Lane. But Mabas used to have her shop in that area. And across Mabas was also another shop on that same road. On that same road. I'm sure Ivatni would be able to help us, because right now where Ivatni was living on Riverbank, you have now that Haitian Smith Bar and Grill is there now. But that is where Vado and these people would have lived on Riverbank.
Mm-hmm.
So on Riverbank, there was the Scotland shop. If you remember,
Yeah.
There was the Scotland shop.
Scotty.
Yeah, Scotty shop.
Scotty shop. He had a truck too.
Yes.
Scotty had a truck, and they had a shop there as well.
Right. So Scotty had a big shop in that area.
Yeah,
So
the
everybody
shop is
had,
still there, you know.
and the shop is still there. It's not as active as it used to be in those days.
But inside the shop now, you by the where the Salisbury bus stop is,
Right.
she sell her little speakeasy now.
Yes. They used to still do that in those days there.
Yeah.
They still used to sell speakeasy right there.
Right.
You know, Scotch and them used to sell a lot of that there. And then lower down, just by Pal. Pal was living right there.
Pal, yeah.
Yeah, Pal was living next to Scotty.
Where that guy has his place now, Berridge.
Berridge, right. Your Berridge has his place. That's where Pal used to be.
Pal used to be there.
And right by Pal, you had Baboy. What's Baboy's surname?
I really
Baboy what now? Baboy Emmanuel. Is that now? Baboy Emmanuel?
I never got to know.
Yes,
his name.
I think it's Baboy Emmanuel. His mother used to be living on that Riverbank area there. Vado will help us with that name. Someone tell me Mabas is from Vickers. I think Mabas is from Vickers. Yes, his thing mother is her good friend. Her good friend is from Thibault. That is Carlton Smoky mother. So the person is right. Frankie, thanks for that information. Frank, thanks for that information. Yes, she was from Vickers. The Victors in Ravin is a family. Yes, that's correct. So here it is that you had on that riverbank. If you go lower down after you pass Shamin, because Shamin used to be living where there is a little bar now. Shamin, I'm trying to remember Shamin last name, but right down, a little lower down where you have this place. We just want to help people to know some of the commercial areas inside of Roso, the little supermarket. Little shops, not even supermarket, little shops. Mm-hmm. So a little lower down, I wonder if that's that shop. I pass in there, but I never make note of it.
Where's that?
But there was a little shop where Nassif used to be selling his oil, his cloth in Nassif. Remember that?
Oh yeah.
Where KFC is.
Yeah.
Well, just before KFC, I should say. Where KFC is used to be the yard for steel pan, the chocolate steel pan. And right where next to it, where Nassif was, in Nassif, is where that building is Best Buy. So Best Buy, that big building you see there, Nassif had that big hole. In Nassif selling his cloth, selling his rum.
It's hot tonight.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Okay. Shamin was a Richards. Shamin Richards. So I think Shamin would have been brother to Pal.
I
think Shamin was brother to Pal.
Richard, the Richards and them.
I think so. I think Shamin was brother to Pal. So on that road there, by Shamin, next to Shamin, where they call now Judge, what they call there now? Georgetown? That's what they call it. On the river bank.
Yeah, Georgetown.
Georgetown they call it? No, not Georgetown. No,
where all the fellas
where all the guys and them staying on motorbikes and so on.
What do they call that place?
Yeah. So right in that area there, you had a little shop selling rum. I seen they call it a blue shop, little steps they going up, and people from the country area used to just go there buy their rum and so on. Right. And at the back of that same shop had another little shop selling speakeasy.
Yes.
You check Washington is called it. So thank you very much, James. Washington. So where Washington is there, where these guys are, where the guys have a bar in Washington right there, where they have a bar, there was where the Balthazars and them live.
Wow.
The Balthazars and them live in that area. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, Cecil talking about Washington.
Yes, thank you. Yeah.
And that little shop you're talking about, the people are building, but you just need to come inside before you get the dick supermarket. That little shop right inside.
Yes.
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 When Brain come out in the market, he always passing there looking at the pocket.
You know, there's another
look for his love there too. Look for his love that. But good morning. Good. That's my boy. Good evening to you, sir. I hope you up and running. Bless up, fireman running.
You know another shop they had there? Mr. Man.
Mr. Man?
The man. He used to be working in the public books. Very strong fella.
Good evening, caller.
I'm just here, Lillian Green, the hustler. She had a shop in the hole there by Nasty for selling the oil.
That is what I'm talking about. That's that place I'm talking about. The person's called Lillian Green.
Yes,
Lillian Green.
she's still hustler in Barbados.
Okay.
But
yes.
do you know
and
where?
on the side, you forget my cook. My cook had the little restaurant there too.
So that's what I'm talking about, the little blue house. All right, thanks. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, hello.
Yes.
I'm on the line.
Yes, you're live.
Go ahead, you're live.
Yes. Let's go back to River Street.
Go back.
Okay. When you talk about Woodley, remember you're talking about Woodley opposite Mabas.
Yes.
Okay. So Mabas was on the right side of River Street, Woodley on the left side.
Let's say Mabas was on the northern side and Woodley on the southern side.
On the southern side, that's correct.
Yes.
Now Woodley was living, he had a shop right there, but before him there used to be Rosalind Collier. The Colliers used to live in that building, in that house.
Yes, the Colliers.
Yeah, that's Curtis Augustus' girlfriend. Okay? And further down, you had that Englishman came down from England with incense. They used to call him the incense man. He was living at the end of River Street, down in the basement, in that building there. The last house on your right-hand side, on the northern side, this Englishman, he was a Rasta, and he was selling incense. They used to call him the incense man. All right.
Okay.
Now on the opposite of that, they have that old lady. She was also a huckster.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember her birth name, but she was called Von.
Mm-hmm.
She had a funny nose. And
funny nose, yes, and they used to call her Vovo because of she's speaking in her nose.
Yes. So, and when you go to the end of River Street, that's the west side, you will find Mas Sammy.
Yes.
And they used to have a bakery there.
Yes.
And they had that old guy, the old man, we used to tease him as a kid. He was called Mawson.
And right now that area there is housing a restaurant, bar owned by some Spanish people.
A Spanish thing, yeah. Yes. Now, when you go in towards the river side now, you'll find there was this butcher they call Buell. He was a Joseph.
Yes,
Buell
was
a Joseph. And there was another Englishman living in the same house, but was separated by like a bicard like.
Yes.
His name was he was called Papa Doe.
Papa Doe. Yes.
You're from River Street, man.
You're from River Street, man.
No, that is Old Street.
You are from River Street?
No, I'm Hartly Adams in Chicago.
Oh, Harry Smith. You like all of that area, my brother.
Give us the names.
So I'm just giving you guys the real nitty gritty of this little area.
Give us
now.
more.
When you talk about higher up to the let's say to the east of Mabas, there was this white lady. They used to call I don't remember her name, but she was a white old lady. She was also a huckster. Okay, and then you had Cap and them, on that side of them.
And Frankie and them Frankie.
Miss Carrie. They used to call her Miss Carrie.
Wow.
Miss Carrie.
That's right.
Yeah. So all these people used to live in that area. And then Larry and him and his brother and his mother and his sisters used to live right next to Papa Doe and Buell. Okay? And then you had that old man at the end of Old Street towards the river area. He was a bicycle fixer. His name was Kenneth Woodman, better known as Jury.
Cherie.
Superbrain should know about Mister.
Yeah. What about the man with the one leg?
That is him.
Yes.
He had a saw leg, not a one leg. He had both legs, but one of them was saw.
Right.
And then you have the Coxsackie tree where all the old men, the professionals, used to go play dominoes and ludos and stuff like that.
And Eric, you forget Valu's father.
Yeah, well, I'm coming to that area, that riverbank.
Yes.
Okay. So you had some people from Loda was living there. Sewell was one of them. He used to ride a Vespa bike.
That's right.
A motorcycle, a Vespa, a black guy from Loda. And they had a young guy named Paul. And then they had Mr. Lawrence, that is Sandra Lawrence, Vado Lawrence, Evadne Lawrence. All these girls lived there, you know. And then you go higher up towards the Scotlands and so on. And then you have the Boulevard. That's where we used to play our cricket and football.
Mm-hmm.
So at least I give you a little something.
But I want to come down to your area, Lang Lane. Tell us about Lang Lane, because we might miss that part.
Not Lang Lane. Lang Lane is the lane from. That's the lane that you walk around to the bayfront, by the market.
By the market, yes.
Lang Lane starts from the market, from the seaside, up to Hanover Street.
Yeah, up to Hanover Street.
Up to Hanover Street.
Right.
That little lane there is called Lang Lane.
Yes.
L-A-I-N-G. Ling Lane.
Oh, Ling Lane. Yeah, not Lang. Ling Lane.
Ling. L-A-I-N-G.
Yeah.
Ling Lane.
And your own was Long Lane?
And our lane was Long Lane. Long Lane starts from there, from Ling Lane, all the way up to Love Lane.
Mm-hmm.
And you know where Love Lane was, right?
Yes. Up by at the back of the bank.
Yes, at the back of the bank, and there was Red Store there.
Right.
So Red Store was bordering on the corner of Old Street and
Hanover Street.
Long Lane.
Hanover Street.
Old Street and Long Lane.
No, not Hanover Street.
Yeah.
Hanover Street.
No, that was old. That's Old Street.
Old Street is on the other side where Annette Saint-Hilaire is.
Yeah.
And Hanover Street is at the front where Old Cable Riders used to be.
You're right. Hanover Street.
Yeah, Hanover Street.
So it borders with Love Lane.
Yes.
You know? And then the bank is right there.
Right. So tell us a little bit about your area in your time of growing up.
My area in Long Lane?
Yes.
Well, it was, you know, together with all the other lanes, you know, like Ship Street, you know, so Ship Street was cutting across Long Lane, going towards the seaside. Okay.
But you see, in your area, I'm saying so because in your area had some interesting people, like Wilmot, Zappi.
No, Wilmot and these people came in later on.
Okay.
Yeah. So there was that store that used to sell school clothes for kids. Remember Ma Baba?
Yes.
She was at the head of Ling Lane, going down to the bayfront. So there was Ma Baba. Right now there's, I don't remember what store that is there now. But that was where Ma Baba had her outlet for Roso.
Are you talking about where the wholesale is now? Yes. Right. So and the wholesale is the lady name I think is also Babs. She's from Point Michel.
I don't know her name.
Babs from Point Michel.
Going towards the riverside from there, from where my Baba was, there was these people, they used to call him Nathan Thomas.
Yes.
He was the man that used to fix all the lighters by the day.
Mm-hmm.
The lighters I used to go get the cargo from the cargo ship.
Was he a pilot?
Yeah. No, he was an old black guy that used to use things like
I know him very well.
Yeah.
But I was asking if he was one of the pilots like what Zappi used to be doing in those days.
No, he was not. He was just a shoreman repairing those lighters. That was all he did. But just repairing the lighters and using coal or something and stuff like that.
Sui father.
The holes of the. No, he's not Sui father.
You serious?
Sui father was Mr. Man.
Right, man. He had a shop too.
Yeah, he had a shop there on Ship Street.
I mean, I'm sure, Eric, that the very first time I'm learning that, I'm sure many people too may not have known that.
Right, Mr. Man.
Yes, so you know Ship Street.
Yes.
Not many people know that name, Ship Street.
By the way, Eric, what was the name of Mr. Man's girlfriend or his wife? Do you remember her?
I don't know. I never got into personal stuff.
All right. But he had his wife living with him. Right now.
So on the other side, so let's continue with from Mababa going towards the river area, you had Nathan Thomas. Okay? They used to call him Pa. He used to ride a bicycle.
Yes.
And then the Coronation Hall was right there. The Coronation Hall, before they broke it down to make the market.
Yes.
That was there. So there was like a kind of a hotel, a basement hotel, where all these, people used to go hang out. Like, there was a man, he used to repair bicycles as well. He had one leg. They used to call him King B.
Yeah.
He used to call himself Sir Kings. And he had his girlfriend was named Stelling, Red Lady. All that was living in that basement there of the Coronation Hall. The Coronation Hall had that downstairs. It was like a cave-like, and these people used to live there. There was another man that's called Ringo the Hero, and there was a Montserrat guy living in that yard there. They called him Akuras.
Akuras is a Montserrat?
Yeah, he was from Montserrat. So he lived in that place there too. And then Mr. Alan Caesar had that place where he used to make shoes for horses and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then later on we had the Panyard there, the greatest steel band in Dominica ever. Chocolate Country.
You played for them?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I learned to play steel band in Trinidad when I was going to school there, and then I
you played first band? First band you played? Or second tenor?
I played what I was available. I used to play the guitar pan, sometimes the double second, and then the bass. I just used to play pan. You know what I'm saying?
But you missed something.
And then...
Go ahead.
What's that?
You missed something.
So,
go ahead. I wanted to ask you a question quickly. Where did you have that big step with all the fellas and them like Errol Mako?
That was on Old Street. That was on Old Street, and then Mr. Didier bought that building, and then he put up a big structure there. He have a store down there, Mr. Didier, Mr. Richards Didier. He was the manager of the Stabler and Company. You remember?
No.
And Company.
No, as you're saying that about building, where the social security is at this present time, I'm seeing the building, but I'm not so sure who it was owned by.
Yes, that building was once. It was owned by some Didier. I think Mr. Didier used to live upstairs there, and there was a big yard, and next to it was the lodge. I don't remember which of those lodges that was there, but there was a lodge there. When we playing cricket in the lane in Long Lane, in Ship Street, and our ball going to that yard there, and for hell you could go get it because everybody was scared of the lodge, and the things the kids used to say. But we find out eventually that there was no harm, but there was the lodge there, and after the fisheries came there. The fisheries with Mr. Harris.
Mr. Harris, yes.
Mr. Harris, yeah. On the corner there was a shop they call Mapita shop. Mapita, Redskin Lady, on the corner of Ship Street and Hanover.
So you're saying where the Social Security is, it was adjacent to it?
Where Social Security is now,
yes,
was the lodge, and bordering that property was Mr. Didier. I don't remember his first name, but there was some Didiers. And opposite to that was the Perry, what's his name? That guy was in government, that red-skin guy, Perry.
And
the pepper people, they used to make the pepper sauce. Bellot. Yeah, so the Bellots used to live The Bellots used to live right opposite Cable and Wireless. You remember where Cable and Wireless?
Yes, that Bromwich house.
Floyd now.
Yes, and there's a Chinese built there recently.
Right. So upstairs there was where the whole building was belonging to the Bellots, right? And then the next building to that, where Witches is now, used to be the Herald office, called when Mr. Scobie Edward Dalrymple.
Are you talking about Herrick? Hold on, Herrick. Sorry. Are you talking about where the wholesale is or where the supermarket is?
Where the wholesale is.
Right.
The wholesale is.
The wholesale is, yes.
Opposite
right.
Smith and Lord. You remember Smith
yes,
and Lord?
Right.
Building?
Right, it's correct.
Yeah, so
now today there is another company now.
And do you know the name of that lane?
Boy, I'm always trying to find.
Between starting from Whitchurch.
Yes.
Okay, you have Old Street. Which Old Street, that lane that goes down to the market towards the post office.
Yes.
And
I never know that name.
You find Whitchurch Wholesale, where they sell the cylinders and Smith and Lodge.
What's the name of that?
In that street, that lane there, it is called Drury Lane. Drury. Drury. Drury Lane.
Drury Lane. History.
Yeah. And it's, unfortunately, the name of the lane is not anywhere on, written on the streets. That is something somebody should do a project and put those names back.
Cecil,
because a lot of people don't know.
Yes.
Those things. Right? Okay, so I gave you enough information.
No, but you gave us good information there. But before you go, I think you need to tell us a little bit about the area of the city council and that of the Dexter building. We know as boys growing up, there was where the port was. So help us to have a greater understanding.
So before Dexter was there used to be an old building that it was an ice factory.
Yes.
It was an ice factory. My dad said long time ago that's where everybody got their ice from. And that building there
was
abandoned. It was abandoned, and then the Dexter came there. Yeah, so
but I want to talk about the fact that the port was actually there.
How was the port?
The jetty.
Yeah, well, like behind that building. Well, when you say behind, let's say south of that building where the ice factory was, the ice whatever depot was. To the south of it, that would be the back of the building. Customs, occupied all that area, and all the way down the port. When cargo come in, those trolleys would take the cargo down to the sheds. The last shed was right next to the market. You see where Dexter is now?
Yes.
And that's where the last shed was. The last shed was right there. And then there was a toilet higher up, and then you had city council above, and that's how it was.
But hold on. Let me ask you, where the custom officer used to be, where his office used to be. Is it the same building?
Office.
Is it the same building where the city council's house is being housed?
Yeah, upstairs. Upstairs there was customs.
Upstairs, right.
Upstairs there was customs. Opposite the post office right now.
Right. So there was
now
customs.
The post office, where the post office is, that is where the little Cessna plane. You remember I told you many years ago when the Cessna plane crashed into the sea.
Yes.
And the guys on the port they took the Trident. I was a tugboat. And they went to get the pilot and the plane. They tied it up and they brought it back on shore. And the crane operators, including my father, Mr. Bob Burke, and Mr. Harris, Didi Harris, they were the crane men responsible to bring it up from the sea. And they dropped it right where the post office is now.
Oh, where the post office is,
so,
and you can say we can also say safely where Issa Trading is, the start of Issa Trading. There was actually the gate to enter into the port.
So and that was the front of where the Cessna plane was placed. That Issa place there was the front of it,
right.
And then you have to the left of it. If you're facing south, to the left of it was Mr. Monroe. Ian Monroe, Clinton Monroe, Jean Monroe, these people were living right there. And then in front of them was the Sebo shoe store, massive Sebo shoe store.
Yes.
Where we usually get buy one, get one free.
Get one free, yes. Yes. Yeah. Remember that.
Let me ask you, did you all find the pilot inside the plane?
No, he was out of, no, not us. I was a little boy. And they got him out because, what he did, he had engine problems, and he was just circling the plane around the area so that he could dump the fuel. So when he hit the ocean, it doesn't explode. Well, that was his explanation, but he did that successfully. And the guys went out there to get him. It's just about 1.5 miles, 2 miles away from shore. So they got him, and they brought him back, and everything was okay.
No. By your home, Herrick, before you go, we had the ETB. You can try to explain to some people exactly what that's about.
Well, the ETB was the same Dexter building.
Mm-hmm.
That's where it was.
Yeah.
It was more or less on Ship Street, on the corner of Ship Street and Long Lane. That's where the ETB was. And that's what I can remember. The ETB was there. It was part of of that same Dexter thing.
No.
Well, it was ETB before.
Yes.
Dexter.
Yes.
That's what I can
External
remember.
Trade Bureau.
Yes.
No, before.
ETB before
And
that.
also before.
And then there was a Cuban lady living in an upstairs house there. She was from Cuba, but her name was Clara Max. And she lived there with Gilbert Signoret's auntie, who was the sister of the president of Dominica, Mr. Signoret. Mr. Signoret. That lady's name was Clarice Signoret. She was like a white lady, but they were Dominicans living in that house there. And then you had guys like Kelvin Boucher, Kelvin Romaine, and Clement Williams were living with the other lady on the other side.
No,
yeah.
I will not go if I did not ask you. I know that you're in the States, but I know that you have good memory in terms of the CIS, where they are. You know what building that was there?
Which CIS?
You know where Ron Green family lived? On Old Street there, that area there?
Well,
okay.
Ron Green, yeah, right.
No, that
Ron Green, yeah. I remember there was during Hurricane David, there was a rescue center. A lot of people went into that building during Hurricane David. You know, other people went to the market area during Hurricane David because it was a concrete structure and it was well fortified. And but that building there, the Ron Green building, that was there. Ron Green used to live there when he came from America. I remember when police used to always be going to that place there and terrorize the young guy, you know. And he was living right there.
He was at the time
radical. Mr. White was living in a house where Ral, I don't know if you remember Ral, that furniture guy.
Yeah.
He eventually died.
Mm-hmm.
Where Ral was doing his little furniture stuff, there was that guy, Mr. White. And my father told me that Mr. White and his family were those that had the radio when people used to come down to my Masami, because Masami was his mother. And they used to go down there and listen to BBC every so often when the BBC News is coming in.
No, there was a popular area in your area on Old Street when the Matlows would come down and they would visit. No,
it was not on Old Street. It was on Ship Street. They had a jukebox there.
Yes.
They had a jukebox there. And Mr. Coppell. Mr. Coppell was the one who had it there. And all the sailors used to come from all the ships when they come to discharge cargo or to take cargo. And they used to go in there and drink their rum, eat their food, and dance all the time. And all the other ladies that was associated with them used to go there and hang out and make the exchanges and stuff like that.
Did you all used to bring them on the ship?
No, that I can't tell you.
You have given us quite a lot to chew.
Well, at least in my area and the vicinities around my area, I can cover that because I learn a lot of things from all these old people. I used to love hanging out with the old people and asking them questions. So that's why I learn a lot of stuff.
And so there was a guy. There was a guy. Herrick. There was a guy. I'm trying. His name coming and going at the same time. He used to drive taxi.
A guy
living on Old Street, where the Cable Wireless front is now.
That is what is his name? He was what is his name, boy? I forget his name, but he was a short redskin guy.
Redskin guy.
You know, one of the key guys in taxi.
Right.
If you call his name, I can tell you yes. That's him.
I'm trying Jimmy. Yes, Jimmy.
Yeah. And then right there, he was living right there, and the house that he was living in was separated, and there was the other lady living next door to him. They used to call the lady Yoon, and she was related to what's his name? Ra's mother's sister, I think she was. That Yoon lady. That was Ra's mother's sister, because Ra and all these guys, John Leslie, they used to go to that house there to visit their auntie or stuff like that.
And I
remember that.
And I will not go without not asking about Records of Carib Cinema.
Yeah. What you want to know about Carib Cinema?
The life in Carib Cinema.
Oh, when we were kids, like after church, most people would go down to the Carib Cinema to see what's being played for the week. In those days, they used to have posters for the whole week, what is playing on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, morning and afternoon, right? And then most people would go there after church, or people used to go strolling before, I remember. And from there they would go to Arawak Cinema and see, the same thing, what is going to be played for the week and stuff like that. It was real fun.
Boy, that's good information to give us for your area, boy. So we'd have to
somebody's going to have to pay me.
Yeah.
Copyright.
Thanks, man, Rick, man. I really, 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 really am thankful for that.
There's another call.
All right,
okay, buddy.
Yeah,
Take
all right,
care
thanks. Yeah.
All right, bye-bye.
Yeah. That's good information that Rick actually gave us. I really enjoyed that. Let's take another call. Good evening to you, caller.
One thing you forgot to tell all you. Where Dexter was here, there was the fire station.
Yes.
Before they went up in Back Road.
You're correct.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Thanks very much.
The fire station used to be there.
Yes.
At that time, you had a gentleman, I remember him quite well, Mr. Christian. That's the father of Mr. Samuel Christian, Wells of Christian, and Dr. Christian. His father was a fireman there.
Well, Eric, someone just said, thank you very much for that
comprehensive
for that history. They're taking that into good faith, and they're very happy that you're able to give them that kind of information. So we covered a good
portion
area.
Of Roso.
Jimmy was my father. That is Yolan John Jules. Yolan John Jules. Jimmy was my father, and I grew up with him from my baby days, as my mother went to Trinidad when I was 8 months old. All right, that's Yolan John Jules saying that. All right, quite a number of people are actually liking this program here tonight, and so we started on River Street, Riverbank.
Comprehensive.
All right, we can take the opportunity and let's go on the other side. But before we do that, let's take a telephone call. Good evening.
Good evening, caller.
Sorry about that call. You have to call us back. Let's go on the other side. Let's go. Let's start on Bath Road and Independence Street, of Bath Road and Goodwill. Someone said that, Eric, you are a historian. On Bath Road, right down by the Gardens Gate. You remember? You know where I'm talking about? Adams.
I know, man. So you're going from the Gardens Gate.
Gardens Gate coming up, up Bath Road, and I remember this lady, Miss Caesar, had a shop. I'm trying to remember what was Caesar's name, man. But she was a Caesar shop. There was a tall upstairs and downstairs house. Caesar had the shop downstairs. Okay. And then higher up from Caesar's shop, you had Miss Louis' shop. I'm sure many persons can remember that Miss Louis' shop. It is still there today, but it has a restaurant that is called My Husband Restaurant. Let's go to the telephone. Good evening. Yeah. Good evening.
My name is Mabel Caesar.
What is Mabel Caesar? Thank you.
Mabel Caesar.
Yes, Mabel Caesar. So Mabel Caesar had a shop. There, she wasn't selling speakeasy. Mabel was too disciplined for that. All right.
What did she sell?
Things, groceries.
Sugar,
sugar, rice, and milk, and nothing. Mabel Caesar wasn't selling no rum. Mabel Caesar was too guajan for that. And then you had on Bath Road Miss Louis' shop. Miss Louis lived upstairs. Her husband, her son, and herself, and her daughter. The daughter still lives upstairs. And downstairs was my other's wife. Is right now my other's wife restaurant. That's where it is on Bath Road. And in that same area, you have a big kuwe, a long kuwe. In my time, my auntie, my Phoebs, Felicine, we call her Auntie Felicine, used to be living inside at the back of that kuwe. That Jackson lady, Suzette used to be living inside there. And Curtis, who was playing basketball, used to be living inside there. Up to this present day, that the manager of Dexia is still living there. That is Paula Plasco, living inside of that side of that kuwe. So you had a number of people living inside of that kuwe, and that kuwe could have taken you across to Queen Mary Street, now Independence Street. So you could take Bath Road and just enter inside there.
Did you have shops along that way?
Well, I cannot recall. No, I don't think there was any shop inside of that area. Everybody was coming outside to go buy ma.
Well, if you're talking about Bath Road there, you're talking about James.
Huh?
James had a pharmacy there.
Where are you talking about?
I'm talking about going up by the Windsor Park area there.
No, you coming by the garden still.
You're still by the garden. Oh, you're going from the gardens coming down.
Coming down, right?
Okay.
So we had this shop. There was this shop on Bath Road. Cecil Cascott. What's that? I don't understand that statement.
The person have to call us.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So you're taking from the gate where they have the toilet coming back down towards the river.
So no, you're coming down to Bath Road. You had the challengers living where right now you have Pest and Control that was owned by Leo Emmanuel. So the challengers used to be living in that area. Yeah. So Shamin Challenger, Desmond is since then gone, and all of the challengers used to be living in that house. You see on Bath Road there, and then you had Albert Astafans. Albert Astafan is still there today, doing the same work that he did many moons ago, selling
used parts
of vehicles. You had all of that there. I try to remember if there was a shop in that area, but there's this core on Bath Road where people like Joan. I'm trying to remember Joan's surname. Valder used to be living inside there. T-Boy used to be living inside there. T-Boy who now lives on Independence Street now for Patricia. T-Boy used to be living inside of that yard there, that core there. And
is he not still there, T-Boy?
T-Boy is living on Bath Road now. There was a shop on Virgin Lane. I don't know if it's called Emily Shop. Miss Emily Shop.
Let's take that call because that person might be trying to give us some information.
Good evening.
Yeah, Cecil. On Bath Road, around 6 shops,
Yes.
What are they?
That around 6 shops. I don't mention it for you.
Tell me.
From Middle Caesar, you go lower down, get Majon. Before Majon, then you have Mr. Lewis. When you go down, you have Noradmon Tut, which is Zavamon Tut, where Zavamon the sister. When you go lower down,
caller, hold on, caller. Some people might be lost. You just saying going lower down. These are people that were there long ago. So give us give us some information as to where these places were and what is presently there, if you can.
What's that?
Tell us. You're telling us lower down, but tell us exactly where the shops were.
From Mabel Caesar go down, you had Majon, a couple of houses after her. That have a concrete building there. And both of them living in the yard. That building there.
Yes.
Okay, that was my lower down. That infirmary wall there. No. You understand?
No, I didn't get your last words.
By the infirmary wall. Who was there?
Yeah.
Who was by the infirmary wall?
But when you go down lower down in front of them there,
Caller, you have to call us back because you're breaking up bad.
You're breaking up bad. That's good information, but you're breaking up.
You have to try to call us back, caller, so that we can get. Yes, so someone told me Joan Bruno. So Joan Bruno was actually in that core I'm talking about. So Joan and Valda Bruno, they were all living in that core inside there. So the caller, I would like the caller to call me back because he said there's about 6 shops. And we would like to know some of these shops that he's talking about. Yes, Bryn.
Very interesting in terms of the shops. I wasn't aware that there were all those shops along that area. I know, for instance, what I do remember is very vague in my mind as to the shops that were in that area going down.
Mm-hmm.
No, I can't remember. You'll be more familiar with that, Cecil.
I would want him to tell us about, let's see if he's the one calling back. Good evening to you, caller.
You hear me better now?
Yes, I'm hearing better. Yes.
Much better, yes.
Okay. So after this risk going down, in front of the convent gate there.
Yes.
There's a shop below there. The other up in there, haven't got no top. Just by Miss Boynton there, that was going down.
Yes.
Nora Montour had a shop there when she lived. Casimir replaced her there. Okay?
Good.
When you go down lower down in front of the convent prep, they had a woman called Auntie Boss. She sell coconut cheese, Pavin cocoa. You dig?
Yes.
Shop right there. So right now it's a free building, a free upstairs building out there. When you go after her, you have her inches there.
All right.
This Stevie's had a shop there. That was a building. That was a property. When you go lower down between Cook Street and Bath Road, they had another shop there downstairs where Boston living there. There was a shop there. And when you go lower down, where the court used to be there, just by my James Head, there used to be a shop. And then you had my Jim cell.
You skipped Tico? You say Boston. It was Tico.
Yeah, well, no, before it had another man. Before it had, that's all the shop.
Mm-hmm.
Chippy actually had even back there. His mother had a shop there.
But Tico actually had a shop there too.
Yes, after.
Right.
I talking about the building, not where I'm Fuba used to live there, you know.
No, I know what you're talking about. No, where Fuba used to live on Cook Street, there's a little rum shop that was owned by Tico.
Tico, yes.
But Tico eventually had a shop on Bath Road next to where Karam lives. Peter Karam lives. So you had a shop right there, facing the Windsor Park. Or the back of that building was the Windsor Park.
Yeah, Boston building is down there.
Mm-hmm.
Boston, yeah.
There was a shop, there was a liquor boy.
Yes.
And when you go lower down the court used to be there was a shop there too. And then you had my James.
Okay.
And that's the end of the show.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So on Upper Lane, on Bath Road had quite a number of shops according to that caller there. You know. So I remembered the one of Tico on Bath Road. Tico also had a little rum shop on Cook Street where the Fubes actually live. That is where Kenny G grandparents living. So across we see that little shop there. There was a little building there. That's where by the Bostons. That's where Tico had a rum shop right there.
But there was also a little shop, but it was in the yard there. After she left the market, she made a shop there. It's a woman called Yvonis, but it's in the yard. The shop was just by where you see Dilly and them, Samuel Dilly and them.
Yes.
Inside the yard there was a little shop.
Inside the yard?
Yeah, inside the yard there by Yvonis.
Let's take that caller.
Good sister.
Good evening.
Cecil, you was going Virgin Lane. You missed it.
No, Mildred. So, Ma Mildred. What was to Zabu? What was she to Zabu?
They used to sell them. They used to buy St. Martin's could join us to buy their bread and accord there. Christy accord. For a while alone, that was in that way. And you see us all of us going and buy one. Going out bread and accord by Miss Mildred. Miss Mildred alone, I know that I had a shop on Virgin Lane. All my years. Miss Mildred. Used to buy our tablets, but most were reset. Bread and accord, bread and sausage. Yeah.
All right, thanks, man.
Okay.
All right, yes. Let's take another telephone call. Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, good evening. Yeah, you also get Riverbank. I mean, you stop.
What's that?
There are two. There's a record shop, very famous record shop on Riverbank. One was close opposite to the Scotlands, and then that same record shop went on the other side of Black Bridge.
To where?
It was a famous record shop, man. Darrow
record shop, yes.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he used to compete with Casimir and the other fellas.
Mm-hmm.
That's correct.
And that record shop actually started, I think, on River Street, where the Darrows used to be living upstairs, and they had a little basement downstairs. So that record shop, I remember starting there, and then they went on to Riverbank.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So
yes. Covered quite a wide area, man.
Yes, and And then
are we taking?
we're going down to Cock Street. We're talking about Cock Street.
Or are you going down by?
Sorry.
Why don't we go
Virgin Lane?
Why don't we go to Virgin Lane?
Right, Virgin Lane. So on Virgin Lane by the Henrys, Virgin Lane on the Henrys, they gave us that shop name. I'm trying to remember the name. Mildred, I think. Mildred. Good evening to you, caller.
So you had Mildred, and then you had Darling Shillingford in the end.
I was about to talk about Darling, but I'm coming down because I'm sure there would have been other shops before. All right. So yes. So you had Mildred at the top, where the Henrys by the St. Martin's School, as you heard the caller made mention of. She used to sell her Accra. That area wasn't selling rum for sure. She was right next to Miss Burton's school. So that shop, I think it is still there as we speak.
Still there.
That shop is still there as we speak.
Yeah, the lady
check?
still has the shop. I can't remember her name.
Someone says that there was the Johnson sisters on Virgin Lane who sold frozen joys. All school children had to go there and buy. So the Johnson sisters, I'm trying to remember where that is. The Johnson sisters. I know people like Jeff Pond. I think there was a little shop just before that Mildred shop by Jeff Pond area. I wish that someone could help me. So Glenda, what was Glenda's last name? But anyway, is it Glenda Etienne? I can't remember. But it is of Glenda Fagan. It could be Glenda Fagan. And there are Jimmy and a few others living inside of that Kuwe. There was a big Kuwe inside of Virgin Lane, on the southern side of Virgin Lane. And I think there was a small shop where Jeff Pond used to be living, Rasta Jeff Pond. So someone says that Zabo was across from Mildred. I didn't know that. I didn't realize that Zabo had a shop on Virgin Lane.
Okay.
I didn't realize that. First time learning that. I didn't know that. And then going down to Virgin Lane, the caller rightly said that we had at Formico. There was Formico. You can remember Formico?
No, but you pass a shop, man.
What shop I would pass? Well, there was Beverly shop. There's a shop still. That shop is still there. Beverly Domino's Beverly shop.
She still have the shop.
Yeah,
there,
that's
her
that.
Accra,
Yes.
Her drinks.
Yes, playing dominoes.
Yeah.
So
she have her barbie. Let's give her. She does her barbecue on a Friday, Saturday. So that shop is still there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let me alright, person. So say good evening.
Yes, Zabo was opposite Miss Lindred shop.
Repeat.
She was opposite Miss Lindred shop where Daisy live in there. That little step there, opposite there, that's where she was with her friend down where Davina is there.
So that is in the 60s?
50s I talking about.
50s, right.
Wow.
Because I know Zabo. Wow. I know Zabo in the 70s, early 70s.
Well, I'll tell you what happened. Zabo was Davina's grandmother. So that's why she ended up inheriting the property.
Wow.
And what about Miss Polly shop? You know about Miss Polly shop?
Huh?
We will come to Miss Polly shop because Miss Polly shop is on another street. We take it street by street. So okay. So you telling me Zabo was on Virgin Lane in the 50s?
Yes, there was only two shops there in the 50s. Darling shop was way down by the church down there.
Yes, so we go down to Darling shop now. Yeah, thanks.
There's only three shops.
Yeah, thank you. So Darling shop, Kelvin Francis has his shop right now.
You know, yeah.
So okay, so I think it's Church Street and Virgin Lane. So right opposite the Methodist Church. So the building that you see there, Darling was living upstairs and downstairs was the shop. So Darling Shillingford had a shop downstairs. I'm seeing Darling, short red lady, like to speak a little patois and so on. I'm not so sure where Darling was from though. But Darling had that shop. Very popular lady. No nonsense lady. And Darling used to sell a quick her speakeasy too, you know.
Okay.
She was on the. I wonder if Kelvin. I haven't been in that shop for many years. I wonder if Kelvin himself. I'm selling quick easy.
Do you remember any of the characters who would frequent those shops?
For sure. V8 used to be in that shop. For sure.
Okay.
For sure.
Because I know there were quite a number of fellas, batsmen, going to those shops 5 o'clock in the morning. If you sell your spaghetti.
I don't know about the others, but I know V8 used to be living around that area, so V8 would have been liming in that area.
Because they used to have a gang always going around the shops, waking up people very early in the morning to get their liquor rum.
Yes.
Or their liquor nanny, whatever. So those shops became popular because of the characters that would frequent it very early and late in the evening.
And so we can tell ourselves that we dealt with Virgin Lane.
Yeah.
All right. So after Virgin Lane, we had King George, the 5th Street. People call it Astaphan Street.
Yeah. How many shops?
But not many people know that Astaphan Street. Let's take that call. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, Darling Killingford was from Roso, but she had a lot of houses renting in Newtown. My mother rented from her in Lakou Seclan. She had how many little 2x4s renting up there in Newtown. And we used to go and bring the money. We used to go bring the money for her. She used to sit down on the front of the shop, and she had the people working at the back. And V8 used to rent from her too. V8 was one of her favorite people. V8 used to rent from her in the yard by us too. V8. He rented from Darling from that time, in those times.
All right.
So
And she lived on Boyd's Avenue in that big block house. You remember that block house?
On Boyd's Avenue.
Yeah, she had that block house, that only block house inside there.
Yes.
And after this guy came, that Flamingo guy came and built another one there. Yes.
But she used to collect rent for a lot of people too from that was away, and they was renting. She was with their houses. So that's the thing for those. She used to sell, she used to sell speakeasy, not the V8 and the messaging. All those pot workers, when they finish, make their money before they come up in the tongue. Tradesmen go by Darling and buy their rum before they come up. Before they come up new tongue. Yes, Darling used to sell speakeasy, good too. And ice cream, she used to sell ice cream there too. Ice cream. When you come at church, sometimes we used to buy our take the church money and put it and buy our.
I don't want to say that now. Yeah, that's true.
I don't want to give you the collection.
Yes, that's what you want to buy. Either by Darling or by the lady that's selling Unbreakable.
Unbreakable on the my Henry on the side there.
Yes.
By those stands in the corner down.
Yes, my Henry. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes. Hartly. Let's take another caller. Good evening, caller. Good evening,
caller.
Cecil, you tell me I was moving fast, but you're moving faster than me. You move from all the way Riverbank, now you end up Bath Road, then you end up Cook Street, now Virgin Lane. But before you go to King George Street, before it's in the corner next to Mr. Macmillan there, it had a shop there. Mr. Oliver, he was a security guard.
Oliver was a security. You take out my mouth. And
in the ministry, I tell you, I know
he was a security officer.
Yes, that is it, Mr. Oliver. A big fat lady.
He used to have an old hill man.
That is it.
And selling quick speak easy.
That is it. As I tell, I know that young man. I know that
he was a fellow who's a woman. He was a woman. He was a fellow who have the woman twice his size now.
That is it. Miss Idlin. I tell you, I'm not that young, but I'm not that old. So listen to me now. Before you go down to King George Street now, I was telling you now where the zone which be there now.
Yes.
That is for the little Dukery exactly there.
Yes.
Then lower down now where JSB opposite Caribbean Insurance, that a man that always used to have a chapeau pie from that plane.
All in khaki.
That is it. And now Bernard now at a shop.
No, hold on. Before you go to Bernard, I wanted to talk about that brown shop with that man in that van, all in khaki.
And the chapeau
pie.
Mr. was from a plane.
Yes. Tell us about him.
Mr. is a fella now. I know him because now what happened now, my mother husband raised up in the little inn there. Eggy for Franco and them and Algan and Ramo, baby, and them people. So we used to go there. Them time, the cigarette, we people buy now $1 for a special. It used to be 20 cents for a special. So you're getting 5 special for $1. Just imagine, as I tell you, I'm not that young, I'm not that old. And in the end now, I had now the shop now in by jail.
Before you go there, that old man, no, you're not old man in our time. that man there was a bad fella, quiet bad fella.
Yes, and people imagine he have the shop and like people afraid to go in the shop a kind of a way.
And
but he you know is a fella now. He cool once you see you cool when people at their load. Them time their truck that was raining and them Bedford truck, I can remember that well. People put in the load there and you're giving him 25 cents to watch your load. Right now, if you have somebody living in Castibus and you have to send a vest in a bag, you have to give the bus driver $10.
Yes.
25 cents you're giving the boss. I can remember that.
No, you remember when Jay's was going to build?
Of Jay's, listen to me. Jay's was where the National Youth Organization was first.
Yes.
That is after by Smith they're coming up by where Joshua Francis have his office there. If you understand. That is in Kennedy Avenue. That is where Jay's was. I tell I'm not that young, I'm not that old.
So I was asking you now if you remembered when Jay's was going to build, that shop was there. And Jay's had to build around it. Jay's decided he was going to build around it until Mr. decided, you know what, I might get myself out of business.
Oh, I know him.
And he had to sell.
Yes. And now it have that slim partner now. He just sell Chronicle. I think he died now. Meg partner to live in a little alley.
Coffee.
That coffee, nice. Where Balti used to be pulling up Balti.
Correct.
You seen what I'm talking about?
Where
Cannibal people used to be.
Where Ting died? Where Simbod died? Under the tree.
It has a little mini alley there. Right there. People used to go and pull up there. And when it's carnival, and if you know Balti, let you come inside and pull up on the little small porch.
Yes,
about 100 people on the small porch. Marcel Cook, Chang, all them people there. Little boy, and I watching them more than them thing. I can remember that well.
But inside the yard was Livingstone Castle, the mother living.
Yes, and he put a sports division at the office there.
Right there
Right
now.
there.
But
I'm not that young, I'm not that old.
So you're talking about Bernard now. Until you talk about Bernard.
No, Bernard now had a shop now, and that was the shop of shops. I mean, Roso,
the one in the most.
Jackson. Yes, nice. Jackson and thing. But remember, Bernard is Phil and Loftus, the former Rani Baga State. Since after Loftus stopped work by the Bernard crumble, I never hear about Loftus again. Cecil Joseph no Loftus from Marani. That is Jayco and them father.
Jayco father?
That is it. Mr. Maybe over 40 years, Mr. Live, I never hear about Mr. again. And Bernard used to have a most and people like Fred Bernard, the caught fish, we sing in there. I can remember buying me as a little boy that just born last night. A caught fish, a pound of caught fish was $6.50. Right now, I don't want to call in the supermarket. I go and buy a pound of caught fish for Good Friday there, $18.95. So you see what it did, and and now as you get to my Jill of oil, when you go by Bernard now, the cable and wireless, it had a phone booth, free phone booth in front by Bernard, if you can remember.
Yes.
25 cents phone booth. Then from Bernard now, you're going across the road now.
But before you go across the road, you remembered where you spoke about the partner in khaki and the fellas had. There was a grey house. Who house that was?
Well, to be honest, the person I can remember living in that area before that house was that partner that used to work cable and wireless, and they was calling his name in I think the Maxime fella, if you can remember.
I know one of the guys I know that was living inside that yard there was Irvin Active.
And before that, Maxime and them had a house living in the corner there. Before that, if you can remember, he used to be in the scout, he still roll, and his name was calling in all kind of story and things. And nice.
I think it's in Barbados now.
Nice. Brendan, let me laugh here.
Don't call his name. You
we don't call his name. We don't call his name.
Don't call his name.
That is over.
Somebody will see.
He went to St. Mary's Academy like you, right?
No, I went to go to school.
His name was Colin. That only say that.
yes. In his code story, you know already. Ben 1, Ben 2. Bob, now before I live now on the opposite side now, a lot of people don't know front line. That was on the editorial, you go by front line, and you get in some magazines, $1 magazine, $2 magazine. I believe if them time they could come back, we had a place to put them artifacts. It wouldn't have all in violence and cheering on the road and man pulling up, because this is what it is. I tell you, when you see, especially Donkey Derby, Eddie Tulo open on a Sunday, you could go front by front line again. I seen Eddie Tulo in my eyes, like 1985, 86, 87, little boy going to school. I seen them time there, but that's still like a good program.
Let me ask you, before you go, you ever went to the Donkey Derby, and see the donkey running behind the fella?
When your mother give you $5 for your DQs, big man, right now children 12 years, it's $500 for Christmas Eve, you know. That is nothing, you know. When you buying 2 deep $4 and them Pal bubble gum for 10 cents, the Kelvin Francis had this thing there, Charlie Moo, and I'm thing pulling this thing there, and spinning this John Lederette at this chocolate thing. You buying all your liquid Pal and your chiclet. The other day I see 12 chiclets for $15 and O. Henry go $15. I can remember $1.50 we used to buy O. Henry with the paper red dollar. If I'm right,
red dollar. Yes, that's correct.
The red dollar.
Yeah,
that is it.
Yes.
But that is a good program. Let's keep it up, you know.
Yeah. So as the guy is on that route, let's stay a little bit on Kenya Avenue. We had Cecil Hector. You remember that shop, Cecil Hector?
Cecil Hector.
Cecil Hector was how can I describe where it was? Let's take the telephone call quickly and then. Good evening.
Listen.
Yes, I.
Yeah, but you end up, or you go right down Kennedy Avenue. When you are just by Macmillan there, when you go across, right by Fort Young, next to Lakou, as you're going down the hill there was a little shop right on the side there. You remember that shop?
So you're saying, let's take that again. Let's take that again.
You come in, you leave Fort Young and you coming down.
You're talking about the old brown dirty shop that used to sell, and people from Soufriere used to be waiting there for their truck?
That is correct, Cecil.
By the toilet?
So now you can leave that area now and you can go exactly where you're going now.
All right then, thank you. So as let me just take a little leap from where this guy is. So where the Fort Young Hotel is on the bayfront, we used to have the toilet. And Mabichi was
the one cleaning the
toilet. And I know her very well because she was my neighbor in Bafa State. Her son, Stausti, was living next to us too. Let's take a call quickly. Good evening.
Good evening, Cecil.
Like, sir. Lufa.
Yes, Cecil, I just wanted to inform you that Cecil Hector shop used to be where Jay's used to be before.
Yes.
Where Jay's was before.
Yes.
That was Cecil Hector shop.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you remember the fellow with the khaki hat?
Yes. Now, Cecil.
Yes.
I call you, not really for the Lakou, but it can go in the Lakou too. Let me tell you that. If it's one thing that hurts in my heart, and I think I told Mr. Adams that our children do not read enough, Cecil. You have a reading program going on for 16 years, and the children cannot tell me, grade 6 children cannot tell me the name of the program. You advertise it 3, 4, 5, 6 times for the day. They don't listen to news. They don't read newspaper. And it's a sad state in Dominica. I'm not saying that the tablet and the phone are not important. But things that are happening in your country, these young children do not know that. You don't imagine. Honestly.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
No, people saying that where Cecil Hector was where Jay's. But I'm saying when Cecil Hector moved, all right, I remembered before Jay's came there, you had Wadi Koli. So Wadi Koli was actually in the same building, the same shop. The same structure where Cecil Hector had his shop. Wadi Koli, which is Leroy, Charles, Pupa, and this guy Ole. They actually had that place there before Jay's bookstore was actually in that place.
Yeah, you're correct.
So now Cecil Hector on the western side of it, because it was 2 parts. All right, 2 parts. On the western side was the rum part. And the eastern side was the grocery spot.
You know where
every time you go ahead.
Cecil Hector eventually moved to by the big gutter there in Goodwill there.
Oh, let's take that call. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Where Jay's store book was, his name is Kojo Piper. Kojo Piper, which was a builder.
Kojo, yes.
Yes. He that had that shop there.
Kojo, that's his name.
Kojo Piper.
That's before Cecil Hector.
Hello?
That is before Cecil Hector.
Yes.
Yes.
Kojo.
All right. And on that same street there, we had on that same street there, we had.
So hold on. So would you say would you say that same shop, guys on a Friday night used to go and lime there?
Well, I don't really know the people.
No, I don't know about the people. I'm asking the people to go and lime there to drink on a Friday night.
No, I don't know much about them.
Okay.
Right.
Mm-hmm. That is it?
That's it?
Yes, that is
all right,
it.
thanks. So yes. So Cecil Hector used to be there around there. Now where the Blast is Blast? No, there's Blast and there's the other one name. The place they doing the games.
You're talking about where they're doing the lotto business there.
Yeah, but it's
a new thing now.
No, I'm talking about the one in the corner of Independence Street and Kennedy Avenue.
Oh, you're talking the one opposite to Jay's.
The one opposite to Jay's. Yeah, right. So there the Charles Brothers was adjacent to that building.
The Chinese house.
Let me just take a call. Good evening.
Mr. Cecil, I just want to correct the last caller. It's very important to listen to the program. He is mistaken. Kojo had a shop where Jay's is presently. That is in Independence Street. We are talking about Kennedy Avenue. So he got the wrong idea. Right? Cecil Hector was on Kennedy Avenue.
That's correct.
Where you're talking about is Independence Street.
Okay. Thank you very much. And so we had on Independence Street what we call Independence Street today. Before it was Queen Mary Street. So you have where the Chinese have their restaurant upstairs, the restaurant upstairs, and the Chinese store below. There was the Charles Brothers had their furniture building,
right? Which that fella bought from them. Martin Allen bought that, and sold it to the Chinese.
Okay, right. So that's where we would have seen furniture. So when you do your window shopping, you'd pass there and see quite a lot of that. Now on that same street, opposite, I should say, where Burton is exactly.
Yes.
Where Burton is exactly on Independence Street, there was another speakeasy shop. A popular speakeasy shop. And that shop was called Mahamlet Shop.
Mahamlet.
Remember Mahamlet?
Oh yeah.
Mahamlet Shop.
I remember that.
So one part of Mahamlet Shop, so the southern side of Mahamlet Shop, the little southern side of Mahamlet Shop was for the speakeasy, and the other side would be where she sells her groceries. Right. Let's take a caller. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, just a little interaction shortly. What I say now, as you leave, you say from Charles Brothers, I can remember Martin Allen and then Mr. Charles and them. He was a teacher in Google School.
Yes.
At the time teaching us woodwork.
Yes.
Now, exactly where the $3 store that was back Foisse Commercial. Cyril Dewis for Madewis and them was the chief teller there. I can remember that. Them time the euro not in existence. It was all about francs.
Yes.
That is what I call to highlight.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah.
So a lot of people may not know that. Where the $3 store is, exactly where the $3 store is, there was the Bank Foisses. So people, the Hawksters used to use that bank a lot because they were not using, as the caller said, they were not using euros, but they were using francs. So and that time the EC was even heavier than it.
And one of the most beautiful women I used to see there was a woman who came from England. Was a girl called Bella. That's how I remember. She was beautiful working there.
So now when you get back to where we were talking about Mahamlet Shop, where Britain is. So Mahamlet used to have a shop there. She lived upstairs and downstairs. Now on the Kennedy Avenue side, where you have again Britain's, you had a shop right there. That shop, I'm trying to remember that lady name, but I know her daughter. Her daughter's alive today. Carol. One of her daughters, Carol's sister died. The Joyce. That was her name. I'm trying to remember the name of, but there was that shop right there. That lady too. I think I'm trying to remember if she was a Hawkster, but she had this big shop in that area. A shop that was popularly used also for buying rum. So in Lagon, as a matter of fact, Kennedy Avenue was Lagon. All right, that part of Kennedy Avenue, that part of Independence Street,
part of
where you see Jays and
that's where all the belly dancers used to come.
So let's take a caller quickly. Yeah. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, Cecil, good night.
Good night.
Good night, Brent. Good night, Cecil.
Good night.
Good night.
The corner of Kennedy Avenue, Independence Street,
yes,
to where the bank, the French bank was, all that was Charles Brothers.
Yes.
They had a furniture shop in that whole block there, and then there was a shop. I grew up there with my auntie. That's where my father used to leave me for the day. I grew up with Toro and Ozzy and Jeff Charles and all of them. That's where all of them came from. That was their father's place. So that area was, after that area, the French bank bought that piece, and then the other people, my cousins and them, sold that to the people that built the big building there. So that was that whole area. There was Ozzy, Toro, and Tony, and all those people were around there, Jeff Charles, and all of them was living in that area. So I almost grew up in Patley there and in River Street.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
No, in that area there, whilst we in that area there was quite a number of fellas who at the time we used to call Macos.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of fellas there. Whilst they have this small shop there, their bread and bunjao, their juice. You remember them?
I'm trying to remember.
The Boboys and them.
Okay, you talk about Boboy,
Farrell.
Totes and Errol.
Errol.
Yes, Totes. All these people in that area.
There with their little things outside there.
Well, I know Boboy used to sell his bread and peanuts butter, mastiff and peanuts butter, mastiff and codfish. I can't remember.
Fish.
I can't remember fish.
So
I can't remember Boboy fish.
Yeah,
I know he had
sauce.
He had sauce. He had bread and peanuts butter, bread and codfish, and something else, and we used to go there every Saturday night, Friday and Saturday night. You would meet Boboy sitting on that step where the Haitian has the bar now on Upper Lane and Independent Upper Lane and Kennedy Avenue. That is where Boboy used to actually sit. There was this house owned by the Astafans.
Mm-hmm.
All right, not Tony Astafans and them, but Connie Astafans and his people. So this house, there was a big house downstairs. I do not know what was downstairs because it was always closed, and upstairs Connie was actually living, and so and bread and cheese. Yes,
How was he? Was he a small fella, the Boboy?
Boboy is huge, man. You don't know Boboy?
I know him.
Boboy was a huge fella. Real good Mako, I mean, when you see Boboy, my brother, he pratique à jouer, Boboy wasn't playing. Let's take that call quickly. Yeah. Good evening. Good evening.
Cecil.
Yes.
Cecil, all you haven't given the main part of Kennedy Avenue in that area.
We haven't gone down.
We've come down, man. Take your time. We'll tell you what you...
But it wasn't across.
No, we haven't gone down. No. It was across the road after Upper Lane, after Singer. All right, you haven't reached there yet.
We haven't reached there yet,
by Singer?
Yes, by Singer.
Yes.
So we haven't reached there yet. We'll reach there in a little while.
We'll reach there.
We must reach there. I have to reach there.
We have to. We have a lot of action there, man.
You must take there.
I must come there. I must.
If you live in Roso, you must go by one.
I must. Hold on. We'll come to it.
We see a lot of big men go there.
Yeah, we'll come in a while. So you had a lot of rum shops on that area there. So after Miss Hamlet, there was another rum shop. I'm trying to remember that lady name on that area. And there was a guy who was doing like a not a tailor, no, I say tailor. How you call them again? Shoemaker. Mm-hmm. There was a shoemaker. So there was a shoemaker, and all along the line there was shops.
Yes.
All along that line there was shops. Mm-hmm. All right. Somebody can help us to know the names of the shops.
Yes.
So you can help us, and then you had, and that's where you had Dukery shop.
Dukery shop.
Touch My Titty.
Touch my titty.
Touch my titty. Ducre, you know.
Yeah, that shop there.
Yes.
Yeah. After that shop, after the Ducre shop came.
Someone said Nani was the name of the shoemaker.
Right, Nani. Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
And then you had Gifford Charles having the shop after Ducre.
Yeah. So someone said Gasso every Sunday, black pudding and mastiff from Bobo.
Oh yes, mastiff.
Until I got one bad stomach and never ate that again. So the pudding. But you know, I never eat Boboy black pudding. I wasn't eating black pudding, so I can't say I never eat. But I can remember Boboy selling black pudding.
I never remember. I know
maybe. Oh yes, no. Boboy used to sell black pudding, but you have to go in his yard on Upper Lane
to get it.
You see where this? You see where the Scotia, Bank, Republic Bank,
right?
Where Republic Bank is, I should say, where the food place is. I'm trying to remember the food place name. Right opposite where the food place is, the entrance on the food place. Bobo used to be living inside that yard there on the other side of it. All right, Bobo used to live. Bobo and Totes. I think Totes was living in that yard too.
Let me give you a famous story while it's in the Lakou. And since we are around the Boboy area, some fellas just like to go and eat Boboy thing. He was just eating Boboy for Sheen, his black pudding, his bread and mastiff. Boy. And one day, Boboy told a neighbor, I don't know what it means, don't ask me Dominican. Neighbor, I cut the cut style we. Well, don't ask me what it is. We're on radio. But you must never eat people's thing and just believe you'll get away. Yes, sir. That was the story I remember most.
Of Boboy.
Of Boboy.
Let's go to the telephone. Good evening, caller.
In the same yard lower down by Boboy, before it we go by Mr. Toots, was Juicy. You can remember, you also know Juicy.
Juicy, of course, the girl from the Juicy. Juicy was working in hospital. She was working in hospital. She had a little shop.
And Tony had his Sponge had his thing on the
other side. You had two used to have a shop there.
Them in the end there.
That's correct.
Them. Nice.
Yes.
Now with Toots now, that Toots now is the father of that is Jerry Toots, that may so rest in peace, catechism teacher, and Michael
Toots, yes.
Toots.
And Steve too.
That is it. Now, Mr. Toots used to be baking the sweet bread for Miss Joan.
That's correct.
Yes, and Miss Joan and for Alvin, they built their house lower down by David Bruni there. You also know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
And Tufi used to be selling the first
Joan and Alvin Shillingford.
That is it.
They were living on Kings Lane. On King Avenue.
And
by close to Wallix.
Used to sell, next to Wallix now. And Tufi now used to sell the first shin. And lower down from by Miss Joan is Fidel. Them time there. $3.50 a dozen of egg. When you go in the market with your $10, you get $3 dozen of egg and a half. You said to all that be those to do that.
Yes.
$3.50 a dozen of egg. Right now, dozen of egg, it do, especially harvested by Sony, it do a dozen of egg. $12 is $12. You don't nothing about dozen. It do a dozen of egg.
Your tongue dirty.
And a tray of egg, it do have about when you get in tray of egg for $12 by Federal. A tray of egg, it's 30 eggs, it's $30. So you do already. Nice. I waiting for the caller because I don't want to take a place. We're talking about Wallix next side and Tufi and them and Anwa and Mervyn Wallix, the famous character. I listened to it.
By the way, before you go, you ever
go already?
You ever go by Wallix now?
Oh, we'll come to Wallix and he'll call back. He said that's what he said, So you had Boboy area there, and you had Johnson had his mother living. Johnson living his mother, Yes. You remember tall Capsec Johnson?
Yeah, used to live.
Right. I think he used to drive a Jeep. I think my memory serves me right. He used to drive a Jeep. And then you had Lower Dong.
His brother eventually used to live there as well.
Yes. And then Lower Dong, you had Madissima. Madissima used to supply ice pop,
ice
cream, frozen joys. I can't remember she was making tablets for all
know.
Boys in Roso Boys School.
But she had a shop inside there too.
No, a shop. I never know. I know she had a place that was just selling her things for school children.
No, but she had a shop inside there.
Okay, I didn't
go
know.
inside there, get my ice cream, and there's a shop there.
Okay, I didn't know. But I know as a boy growing up, I used to get by Madissima daily. I used to get my ice pop
Your ice
and
cream.
my ice cream, my frozen joys.
Yeah.
You know, we used to get that there. You know, I remember that for
Look,
sure.
you have another caller.
Yes.
Right, very hot.
Good evening, caller.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Wait. Good evening. Yes, that's Maguada.
Yes, Maguada.
Maguada.
Yes. Cecil Doula, do que passez-vous?
Ok. Oh, c'est Dominique. Ok, papa. Vini pour me
Oui, il a écouté.
Écouté.
Ouais, mais à du Wabikara.
Oui.
Il y a madame qui Alice Foka qui était dans boutique. À face avec la bobo était cavan là. J'avais boutique.
Oh, madame Alice, ça c'est avant, longtemps avant Tony Punch Tenny. Il était une femme coûte.
Une femme coûte.
Oui, c'est famille à nous.
Oh, famille à autres. Après il mort, monsieur Toulon, pour boutique là avec Travaili.
Oui. Oui, à quand changer madame, c'est madame, tu écoutes même.
Oui, t'écoutes.
Moi, on y mal là, moi cassé, moi venir faire ça en tenir après.
Ok, merci.
Ok.
À plus tard. All right, demain. All right. Juicy, I trying to remember where Juicy is. I don't know where Juicy is. I mean, Juicy was working at the hospital, and I just don't know.
She had a place that she built in River Street.
Yes.
There were upstairs and downstairs, but they have a shop down.
But I don't know where she is. I haven't seen Juicy for a long time. She's in the US. Juicy, if you're listening to us, good evening to you.
Right.
Very good friend of mine, and we always talk politics.
And on the other side of Juicy was a lady they call Lonia, who made children with Scotty, who died.
Okay. Yeah.
So in that area, and there was the lady that some people used to describe. Maybe she's some people would suggest maybe she was a witch, but she was a very nice lady. Right there, and on the other side was a shop.
Where are you talking about?
By the same Juicy Lucy upstairs.
Oh, okay.
Then you have that building. Then you have the.
No, hold on, you tell me that red lady, she was your family.
Of course she was.
That's what you're saying, that so. But
you
everybody's afraid of that lady.
And then you go across, and then you have the shop right there by Alvin.
Yes. No, but before we go by Alvin, because I want to talk about Manuela quickly.
Okay, good.
You remember Manuela? Manuela used to sell the fishing every Sunday,
Yes,
and
I
black
know.
pudding. And she used to have a little market. She was from Soufriere.
Yeah, I know Manuela.
Well, Manuela, before she went up the higher up Upper Lane and Fields Lane, she used to be where Salaman House is. Where Mas Salaman is.
Yeah, I know where
it was opposite Mas Salaman home. And she used to have her own little market on a Sunday there.
I know.
Manuela. And she used to sell her black pudding, her fishing, just name it. Every Sunday you had to you could get your breakfast right there. Now let's go back to Kelly Avenue. Wallix.
Oh boy, what a character. His hands was, if he put his hand on you, you get a fever.
Wallix was a tall red man.
Well, strong.
Seen him with his glasses, with his white Toyota van. And Wallix used to have his front of his building, well, his home was at the front, and you'd go up his step, and you'd see Wallix sitting there most times and so on. But Wallix had a behind, a restaurant, a bar. How would you call it again?
Well, he had a multi-purpose business. I mean, the girls used to be there.
But that's where, according to our Lakou word, bomb used to happen there. Exchange used to happen there.
Oh, you mean fellas used to go there and do their business?
First of all, as I tell somebody
I
last
saw
week,
a lot of fellas going there. A lot of men used to go there.
well, lawyers used to go there.
I know, but don't call them.
Politicians used to go there.
Yes.
In those days.
Yeah, and they're doing as if they're playing.
Ministers of government used to go there.
Oh yes,
Ministers
I know
of
one. I'm not gonna call his name.
But no, that one died. The one I want to call his name died. He died.
And I know his favorite girl.
Patrick John used to go there, I can say.
Yeah, Patrick John used to be there, man.
Patrick John place.
Yeah, that was
You
his
check.
woman. That was a boy.
That was his.
It
was his partner.
Boys mwe, man. I know only could boys mwe.
Good evening.
Cecil,
Yes.
that's your teacher again. I heard you said that you ate black pudding and it hurt you, right?
No, I didn't say that. I said I never ate black pudding.
Okay, well,
I was reading that for somebody else.
all right, hold on. Let me just tell you. I made black pudding in Antigua for years. Black pudding is a very, very funny thing. When you mix in the blood with whatever it is, you must put some brandy. You know what I mean? in the black pudding. If you don't do that and you put it on your fridge and you want to warm it, it will do it to you. Okay? The brand is a preservative. I'm telling you that. Okay?
Thank you.
Anybody black pudding with them, the mixture didn't have brand in it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So Wallix used to have a sign, a white, and it had a wrong circle with a black and some writing, and it was written Wallix Limelight. You hear the name? Wallix Limelight. I'm seeing that sign up to now.
No, I used to see it.
And when you enter in that little cour, you have to enter. Wall separating is house from the.
Yeah, from.
And then you get into that cour and you get into that grey building.
Yes.
And when you get there, as you get there, you have your jukebox. I used to go there and just take my 25 cents and play my music. Play Sparrow and play what I wanted to hear.
Kitchener.
But at the same time, you was weighing what was happening.
Yeah, weighing all the time.
You have to weigh. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
but you have to have a certain age to enter there.
Yeah, the pool board.
Yes, yeah, the pool. Yes, that's correct. Yeah, but what you used to go there and do? You how you know that pool board?
Play my jukebox.
No, how you know what was?
I was always by Wallix.
Doing what?
Play my pools, play my jukebox, watch the girls, have my drinks. See what's happening.
You never went to any of the extra rooms?
No, I never did.
Watching people in the straight in the camera and telling me never went there.
I never went there. That's right. But it was a good place to be.
A good spot.
And Wallix was full of entertainment.
That's where, let me tell you, we talked earlier about the matlows. Matlows used to come down Dominica very often in the white. And the matlows used to, I don't know how they used to find Wallix place. But when them fellas come there, you see the different ladies coming in there to hang out. And rum making ding dong. Talk making ding dong.
Cigarettes.
Exchange making ding dong. And let me tell you, Wallix was the place. If you came to Roso on a weekend, I didn't go by Wallix. You didn't go nowhere yet.
At least he kept the money inside. Not what I see now. Wallix had the local action.
Oh, but that's where all the action was.
Right now it's foreign action. So Wallix, say what you want about him, he kept the money within the economy.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, his place was a place that was well taken care of. And different categories of men found themselves inside Wallix place.
No, you say different category of men. I want to say men of different stature.
It's men of different, from the low level man who
no. The low level man would go there and play pools.
Look, a fella calling, maybe somebody calling us. Let's find out.
Let me see. Good evening. You ever heard about Wallix?
And again, Brother Cecil and Brother Brain, when you go to cinema and you go home, you know most people, you pass by Wallix and such to do that. So what you call your nightcap, you take one for the road, you pass there and take a little drink. That's it.
Thank you. I'm laughing something because Brain, you know what someone said? Two people said about you. Someone said, Brain, and they put a big umbrella.
Yeah, they put
a big umbrella.
They could even put a tent.
They put a big umbrella. And the person said, Brain used to go and pay his money low. Whooshy exchange. And another person said, you Brain, only if you could fool us. Yeah, that's what the person said. You Brain, only if you could fool us. A king B-word like you didn't go by Wallix.
Boy, you see how I can make money tonight? Anyway, somebody calling you.
Both of them are your friends. Both of them are your friends. Good evening.
Yes. Cecil.
Yes, speak up.
Where Wallix was there used to be a printing shop, you know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the Herald. A printing shop before Wallix come there. The Herald.
Scobie.
The Herald.
So the Herald, they went to different places, man. Where Edward Church was.
Edward Scobie used to live in the yard there, man.
Yeah. Before Wallix come, there used to be a printing shop. They used to print it.
Mm-hmm.
Hello. Oh my God! You have to call back. So someone said, "Oh, that is you know what? Maver Charles. That must be Wallix child. You know what the person said? And I'll read after. Let me take the call. Good evening, caller.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, good evening. I just wanted two shops that you guys have forgotten. The Boise Thomas store, which used to be right at the top of Lago there.
Mm-hmm.
We call it Bernard Shop.
Bernard Shop.
The boys is Bernard Thomas.
Yes.
The boys is Thomas because
Yes.
that shop was destroyed in 1979 and they said it's Superfly.
Yes.
That's actually raffles. We used to play all the the games and stuff like that and pools and stuff like that. Remember they had a shooting in that store there, and that way it was a little bar and stuff like that. They had all them arcade games, arcade raffle at the place where we play all them games as young boys.
All right. Yeah, thanks.
So
somebody said,
ask him.
Hold on. Somebody said, and I can understand the child trying to defend the father, but that child must be younger than two of us. All right.
Go ahead.
The person said, my daddy was a strict, no disrespect behavior was accepted in Warwick's limelight.
Let's forgive the child. But she don't know older than her. Forgive her.
Somebody said Warwick's father, Macpherson Charles, was once editor of the Herald. Okay, before Scooby. Good history. So what are we getting? Good history. Yes. So by Warwick's, fellas go there, drink their rum, have a good time. But Wallace himself, as the daughter said, he was a strict guy. He wasn't playing.
Yeah, but he had his people.
He was a tough guy.
But he had his people.
Wallace, and you see, another thing about Wallace is that Wallace had a kind of semi-big stomach, and he used to like to stay without shirt.
Yeah, he always be back.
Yeah, always be back. And sometimes you see Wallace is a vest. No, he had a son that we went to school together as Mervyn, Mrs. Maysol, rest in peace. He has passed on, and so people like Sogo Fly and Superfly, all the man is to go by Wallace.
Yeah.
So I know people like you would have gone by Wallace.
Yeah, I was by Wallace, man, my boy. Wallace was my boy.
And that was a real good, lively sport.
Very
so
lively, man.
Whatever you think you wanted to do, spinning your records, you could go there.
Yeah,
Playing your pools, you could go there. To drink your whiskey, you could go there. To drink your hard rum, you could go there. To have exchange, you could go there. You know what I'm saying? It was a real good spot for Roso.
And not to fight in Wallace's place.
Fight?
If he lay hands on you.
But let me tell you, Wallace had a kind of white hand. Thick white hand.
Thick hand.
If Wallace have to let that go on you.
Fever,
I mean, that's why people love to go there because he was
a one-man army.
Yeah.
The boys understood it very well. That you go there and you behave yourself and you do what you have to do, enjoy yourself and leave the man place quiet.
Yeah.
So he was a good man.
So leaving Warwick's and going further down to on King Avenue, I remember Mr. Austri, a gentleman. He was the messenger at Cable and Wireless. I don't know if you remember that gentleman, Mr. Austri. Right. He used to be living where there is a seamstress now. Another seamstress, sorry, where how you call that? The people are doing here a salon.
A hair salon.
A hair salon used to be, He used to be living there. Used to be living in that.
But
before you went to live in Kingfield. But before we do that, let's take a call. Good evening.
Yes, that's the famous Wallet. Wallet was my cousin because that place is a place I love to be there all the time. But
you used to go there now?
My father house and my father bathroom and everything.
Yeah. I used to meet Crapo there.
Anytime you see one man want to get something, bring boy muscle line man, bring boy.
What you say? Let me see you.
Bring you have a family right here, man. Like you bring it so bring come better than that man. Don't bring you like Christian again, man.
Yeah. Go ahead, make your point.
Bring you to shop in a supermarket, bring the whole idea.
I know you can tell me what you and your father.
Brain, but everybody know your boy Brain.
All Cecil step all them man come out and report on it.
No, Philip, I'm not asking everybody go there. All them old man.
Me know something bad now. When you see them people come out on the boat, them mat flow man come out and sale and thing. Not where the hot market is up and running.
I used to meet Pashu walk there, Cecil Bope there. I used to meet all them fellas there, man. Your father there.
Everybody goes to supermarket to go to supermarket.
No, I didn't shop.
Who bring food in there, boy? Brain, I'm sure you would have met Molly Jolly there.
Molly Jolly?
Yeah, you do not forget Molly Jolly. You don't know Molly
Jolly from Portersville. I know her. She used to be there. But it was a sport.
So if you forget Molly Jolly.
So you meet all the girls there? Molly Jolly was always in Pottersville. Beautiful lady. Come on, man. Relax yourself, Cecil. What you don't know older than you?
Zhang used to be there, Zhang.
No, I never saw Zhang there.
Okay.
Never saw Zhang there. But Molly was a favorite character there.
But there, I can tell you that's a place that the popular guys used to be around that area.
A lot of guys used to be there.
And then I was talking about Mr. Austri. So you had Mr. Austri who lived in that area before he went and lived in Canefield. As a matter of fact, he was adjacent to Morley to Warlicks.
Warlicks, that's right.
And then across the road.
But did you pass Algie and them? Because Algie and them used to be living upstairs close to Algie.
Algie.
I see sister is here now.
You which Algie you talking about?
Algie is in the States.
You talking about Bird Shillingford?
Yeah.
Birdie Shillingford?
Not Birdie.
You talking about Algie Shillingford?
Algie Shillingford upstairs there. Close to when you're going down towards after you pass.
Algie was living across on the other. Algie was living next to.
They have the house there up to now.
Next to opposite Warlicks. These have a shop below.
Yeah,
that is Shillingfords.
Yeah.
And that is Veranda House. Every carnival people passing. Every carnival people up there and watching people passing.
They still have the house.
And by the way, they used to sell rum in that shop. I used to go there, but I never find myself really.
But I think they had a shop there, you know. I cannot remember, but I think they had a shop there at one time. But no, you have a Chinese store there. Is it a Chinese store or you have some business there now?
No. Adjacent to that to the shop, there is a unit. It's called Unit. I think the store is called Unit. But I'm not so sure what is in Alvin and them's place. As we were saying that across by Warlicks there, I was talking about Mr. Austri. Someone just said to me that my Austri, his wife was a seamstress, and she used to be doing her sewing in that area too.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
And going further down now, you had Pablo's mother.
Before we go to Pablo's mother, there was this guy they called Birdie. You know Birdie Shillingford?
Burdock Shillingford.
Shillingford.
We were in sixth form together. Yeah.
You know Birdie? I mean Birdie that old now?
Yeah, man, we were in sixth form. He went to the academy. I went to the grammar school. We met in sixth form.
Birdie was a guy. Let's take that call quick. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Xerox, that is in Alvin and them place now. Computer printing.
Oh, Xerox. Okay.
Xerox, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Thanks for that.
Yeah.
So you had Birdie Shillingford.
Yeah.
I think he might be the brother of Alvin. I think. And Birdie was a character in his own, in his own right. Not talking, but he was a rebel in his own way.
Yeah, he was in the Black Power movement.
Black Power movement. You check. In Four Corners.
He was a character.
He
was always there with
Trotters.
The Trotters.
And he was Desmond Trotter and Roy Mason. All those guys, were limers. So Roy lived I think on Roy lived on Great Marlborough Street, and Trotter himself lived on Great Marlborough Street, and Birdie lived on Great George Street, next to Golden Fried Chicken.
And you had Dr. Peters, the Bellot Boys.
Donald Peters, right.
And his brothers.
So all of those guys were part of the Black Power
movement.
And you find the Four Corners was their home. All of them live in that area. Yeah. So that's where guys assembly and really talk the whole Black Power movement. Yes. I remembered as a boy, I was saying that to someone this week in reference to Angelo Allen and Ron Green getting into some kind of confrontation. Ron Green at the time was living upstairs of where Eunice Taxi Service is, or was at the time, You check? And that whole Black Power movement, and here it is. Ron Green came from the States, or wherever he came from, and here it is involved in the Black Power movement, and real heavy talk. And Angelo Allen came then and had to run him away, and Angelo Allen had to his fist on him. I will never ever forget that.
Angelo put a slam him, man.
Yes. Oh, someone said Alvin's wife is Birdie Auntie. So Birdie Auntie must be the Shillingford.
Right.
Yeah.
They were playing heavy, and
yes,
the fellas came down with with how you call him now, fella they call Shadow.
All right.
The police fellas.
So someone said
put hand on him.
Alvin is Cap brother. Okay, Alvin and Cap, they are brothers. I didn't know that.
Okay.
Alvin is Cap brother. Alvin was married to Birdie cousin.
All right.
So you see, you're getting some good information.
We have another call. It's hot tonight.
Yes, man. Let's take that caller. Good evening to you, caller.
Good evening, caller.
Good evening, caller.
Hello?
Good evening.
Yes. A little correction.
Yes, give me the correction.
Birdie is not Alvin George's brother.
That's what someone just said to me.
Well, go ahead.
Okay. So you have Birdie was living opposite Wallett's,
Mm-hmm.
and R.G. Shillingford was living on the corner of Upper Lane and Kennedy's Avenue in that upstairs house there.
Right, that's correct.
So that's the difference, okay?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, yeah,
Good.
yeah. So I know of those guys as a young boy growing up. I remember seeing those guys on the four corners.
Yeah, they were always at four
always there. Desmond Trotter, Alvin.
And you remember this song they had about them? Oh, here they're bowling in four corners.
Who sang that song? Was it Gilbert's Power Union? I try to remember. Yeah.
That's
Someone said that Joan Shillingford shop is still there, so you are wrong. The printing shop is in the next door. So the next door where Fidel is.
Fidel is, yeah.
The Fidel is as where the
Xerox is.
Where the Xerox is, and that shop is still there.
It's
Thanks.
still there.
Thank you very much, Evadni, for that information. Brady is a Shillingford.
Yeah,
Alvin was Georgie. Alvin was married to Joan. Okay, we got that information. His father owned that building and was Hidden Shillingford's brother to ACS.
Okay.
All right.
That's the history.
All right, so that's good little history we get in there. So now we can move now and go right across to Marlborough
Across the road.
Across the road.
And we're going down towards the sea now.
So no, we're going across now. So right across the road, when you cross Great George Street, you had on the southern side, you had KFC, you had Golden Fries. Yeah. You had Golden Fries in our time. Where the Four Corners was.
And you know who had that?
Major Johnson. Major Johnson. And then on the other side, opposite the road, on Kelly Avenue, you had Madesh mother. Help me for name.
What's her name again?
Help me.
Her name just slipped me.
Help me. I'm trying to remember that.
Very churchy woman.
Yes, she had that Madesh
mom's
mother, and this big, and that place is still empty. You know.
Yeah. The store is no longer there. It's broken.
Yeah. Madisha.
No, Madisha. Her name I can't remember.
I'm trying to remember.
Get her name.
Yes, you know. And so you had on that side, you had as I said that guy's that guy mother, Madesh mother, Madeshose, was it that?
Madeshose.
Yeah, Madeshose, was it that?
Yes.
I think it's Madeshose, you know, if memory serves me. Marie Deshose. Yes, Marie Deshose. So Marie Deshose had her shop there, and a lot of people in Roso. It was almost like a wholesale shop.
It was a wholesale shop.
Yeah, for poor people.
Yeah.
You know, that's where you used to go and buy your things in bulk.
Yeah, your milk.
Your 5 pound sugar. So you know, so you used to go there and get that.
Your wholesale.
Yeah, almost for poor people, for the ordinary poor people. And I think that's where Pablo would have taken that attitude. And then at the back of Marie Deshose, there was Mr. Roy, I think Alan Roy. Remember Alan Roy used to have a restaurant there?
Yes.
A lot of people forget that. A lot of people think that Alan Roy started his restaurant on Hillsborough Street. But Alan Roy used to have he came from Vickers. Mm-hmm. And when my mother wanted to buy her pilau, that's where she used to send us to buy pilau by Alan Roy. So there was 2 restaurants that was very popular in Roso at the time. There was Alan Roy and there was the Calabash. Remember Calabash?
Of course I remember.
So we're on Alan Roy's side. So Alan Roy used to have where now you have Ambrose George with his with his feed place,
the
agricultural office. Yeah. So that was where Alan Roye used to have, and there used to have a little right after Alan Roye, you used to have a little shop in that area there. That building is a derelict building now.
Ma George's,
that's correct. Ma George's had a little shop there, and you had, after Ma George's shop, you had a building that at the time was empty. Now I think you have Cadrec in that area now, but there was an empty place. I think
that lady.
There was somebody.
No, that lady, we had somebody on the show.
Yes.
Mrs. Astafan.
Yes, Jennifer Astafans. That's where she raised. That's where she lived.
That's where she lived.
Yeah, that's where she lived. And then on the other side of Alan Roye, you had the Dupini sisters. You remember them? The lawyers.
Yes.
That building is still there, well taken care of. Right now, I think Adult Education has the office there. So that's where the Dupini sisters live. There were two big. One is still alive. Silma Dupini and Vanya Dupini. There were two. And someone told me Stephen Dangaben's mother also worked at Marie Duchesse's place. Yeah, that's correct. Stephen Dangaben's mother did work there. And yes, as we were saying, so right adjacent to the two sisters, the two lawyers, sisters, you had Cherry Lodge. And in those days, Cherry Lodge is, I don't know if Cherry Lodge is still there. The building is still there, but I'm not so sure if the functions of Cherry Lodge is still ongoing.
Yeah, but they have a store.
But there's a Chinese store downstairs. And they used to have a restaurant and bar, or just a bar. There was a bar downstairs also.
Chicky Boom.
There was a bar downstairs, and upstairs was the guest house. And what we used to find happening was a lot of the times when footballers and cricketers used to come to Dominica in those days.
Sparrow used to
actually stay there. You're right. Sparrows actually used to stay there. That is where a lot of these people have been housed at Cherry Lodge Hotel. And I think the name Cherry Lodge is still there.
It's still written.
It's still written on top of the building. And that place was a real good place in the heart of Roso. I think that place is closed a long time ago. And then, yes, someone said to me that there was a restaurant. And then we had where the Chinese building is there. What was there? You remember where the Chinese building is across on Kings Lane there? Kings Lane and Kelly Avenue?
There was a shop there, you know. There's a shop there. There's a Chinese store.
Ra would be able to help us, boy. Because Ra lived around that area.
There's a shop there. And then, there was a shop there. I can't remember the name of the people.
Someone said to me, Mr. Roye had a shop in Kings Lane and his wife on Kelly Avenue, and said that her mom worked there. Joyce Joseph Riley said her mom actually worked there. They both had a restaurant and bar. All right, thanks for very much for that information. So yes, so you had that place. You see where the insurance place is.
Okay.
You remember what was there?
Yeah, man.
What was there? Tell us.
Where the
insurance place, and you have the downstairs, the basement.
Right.
Is the Chinese
there's a bourgeois place there.
Yes, tell me.
Where I remember Mr. Deloney used to be there. Mr. Some other big boy.
Connie Astafans used to sell ice cream and popcorn in that area there.
Yes, that's correct. But before that,
just before Deloney had a thing there.
Where the big boys used to be.
And where Blanchard has his basement, I think, yes. Where Blanchard has his place. There was a veranda building there. I never know what it was. If you remembered.
No, maybe this is the same place where the bourgeoisies used to come and relax.
Yes, they used to have a veranda, nice grayish veranda house, and you had some high-tighty, high-collared people living in that area. I'm trying to remember what it was. And across the road now, where you have Al's Ice Cream, that's Al's name? Mills or
Al's Ice Cream.
Al's Ice Cream. There was this feed place, that white man, Mr. Blanchard.
Dr. Blanchard.
Dr. Blanchard used to have a feed place for fowls and layers and
he used to bring fowls.
Green mash.
He used to bring
and he used to bring fowls from Barbados,
especially
white ones. Yeah, he used to bring them very small chicks.
Right.
And I think, was he living upstairs or his office was upstairs?
I believe that he lived upstairs for a while.
Mm-hmm. All right. Actually, let me just do a correction there. I know I got confused between Connie and Hazel. Hazel was his smaller sister, so Hazel was the one with the ice cream place. So that is the auntie of Richard Astafans. Yes, hold on. The auntie of Richard Astafans was actually the one, I can tell you, was the one having the ice cream place. So thanks very much for the correction of the name, and I'm happy that you were able to actually tell us. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to play a little music from where we started, Dominica, you sweet, and I'm sure that we are enjoying the show, but I feel I needed to play this one, Dominica, you sweet, and then we come back to the program.
365, Rivière de l'île verte.
Sweet, sweet, sweet Dominica, I will love you forever. Sweet, sweet, sweet Dominica, you will always be my lover. Your golden sunshine on my mind all the time. The rain on the rooftop that I left behind. Green are the trees and relaxing breeze. We have the real 96 degrees. The wonderful smile on the faces of the people. Delicious foods and the living is simple. Sweet, sweet, sweet Dominica, I will love you forever. Sweet, sweet, sweet Dominica, you'll always be my lover. Downtown when the market ablaze, the natural vibes and the nurturing ways, the beautiful sight and the children them a gaze. The culture is lit and the festival beat. The spirit is high and the rastas are higher. All due respect to the nature island kaya. Sweet, sweet, sweet Dominica, I will love you forever. Sweet, sweet, sweet Dominica, you'll always be my lover. Red is the earth where the Caribs are birthed. Whitey Kubuli is the original turf. That's what it was called before Columbus emerged. Sugar cane, the cocoa, butter, milk and honey.
Well, let's take a few minutes for ourselves, just to ensure that our bladder is relaxed. And yes, quite a number of people they're actually enjoying the show. Cecil, great program tonight. So we were talking about on Kennedy Avenue. That was an enterprise area also. Mm-hmm. And so we had, as we said, this place on Kennedy Avenue where a lot of these high-collared people used to be on that veranda, that platform there. And it was great times in Roso in that period of the 70s into the early 80s. So that is Kennedy Avenue. I hope that we did not miss anything on Kennedy Avenue. And so we dealt with Riverbank, we dealt with River Street, we have not dealt with Hillsborough Street. We have not dealt with Hillsborough Street. Where you want us to go now?
Well, I think we should go to the sea. We should go from the Carib Cinema.
I think we dealt. Herrick gave us a lot about the Carib Cinema.
Okay,
so we don't need to talk about the Carib Cinema.
So where are we going now?
Can we go on as we normally say, Astafan Street, and then go back down.
Okay.
Astafan Street, as we normally would say, it is King George V Street.
Good.
Right, that's King George Davis Street. And a lot of people may not have known Lakou Orange. Where's Lakou Orange? Bryn?
Not where in the little yard there now where they have, was it O'Hara Agency?
That's correct. At the back of where O'Hara Agency was. So that little backyard, you can start on King George Davis Street to go into...
Look, we have a caller.
Yes, let's take that caller quickly. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, caller.
Did you guys talk about Ken resting on Kennedy's Avenue right next to Cherry Lodge?
Where?
Ken resting, that...
Oh yes.
You didn't talk about that.
No.
And then you have cars going down to the bayfront.
Tell us.
No, well, like I was little when Paz got burnt. That was one of the biggest fires in Dominica.
Mm-hmm.
But then Ken resting, where Julie Morilon used to live. Julie Morilon, who played for Exile One.
That's where they have.
Lived in that building.
Right, you're
It
correct.
was painted in green.
Green, yes.
And when there was a fire, it got burnt.
Mm-hmm, you're right.
Yeah, but Ken resting was a very popular place too, on Kennedy's Avenue. All right, and opposite the Cherry Lodge was that building where on the corner of Kennedy Avenue and Upper Lane. Was it Upper Lane?
No, that's King George Street. Where are you talking about?
Upper Lane.
Upper Lane.
By
Subrooks?
Winston's Lane, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the Winston's Lane.
Yes.
Desmond Winston and Truman Winston, these guys.
No, that is King's Lane. That's King's Lane.
King's Lane.
That's
Sorry.
King's Lane.
But on that corner with Kennedy Avenue, upstairs there was Mr. Tavernier. The Taverniers lived there.
Right.
I think that they own that building.
That's Jennifer Astafans.
Yes.
Right.
The Tavernier.
Jennifer Tavernier Astafans.
Yeah, right. That's correct. So that's what you had. And then you had the Paz and all these areas down there. And then further down, you had that upstairs house where this old man used to live. He was called Jacob Boyd. You guys probably remember that man, old man.
Oh yeah, the politician.
He never came out from his building. I think
he was a politician, but he stayed in seclusion.
He made a bet with someone that he's going to stay inside for a number of time.
For a whole year. For a whole year.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I think he was probably crazy. I don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah, so that's all I remember from going down to the bayfront, and then at the very end of it was that little cave that you go down under. There was a little disco there, right on almost on the seashore.
Yes.
I don't remember the name of that.
The cat?
No, I don't remember the name, but there was a discotheque down there.
Right. We talked about that last week.
Yeah. Okay, so that was it. So Kennedy Avenue. All right.
So, all right. Thanks. Yeah. So you see, we covered Kennedy Avenue well.
Yeah. So we
covered Kennedy Avenue well. We covered Riverbank and River Street very well. We did Virgin Lane very well too.
Yes.
So people tomorrow morning can get up and can get an understanding of some of the places that we're talking about. So Astafan Street, I want someone to call us and give us some information of King George V Street. Before Hara Agency, I'm always trying to remember what store that was there. Oh yes, we forgot Pee Wee. How could we forget Pee Wee? On King George, on Great George, on King's Lane. So we had Pee Wee, which was at the back of Cherry Lodge.
Cherry Lodge, yes.
Or we can say adjacent to Cherry Lodge.
Cherry Lodge, yes.
And or
right,
we can say sandwich with NDFD and Cherry Lodge. So Pee Wee was in the middle.
And in the Pee Wee's building now, you have a store there.
Right now, there's a store.
Choco store.
Mm-hmm. Right, Choco.
A
Dominican who ran for Dominica for many years, long distance.
And he has a store there.
Yes. The brother of his brother passed sometime last year. Choki. Yeah. Well, no, his brother is Michael. Michael passed on last year. Yeah. So you're correct. And you had graphics a little lower down with his record shop and so. And you had Patrick. What was Patrick's first name? You know. Yeah, it's the tailor.
Oh, Patrick Stedman.
Yeah. Patrick Stedman?
Yes.
Or Stedman Patrick?
Yeah. Stedman.
No, Stedman Patrick, I think. I'm sure it's Stedman Patrick.
Patrick Stedman, I think.
No, I think it is Stedman Patrick.
Okay.
Because I know a daughter of his who was my neighbor as boy and girl growing up, and she was Daphne Patrick.
Okay.
Right? The child of Helen Toussey from Cassibus.
Right.
So,
and whilst you're in that area, opposite to that was a store too, where Cara Shillingford has an office now.
Good evening.
So I tell you, I'm always there to intervene. You're quite right. Stedman Patrick is the name, Brain.
Okay.
Stedman Patrick.
Yes, Stedman Patrick. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Thanks.
Now, opposite to that.
So the place that the guy was talking about earlier on is the cave. The cave disco. Because last week when we were talking about discos, we spoke about the cave.
Right.
Yeah. So the cave disco. Yes.
But opposite to Stedman Patrick was a store there. I think it was the Hub or something like that.
Yeah.
Opposite to Stedman Patrick, where he had the tailor shop.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Cara Shillingford has an
office.
Mm-hmm. Around that area used to be a shop.
Yes. Oh yes. Yes. There was a shop. I think it might be the wife of Stedman Patrick who had that shop. If memory serves me right. Because Patrick was Stedman was on one side doing his tailor business, and she was on the other side. Memory serves me right, Yeah, someone said Stedman Patrick. I knew that because his daughter was my neighbor. We lived together, house stuck on each other. She was Daphne Patrick. She is Daphne Patrick.
And where there is now, so we have to keep them to current, is a 3-story building where Stedman Patrick used to be.
Good evening.
Good evening.
In the downstairs before that Patrick person you're talking about was Miss Bain. It had a Cosmos Bain. I went to school with him.
Mm-hmm.
He's in America. He's a DJ right there. That thing, the shop there, and they had another thing adjacent to it. Was like they selling like things to sew. Until like cloth and different dye and different things. Yes,
correct.
Yes.
Correct.
And now Makumelai and men back and
was living right up.
Living nice.
Yes.
That is it. That is it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember in the Lakou.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My boy on.
You're on.
My boy said that. My boy just said to us earlier on that he not old, but he's not young.
He's not too old.
But he's not too old, but he's not too young. So I wonder where he is. He must be in his 50s. Because the way Mr. speaking, like he knows that.
Yeah.
He's correct about the Bains.
Yeah.
The Bains were the one on that side, opposite of Stedman
Patrick.
Yeah, the Bains. Stedman actually was living on Upper Lane once upon a time.
Yes.
Close to Hazel and Connie Astafans home adjacent to them. I think Stedman used to be living. Was living there. I'm sure if Glenn is listening, Glenn can give me some correction on that part of it. So we were talking about King George V Street, and I wish that someone could help us with King George V Street, because yes, the police station was always there.
Yes,
but we remember where the gate is, the exact position where the gate is. You had the charge office. That's where the charge office was. You remember that?
Yeah,
that little door?
Yeah, man, remember.
That little door and a little step, and you have to go up and you get to the charge office. That's where the entrance of the police station was. Yes, Brain.
Yeah, well, in terms of the stores, going down there, I know, for instance, there used to be a pharmacist there at one time.
Mm-hmm. But before you do that, someone is saying to me that before Harrow Agency, Mawson had an office, then J. Astafans had a branch, then Miss Burton had her school there for a while, even before all of Wadi Astafans and family lived there.
That's correct.
And the person said that the real name of that building was Hamilton House. Remember, I lived on Valley Road. Oh, yes. She lived on Valley Road next, as a matter of fact.
Hamilton House.
Yeah, Hamilton House. So she would have known.
Hamilton must have been an Englishman.
I don't know what she'll tell us, Someone else said after Harrow Agency was Peter Pro. Oh, Peter Prosper. No. Peter Pros mother lived on the other side. After between the Lakou and the Harrow Agency, the next building was Peter Prost's grandmother's house.
Okay.
And I said I wanted to speak to that daughter, but she's afraid to come because she has.
Girl.
Yes, she's around the same age if you know, and she looks so very young.
Yeah,
That's Jessica mother, Jessica
mother.
Bruno mother. She looks very young, but she's around the same age if you.
Yeah, because she always in the window.
After Harrow Agency was Peter Prost grandmother house selling sweets underneath the roll house. So quite a lot of information we're getting here tonight. The police station was open out on Kelly Avenue. On Kings Lane, sorry about that. So the police station opened out on King George V Street. So that's where the office actually was.
Right.
And so as you're saying this, going down on King George V Street, you remember there was a big police officer that we said, well, no, it wasn't him. It wasn't he we called Follow the Drips. But there was a police officer living right there. You remember this guy from La Plaine?
Yeah, he used to drive the governor.
So it was he then?
Yeah,
Follow the Drips?
Yeah, man, he was he. He was
Mr. Beaupierre then?
Mr. Beaupierre.
Mr. Beaupierre. That's Stevie Beaupierre. I think his son now lives in La Plaine.
Yeah, man.
He was from La Plaine himself.
Yeah, Beaupierre.
Stevie Beaupierre. They had a number of children. His wife was a seamstress, I think.
That's right, Beaupierre.
Yes, and I'm seeing all of them. My mom was a very good friend to the wife. Mm-hmm. So it's Follow the Drips.
Right. He was driving Governor
Kuzlatig. And we're not going to go into Follow the Drips. We're not going to go into Follow the Drips. And you had the dentist across by where you see Astafans have the parking lot. A lot of people may not know that, where that wall is of Astafans.
Dr. Ram
where the wall is of Astafans. You had Dr.
Ram Sharan.
Yeah, Dr. Ram Sharam, a dentist.
Yeah, from
a little blue building. And he was an Indian, right?
Yeah.
He was an
I
Indian.
went to sixth form with his son, Valmiki Ram Sharan.
Yes, so he was an
Indian,
and he was an Indian. Washe Yoda, you know, and right after was the home of Desmond Blanchard's father,
right, Mr. Blanchard.
Mr. Blanchard, you remember that man?
Oh yes, the short man.
Remember what happened to him?
I know. I wouldn't mention it already.
Good evening.
Cecil tonight they may be saying I'm gonna take over your program.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Tonight's fine.
I is a Roso man. I don't take boss to come now.
My brother, that's fine. I want you to talk.
Yes. So now listen to me. Where Mr. Blanchard's father be there? You talking about now after fan? You know, hear that now. You can remember that it had a piece of wall like a big step there, exactly where they building the building by next to after fan there. That a lady that is still there to call railing, all this to pee on her and have them the bag, what they call the crocker's bag. Railing solid pizza. I seen that lady. Cecil, boy, that lady to the smell of pee just pee on that walking roads and begging railing.
She was a crazy lady. Railing was crazy.
That is it.
Crazy lady.
Cecil, let me tell you, that program there, if Ferdinand Frampton was alive, trust me, to be competing for first spot. That program you have there right now, always make sure every Sunday you on once you have life, because that is a program, I tell you, that is a real Lakou for us Roso people. Trust me, I listen in.
All right, thank you. Yes. So you, yes, I remember railing. So you had Mr. Blanchard, a big wooden house.
That's
where
right.
Desmond Blanchard actually, I think, raised, I would say.
Yeah, he lived.
No. At that place, they had a big gray, how you call that? Gray gate. Big gray gate. And you couldn't get, I don't think any one of us as boys knew what at the back of that gate was. But we will remember there was a tree between Ramsharam and that gate. A tree that we used to go and get a white leaf.
For your eyes.
You know that well.
White flower.
A white flower, not leaf, but a white flower that we used to go there and pick. We used to pick it overnight and put it in some water to stay overnight and then wash our eyes when we get up. In those days, children used to get a lot of lassie. I don't know why. But no, those days you used to say no lassie. Right. Children today know what is lassie.
Right. But getting at the back of that gate was a place where he had a lot of parakeets.
Parakeets, a lot of parrots.
Small things like parrots.
Ah.
He was a bird lover because I used to go inside the house.
Well, you're very fortunate.
I used to go in the house.
Yeah, and he died in an unfortunate situation, which we'll not go into. Let's take the telephone call. Good evening.
Cecil?
Yes, sir.
Every time you come up with something, I might not say it. Anyway, listen. Coxican. You know coxican?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
The one with the red flower?
Yes, and you have to put it together to pull.
To pull. A little bud. Listen to me. It carries a little bud. In that bud has water. That is also good to wash your eyes. When I tell you that, I have used it many times already, and it cleans the eye. Right? It's just like an eye ointment, coxican. The little thing is have curve. You not take it has water in it. You squeeze it in your eye.
Thank you. Now, I know that someone told me that Astafans was built in his late 60s into the 70s. There was someone saying to me that, do you know before Astafans was built, there was a building called King's Land.
Yeah,
there was a building called King's Land, housing the childhood house. It is housing the childhood house of Philshan Alfred. I didn't know that.
Yes, I know that house. It was a big house before Astafan was built. It's a big wooden house that was there when I used to go to mixed school in the 50s.
Ah.
It was there in the 50s.
So someone said to another person, welcome on radio. You know everything in Roso. That was Blanchard. Yes, so that I never knew his first name, but all we knew him was Blanchard. He had a coolie white hair
with a bald head.
Yeah, bald head in like a bald head in his.
I knew him.
Yeah, bald head. The center part of his head was bald, and his hair white hair, and he always used to have this kind of grayish khaki pants, with that kind of.
My mother worked for them as a servant.
Oh, that's why you knew of him there, of inside there.
I know him.
Yeah, and then after your mother would have been the other lady.
Yeah, my father was a very good friend of his. So I know him.
Mm-hmm. So I remember Mr. Blanchard for sure as a boy growing up. Now, let's go on the other side. On the other side had Robin Pharmacy. Remember Robin Pharmacies?
Yeah, man,
Robin Pharmacies, that tall man, and huge,
wife.
And his wife. The both of them had this. Right now we are seeing a building is being built there. Not it's been built, it was built. Boy, how could I say it? The same place where Dr. Sevre, where Dr. Sevre used to live on.
Yeah, but before that, what was it by the realm? What they had there?
By the realm was the Sorrendos. Remember? There was this lady. Well, I'm trying to remember her first name.
The eye specialist.
Martin Sorrendo.
Yes.
Martin Sorrendo had his office downstairs. There was a big house, a real big house. The lady was, I don't know if she was Fukam, but she was the lady that used to talk loud. And I seen her black, coolie hair, man, short. Close to the Rose. The Rose was living upstairs of a building next to their home by the Boupiers. And so we had Dr. Francis Sevre and Peter Sevre file a leave, the Sevres. The Baines, Martin, the Baines, Colin, and I'm trying to remember the other one name. And Martin, there was Colin. Yes, I think the Baines. Yeah, Colin Baines and Martin Bain. The lady was the auntie. I think it's their mother's sister. So there was that house there, that little house, but had a long back, where Peter and Francis Sevre, father and mom, lived. Right there was a little kuwe. A little kuwe that you'd go at the back.
Yeah, people living
and
there.
A guy named Victor was actually
Victor
was actually living there with his wife. I haven't seen the wife for a long time. Victor has since then passed on.
He works in the Coca-Cola.
He worked at the Coca-Cola factory. And you had right there now, you had downstairs the pharmacy, and upstairs was Vincent Christmas' mother. But it seems like that property was the Christmas property, because right there they built this free story, this tall, where you have the bread shop,
Okay.
Where you have the bread shop.
Okay, yes.
So that building there was actually the pharmacy was actually there. Many people would never even know that or remember that.
Right.
But there was a pharmacy right there. And then next to it,
I know before you, Dr. Savrin, not the one who is the university person, the other doctor from Portsmouth, I think he used to have a pharmacist there as well.
Mm.
You know the Savrin I'm talking
it's
about?
Albert, yeah.
Albert Savrin.
Yes.
Savrin, yeah.
Yes, so yes, the someone is saying the auntie was married to my uncle Webster Sevre. So that is Rosalind Sevre. Okay, that's the link. So you're talking about the Baines auntie was married to your uncle. All right, understand that very well. So you had this house, which we said was the Vincent Christmas who had the port, who had customs. Mom actually lived there. And then you had next to it, that house was always empty as a boy growing up. But later on, this guy had his barber shop there, Eustace. Eustace is your cousin.
Eustace Robinson.
Eustace Robinson is your cousin.
Better known as Boyo.
Boyo, right. That is Helen's son.
Yes.
And there's another one. Where's the other one?
Here Club 2000.
Where's the other guy?
The other guy is in Antigua.
He's Antigua. Well, right. So
we call him Puyun.
Puyun was the second brother, and Eustace, Yacht Club 2000. That's correct.
Yeah.
Popular Yacht Club, man.
Yeah, he's married. He's married to a Monstratian, living now in Eggleston.
Right. I was about to say he lives in Eggleston. He's an Adventist now.
Yeah, Adventist.
Driving a yellow Hyundai.
Yeah, yellow. His wife worked for Mikey Bruni.
Yes, that's correct.
Secretary. Yeah.
Someone, my partner again. Let's see what. Good evening.
Good evening.
Sorry about that. Not so sure what happened. Let's go back to good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, caller.
Yes, Cecil. As we're talking about Eustace, you can remember Eustace had a mad brother, Batsy. And he started up going and smoke and burn himself.
Yes. Is his brother?
His brother, yes.
His brother, that's his
last brother.
Yes, he push in the cab away.
Yes, his father name was Fair. We call his father name Fair.
Yes, and now he's paying $1 from Roso Market to go to anywhere around Roso.
That was Eustace.
I'm not that young, I'm not that old. Eustace's brother.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Yes, thanks.
Yeah.
So Eustace had Helen.
His mother.
No, Helen, and what was Helen's daughter named? Daphne? No, not Daphne. But anyway, there was a daughter.
Yeah, she's in St. Thomas.
She's in St. Thomas. So it had Eustace. It has, what's the other one, Puyo?
And she has one who lives in Massac.
That is Helen. That's the daughter, the big daughter.
The big daughter.
The big daughter. In Massac she lives.
Yeah, Massac.
I haven't seen that girl for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know her very well. So I know all of them.
Right.
So Eustace used to be
in that area.
Then the next house, I will give you a good rundown about Roso. The next house was the mother of the former chief of fire, that is Mr. Burton.
Yeah.
Mr. Burton. And then later on, Marge came and she had a little business there, restaurant upstairs and a little shop store downstairs. And so on downstairs. And then the next property that was there, it was an empty property, big empty property of the Nicholses. You remember the Nicholses there?
Oh yes.
Right. And there too, they had that what you call that eye, that green thing that used for the eye. Not green, the white flower for the eye. They too had that thing there. And right next to it was who? Let me see if I can remember.
Winsky.
Winsky was a white guy. I don't know where he came from, which part of Europe he came from.
He came from England.
Mm-hmm. Right.
He was a crown surveyor.
Yes, crown surveyor. Yes, he was a big crown surveyor for the government of Dominica. That house right now is housing
the Labour Party.
The Labour Party office or the Labour Party building. Mm-hmm. So that house originally belonged to Mr. Winsky. Then it was sold, I think, to Laville, Mr. Laville, and then the Labour Party purchased it. So that is good history we're giving you.
Right, that's correct.
And then there was a shop now.
Next to the shop.
Next to it was a shop. I can't remember who owned that shop.
Right. But that shop itself has your good friend Heads have a bar upstairs.
Yeah, Heads has a bar upstairs. And it's downstairs. Downstairs is a Haitian, I think, who has a store. A clothes store there, right? So downstairs. So that is what I know of. And then you had, I try to remember who was where Madam Speaker has.
There was a shop there.
Yeah, there was a shop there
where a lady was killed there. I think a lady was killed there. A love affair gone bad. So that shop there has a history. Where Madam Speaker.
I think they were saying to me that Ma Ogaro had that shop.
Ma
Ogaro had that shop.
Ma Ogaro.
Yes.
Oh, look history. Oh,
yes. Ma Ogaro had that
and
shop.
That's a big name, eh?
Yes.
Oh, that's history. Yeah.
So now, let us take a little bit. Some people do not know. The young people who are listening to us now may not know. Going up onto Independence Street, all right, on the King George IV Street, and then you have right next to Madam Speaker building. You have Kyrie FM upstairs, and you have something Printry downstairs. Something Printry. I'm not so sure the full name. Downstairs. Take it up and believe it. That house, the office of who?
Oh, that was Brisbane.
OD Brisbane.
Brisbane.
So at that time, you had Mr. Who has his own business now, Mr. Stevens. Malcolm Stevens actually had his office in that building there. So that place right there was the office of OD Brisbane. It was a cramped place.
You're right.
Papers all about whenever you went in there to do business.
The commercial sector.
Yes. So that was OD Brisbane's office. For persons who may not know, OD Brisbane has gone out of commission for a number of years, more than 40 years. Then you had right next to OD Brisbane or Kyrie FM right now, you had the popular place for young people to go to purchase their things. Ma Henry. So you get the Unbreakable.
That's right.
Farin Cocoa. Sticky tablets.
Tablet Siwo.
And some people may not know that Dr. He's calling Dr. No, not Dr. Stick. Oh my God, his grandmother used to be living inside that Norin. Ma'ai. I think Ma'ai was living inside of that yard. Norin, you can help me. Give me a better understanding. I think Ma Henry used to have her Farin Cocoa selling there.
Her tablet Siwo.
And her tablet Siwo. And
look, you have a caller.
Let's see if it's Norin calling me there. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening.
Good evening.
You.
Yes.
Hey.
Talk to me.
Talk to us.
Before you reach
go speak a bit louder now.
Speak a bit louder.
Okay, listen to me. Are you hearing me now?
Loud and clear.
Yes.
Okay, listen to me. Downstairs where Heads is there, that the river ladder shop there. That is shoot the father.
So repeat that.
Downstairs where Heads have his business now. They had a shop that was shoot the father, Mr. Dorival.
Mr. Dorival, yes.
Okay?
Yes.
That shop used to be there now. In the end there, where Alex Boyd Knight is there, that was Miss Alfreda Georges. Stayed there for a number of years before you bend the road and go upstairs.
Yes.
By OD Brisbane. So talk well. I listen, you know.
I'm talking about what I remembered as a boy. You older than me.
Let me tell that.
Yes,
I know that
Chicago.
older than you, friend.
She was Chicago?
When you was Upper Lane, just in the end there, Fields Lane, I was living by Zabo.
By Zabo, yes.
So we grew up on the same time, both of us Chicago going and through. So we are on the same border. Come well. All right.
Chicago, I know you, but you're not easy.
Come well.
Yes, I come in well. Yes.
And you come well, you know. When you used to walk down Upper Lane, to go down the little step, on the river bank with our little chin, our little pole, and our little short cocoa broom.
Oh, you have to say that, boy.
We move around that same.
But you have to say that, boy. You have to say Chicago. You have to say down the step. You have to tell people that I was going to a pole. And the broom.
All your fellas used to go.
We had that program there already, and all of us know that program.
Yeah, we do that. We did that. Yes. Yeah, I agree.
Only went to.
So we are on the same border.
Yes.
You talk about I older than you like that. You are little.
And let us use the local word, man.
All of us used to bounce. Okay, bro.
Let me tell you what all you used to do in local language, because I always to go and for all you bachi, man. Relax all yourself.
Well, you can call it bachi. I call it poo.
I call it poo.
You can call it bachi. You can call it what you want, but I call it poo. The little poo.
The little poo with the bachi in it. All right, then. Yeah. Let me ask you. Did Noreen mother Miss Ai? She lived inside by my Henry then, right?
Yes, I lived there for a while, you know. Right. And then you had Randolph Payne mother
on the other side.
No, yeah, they live in that region there for a while.
Yes.
Yeah, in that Bikakui. Just a little thing we used to go on there and get around, break up really little cellar. You have to bend to go and get it for you. The showcase was just by the window.
Yes, that's right.
Sometimes when they give me the license to go and put in church will never see that. You know,
so a lot of fellas who
them preserve all their money already. So they do passing there and buy my little unbreakable and relaxing that in church. You know what I mean?
Well, yes.
Yeah, man.
You know what people say when you don't put your collection in? You have malediction.
Yeah, but when you choose that, you let him go the help you put it up here and hide. You know, and hide so you pull them in the thing. Bang, so somebody tell your mother, they must hear it fall in the thing, you know. I put something, but I did 2 penny already. You tell when I let him go. You crazy, man. I changed in the license there. Are you crazy?
2 pennies.
Yes, I think before I go to church, you know, you think it's after I come to church for them to go and tell my mother they see me by my Henry. I think it is on my way up.
Let's all Papa. Yes.
2 for you.
Yes.
2 pennies for you, 1 for the priest.
Yes. When I hold the hip, when I let go the hip me in the finger, they can say I don't put in it. You're falling down in the.
So if the neighbor there, they will say,
but somebody will tell your mother, Mama, where you supposed to meet Elijah? You know them already. He did not cell phone, but your mother know everything. You know?
Everything.
But
before you reach home.
You have cell phone, but your mother know everything.
Everything.
By the monitor and everything.
Before you reach home, my brother,
they know.
You're getting a volley.
You're getting your thing.
Yeah.
So I myself know the technique already. When I spend the 2 pennies, the I listen to man, and I didn't that go in the collection thing. That when you don't bring, you can say I do put whoever see I put. You don't know what that's for.
Yes.
That's how it was, man.
Yeah.
But guys, I did listening. Nice
thanks,
program, you know. Give it
thanks.
up.
Yeah, man. So I was saying on Independence Street, you had Ma Henry breakable, Farin Cocoa and sticky tablet, you know, and then at the back of Ma Henry, I remember going and bring sub money for I. Okay. I used to do a lot of sub. That's what I remembered very clearly. So I used to be living there, and I remember that door she used to have. The door, she used to cut it in 2. You know, in those days, they used to get doors and cut it in 2 and have one on top and the one below. So I remember that very well.
By the way, just staying on the little topic there, just aside, sub, they still play that now?
But people still have sub. People still doing sub. Some persons are still doing sub, I can tell you.
Okay.
Yeah. So now you had all the time we spoke about Virgin Lane, we didn't speak about the Letas. So Edmond and Norman, they lived in that same area, and also the Nicholsons, that White House there. They all lived in that same area for all of those years. So if you speak to Norman later, for sure they're living there more than 60 years.
Yeah. That's an icon.
And I'm sure that Daddy Chess and them father, that's Edmond, must be living there. He's still downstairs there.
But you know he had one of the oldest Volkswagen.
Yes, it's still around, the red one.
I don't know if he sell it. He had a red one, boy. That he kept that for more than 50 years.
Right. No, we forgot a place on King George Street.
What is that?
That is opposite the Labour Party office was Waldron.
Yeah.
Waldron was one of the outside of outside of Frampton.
Watches.
Waldron was the one selling a lot of watches. And gold jewelry. So Waldron had a lot of jewelry.
Yeah.
And downstairs, at the back of Waldron, you used to have the Boys and Them. I'm trying to remember the band that was practicing at the back of Waldron. So you had the LaRocks, who live in upstairs.
Where are you? On King Joseph Street?
On King Joseph Street.
Okay.
So the LaRocks used to be living upstairs of the Waldron's building, or the Waldron place. And they had a band. Someone said the same Lauren, so Lauren Benoit, she said more than 70 years they must be living in that area. And so that band, well, I'm sure, Lauren, you are able to help us. Wooden Stools. Yeah, Wooden Stools was the band in that little cour inside there. And let's hear what that person has to say. Good evening.
Yeah, me tell that it's not a La Rock, it's Rock.
Mr. Rock. Cedric Rock.
Not La
Rock.
Yeah, father.
Rock.
Right. He was
not
the
La Rock.
Yeah,
he
Rocks.
He was
your mother just turned 100, right?
Right.
Yeah.
It was
Wooden Stools. Yeah. Someone told me that.
And he was the
Boys and Them used to practice down here.
By Foreigners.
Down by
Digicel.
Digicel is there.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
That was Boys and Them.
Yeah, that's correct.
Still a Rock.
Yeah,
Rock.
Rock.
About the Rock.
Mr. Rock now was the man. He was the postmaster
general. Yes. And they had a son working at the Backless Bank. He would have a lot of vari, a lot of style. You know, he was working at the and you had Brian, who was more involved in music. You know, as a matter of fact, Brian Rock went and played for Exile 1.
Yeah.
At the age of 16, crossing the sea, his mother had to go and hash him, get him back to Dominica.
That's right.
And so, so it was the La Rock, and then you had the Larons living next to him.
So
now, a lot of people may not know, and I don't think the children, maybe the parents would have mentioned it to them. We call them Caribs that are living in Bath Estate. The Fredericks. All right, the Fredericks, before I lived on King George V Street. The Frederick, the father was a nurse. They lived in that big house on King George V Street next to Mr. Laron. So you had the Rocks, you had the Larons, and then you had that house there. And then you had another big house. And I actually live in that house that we were talking about already, where the Kalinago people, the Fredericks, lived. So afterwards, I went and lived there, and I think afterwards went and lived on Fields Lane. But the next building, in that corner, there was a pipe, and there's an unfinished building there for so many years. And that building that you find that the Reeds lived there. So the Reed guy that was playing for Kensborough, and I think he was working also at the post office, and a few other of the brothers and sisters. Do
you know who owned that building?
No, I never knew.
Moms owned that building. The sister of Nick Roy.
Oh, Nick Roy's.
Nick Roy's sister.
No. Mammy's not Mom's.
Mammy's owned that building.
Mammy's.
I don't know whether she sold it.
No. Below there, Charlie Moore used to be sewing. Charlie Moore, that the one that said that he used to sell sweetie. How I knew that, because when as a boy in primary school, my mother did that with me to go by Charlie Moore to learn to sew, to become a tailor. I never forget that.
Okay.
And I used to make two back from that. Right. You know, my mother used to send me there. Now my mother in that I never went.
You never
went by Charlie Moore. Tell me what Charlie Moore I didn't trust. Never went by Charlie Moore, but Charlie Moore was a good tailor.
Okay.
A lot of people may not know that.
And he's a good addition to making trucks and kites.
Yes. So Charlie Moore had this little. So there's a few little, and there's also a shoemaker in that same building downstairs. So there was a shoemaker. I don't know why they were painting those buildings in those days in grayish kind of color.
Battleship grey, man.
Battleship grey, yes.
That was a favorite color at the time.
Yes, that is Sweet Roy. Yes, according to the person that, yes, that is Sweet Roy mother. Yes, that's correct. That's where they used to live before they went to Bath Estate. All right. Someone says that, but before Mams, it belonged to Maggie Blah. I wonder who is Maggie Blah. Maggie Blah, I think her name was Maggie Blah. Yes, that's what the person just said.
Right.
Lauren just said that to me. And there was also a shoemaker. I know that downstairs next to Charlie Moore. Yes, I remember that like yesterday. Yeah, I remember that. And at the back of it, there was I don't know where there is George's used to have, where George's, when he was alive, had this sprintry place and so on. There was a big step there, and people just throwing rubbish there. So I remember all of those things like yesterday.
George's had a place there.
And where the Sun newspaper was, or is, you know what was there? Who lived there?
No.
Someone told me the shoemaker name was Mr. Hosford. Thanks for that information. Mr. Benji. Remember Benji?
Oh yeah, Benji, man.
Right. And on the other side where you have Dr. Williams, the eye doctor, and Roy Shillingford, across where Roy Shillingford is there.
Right. Where Dr. Sanford, the ophthalmologist, the one fellow dealing with the skin, Sanford, Dr. Sanford.
Right. So you had right. So you had Benji having his restaurant there. So that's the first place I knew of as a young boy, little boy, a man selling popcorn. And we used to go there most nights to buy our popcorn in that same brown paper bag. And he used to have a restaurant selling his sandwich. Okay. So he had a sandwich place, and at the same time, he had a sandwich selling milkshake. I'm sure if Keith Benjamin is listening, he would call me and tell us all what his father used to be doing there. And then you had popcorn in that same little area. And you had Dr. Deebs. You remember Dr. Deebs living in where Coney Astafans actually living now?
Yeah, Dr. Deeb.
Yes.
The eye man?
Dr. Deeb, the eye man.
Mm-hmm.
So is Deebs? Yes, I think it's Deebs.
The eye man.
Yeah, that he actually was living there. So Lauren Benoit said, I was born in the house before the one with a big step. That is 50 Queen Mary Street. Okay. So that big step I'm talking about, as a boy when I grew up, I didn't see that house there. I saw an empty spot there, and people were actually empty lot, and people were actually throwing rubbish in that area. Benji ice cream and popcorn. Yes, that's what I remembered at that time, and that's the first place I saw a swing door.
A revolving door.
Not revolving, swing. When you push one, another
side open.
Yeah, another side. Yeah, swing. It was not revolving. It was a swing door, and I remember that like yesterday. Mr. Benji had some nice coolie here, man. Handsome guy, and his house was on the other side, where I just mentioned Mr. Charles James. Sun newspaper.
Had that one upstairs there.
Yes. Someone told me that he was also selling chicken.
Oh yeah, he used to go around with a basket on his side. That you're talking about Benji.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
He had a little basket, like a carry basket. Yeah, in the latter days.
I can't remember that.
Yeah, I remember him going around selling tarts and things.
You serious?
Like yes.
I can't remember that at all.
Yeah, in his latter days before he passed on. Yeah.
I just can't. I
remember him quite well. A nice man with coolie hair.
Dark guy. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So that is some part of Roso. Then if we have to speak about continue going down on
we can just go down
King George Street
before we end.
Yeah, King George Street.
And go to the sea. And
yes.
Then
So on King George Street, where you see that tall 3-story building where Fashion Fabrics and Lotion is. I remember that the Shillingfords.
The big wooden building there.
Yes. Oh my God! How could
Bernard Wilshire have that?
No. Not talking. You're talking about. I was talking lower down, but yes. Okay, let's go back to where Bernard Wilshire. I remember that place as an empty building. I don't know what was there.
You don't know who had that building?
No, I never know.
That building used to belong to the governor, Sir Louis Schools.
Well, that was the first time I'm hearing that.
That's where he lived, man.
That's where he lived?
At one time, yeah.
You're talking about that three-story building that Bernard Wilshire?
Yeah, he sold it to Bernard Wilshire.
You serious?
Yeah. That building belonged to Sylvie Schools Latig, and he sold it to Bernard Wilshire.
Ah, okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And where Pearls was living, where Pearls had her business was what?
Where Pearls had her cuisine, I don't know who had that building. But I'm sure, because I've had many conversations with Bernard about that building, and there's some things that he told me that Sir Coles wanted him to have the building, so he sold it to him. So for sure, I know that used to belong to Sir Coles Latig.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
So that's part of that's part of history.
And what about where Pearls?
I don't know who had that.
Okay.
I don't know. But on the opposite side, we have the Bullies.
On the opposite side, we have the Bullies, yeah. The Bullies, but before the Bullies, you had this where the Lotto was. Johnsons had that building. And in the period of getting all of the jobs by the Freedom Party, he took the opportunity to upgrade that building. That is Johnson again. I'm trying to remember. How could I forget his name now? How could I forget?
Some names we don't remember.
Huh?
I can't remember his name, but I know that I can see him.
Mm-hmm. Johnson, yeah, you're right. Anyway, then we have some houses that are there. Growing up, these houses are always like empty, you're not seeing anybody in it. Right. Now, Robin is in one of them. Robin, we call him Kaka Robin, is in one of them. And then you have...
On one time, another building close by, you had Mills. I don't know whether he was in the Bullies place. You meant Mills who do the show?
Right. So you have the Bullies. As a boy, I remember always ringing the people bell. So calling Bully, you're in that for your first time.
Yes.
Ringing the bell and run. You know, a lot of us as young boys
calling his sisters.
Yes. Yeah. So John Bully, who lived on Filsden, where you have now the pizza place, Puckett's Pizza. As where John Bully used to be living, which is the brother of Colin Bully.
Yes.
So they had this big green house, wooden house, and right next to it was Mr. Julian. Julian had this 2-story building.
That's right.
And I think he was doing also jewelry himself.
Yes.
Yeah, so he used to be doing jewelry himself. And across it you had this empty building. Now I'm seeing people have a little shop selling clothes and Dominica things and so on right there.
I don't know who owned that building, because that building had come into disgrace. When I say disgrace,
it was. Dilapidated building.
I think they took out the top, and then you have the Haitians there.
Yeah, but before it, you had this guy MJ Record Shop. MJ Record Shop, where the Haitians are now. MJ used to be inside there, you know, and so someone tell me, no, John Bully is Colin's uncle. Okay, so he's the brother of Colin's father. Okay, thanks very much, Lauren, for that information. I thought it was his brother, so it's actually his uncle. Thank you very, very much for that information. And I must say that, you know, that those kind of information is of relevance.
Historical.
You know, it's very it's of importance. So our generation, not my generation, but the generation behind us, who were not aware, will now know of it. You know, someone said John Bully lived across from the Britons. Which Britons that? Britons. I know the Britons lived up on Cock Street. 50 Cock Street, my mother worked there, so I remember the address. And John Bully lived lower down Cock Street by Ma Johnson, the grandmother of Lockett Sebastian, when she got killed. So John Bully actually lived on the corner of Cock Street and Upper Lane. All right, so I know that for sure. And so we're talking about going down quickly. We're at Calabash, as we spoke of earlier on. But before Calabash, Colin, this
Look,
guy.
we have a caller. Let's take the call.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, good evening, guys. You have a good show tonight, man.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah, but you're asking Brain some question already. You know, Brain is a device, you know. Brain know all about it.
I know.
Yeah, man. So Chicago put out your secret, man. You didn't like her at all.
No. I had a problem with that. I mean, every one of us gone for oppose you.
Point in time, you know.
I said that many times.
A lot of us pass that way, man.
Yeah, man.
Right.
Yeah, and the little Robin, they moved after they gave them notice at in Roso. They came to Pottersville. You know?
Oh yes, they lived in Pottersville on Potter Street.
On
Potter Street.
Next to you.
Next to me there, right?
Yeah.
So that they bought they had bought that building from Pastor Prince.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. That's right. Pastor Prince, the pastor. Yeah.
Next to it's closer to Night Box and Hidden Supermarket.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Upstairs there you have Dr. Williams, the dentist,
Dr. Allport,
and Dr. Allport have the offices upstairs.
Yeah. Thanks. Yeah. So So coming down, let's try to do that quickly.
So we can.
So yes. So we had the Brisbane. We had Simsey before the Brisbane.
Yes.
So you had Simsey's. Never give up there, so there's still Simsey's.
Yeah.
The 69 fire actually happened around there also.
Yes.
The 63 fire, sorry. Also too, you had Brisbane, the Brisbane wholesale. So the Chinese
have
the place there now.
Right.
That place was the Brisbane wholesale. That's where the wholesale was.
Right.
And opposite, opposite is Calabash. Calabash was a restaurant.
Right.
An incident also happened at the Calabash.
Right.
Now, before the Calabash, by the Johnsons, that's the name I was looking for earlier on. The Johnsons, they used to sell grapefruit where you see that where the fabric and lotion is. They used to have grapefruit there, and we used to go and buy grapefruit. As a boy, I used to go and buy grapefruit from the Johnsons. Then you had the Shillingfords. That's right. Juliet Shillingford's father, Dr. Shillingford, Dorian Shillingford, home. Yeah. And then from there, you had the sisters, Johnsons, and right next you had this guy of Triple K, Philip, the Phillips.
I know you're talking.
Cornell Philip. His father lived on above the store. They had the Campbell store. Campbell store was below, and on top was where the before they went to live on Bath Road. That is where Cornell Philip and them actually live. Right now there's a Chinese place. But upstairs of it, that's where they reside, and where the Chinese are, that's where Cornell Philip father had his business.
Yeah. Where he sold they used to sell cloth at one time.
And someone just reminded me that photo 1, if you remember photo 1, downstairs of where Dr. Dorian Shillingford lived. So Dr. Shillingford lived upstairs, and I think Curtis, who lived on I'm sure he's listening now, who lived on Upper Lane, on Cock Street, who lived on Cock Street, actually had photo 1 right there, downstairs there. That was a very good place to go and take photos. So a lot of people had free choices. Alganan in Pottersville, and Deepex on Cock Street, and Photo World. Photo 1. Photo World came after, so someone says that sisters are Shillingford, not Johnson. Their mother was Adeline Johnson. That's what I meant. I know Adeline Johnson, but her children are Shillingford. Well, I'm talking about Adeline Johnson, Ma Johnson. That's what I'm talking about. She was the one who had the building on the other side on Upper Lane. That's where we used to go and get grapefruit. So the estates are the grapefruit there. So that's where we used to go actually and get our grapefruit. You're talking about Adeline Johnson. Her children were all Shillingford. One married to Dorian Shillingford. That's correct. All right. So yes. Then you go across, and right across, I should say behind or at the back of Calabash, you had this place on Great George Street. I said it before to you. That was where Orchard was. What was there before? You remember?
Bordenlow?
No. Where Orchard is today, you had the Josephine Gabriel Coca-Cola depot. So that's where people used to go and buy the crate. That time crate was wood. So we used to get the crate of soft drink right by the crate of soft drink right there. Where Orchard is right as we speak at that time. I'm seeing that building. And then across there you had the Coles Latig living there. That pretty house.
Wooden house.
Right. So opposite the houses of opposite the house of Coles Latig was the
By
Trini. So by Trini. And from by Trini, I should say right after I just saw they broke down that building, right after OD Brisbane, you had another pharmacy in that, I think it was pharmacy.
The Wati family.
The Wati. Yeah, Wati pharmacy. And then you had by Trini. From by Trini, you had the Framptons living upstairs, Mac Frampton and Patrick, not Patrick, Mac Frampton, and the one who was working at the Barclays Bank actually live in that place. And on the opposite of it, you had Dr. Winston family living right there. That's where the Winston live. They're still living in that area. And you had a shop. I'm trying to remember that girl. My good friend, she was my captain. As a girl, my football captain. Could I forget her name, man? But anyway, they used to be living in that area. Gaffer used to be living in that Kuwe, and there was a shop at the front. I'm not so sure if that shop was Gaffer's mother's own, but there was a shop right there on King George V Street. And in that yard by the Winstons, you had, before Lai, you had Mr. Willie Bakery.
That's right.
You had Willie Bakery, and you had, from Willie Bakery, you had a lady who was working at Cable Wireless. She's from Vickers. She's a Romaine. Used to have a little house right there. A little house. It's no longer that. Everything is different now. And right where you see Tongue Incorporated is actually had the business. There was an empty lot of the tavern. It's a big empty lot there. So that's where we played cricket. We played football as boys growing up, living in Fizzling. So we played a lot of cricket in that area. That's in the mid 70s, 74, 75, 76. So we played a lot of cricket and football in that area before that big building was built. And you had the Tavernese living right adjacent to that empty lot. The Tavernese, and they had a little store selling clothes and so on for first communion and that kind of thing. On the other side, you had the Libards. The Libard was responsible for batter. All right. Now I'm seeing that what is there right now is an empty lot. An empty lot. Yes, an empty lot.
Right. Well, I think that empty lot, if I'm not mistaken, doing my research, I think that belongs to Suki now.
Suki's own.
Suki, I think Suki purchased that building, that empty lot area there. Like I see him putting his fence there and everything like that. So I know that used to belong to the Libards.
Okay.
My Libard, who used to be, I don't know if she was T.D. Shillingford's daughter or whatever.
Right. So you had, you see where JR is at present?
Yes.
You had T.D. Shillingford. You remember that cloth and...
He used to be a man who had his own business. My brother worked for him as an accountant. And he had a big estate selling grapefruits.
Okay. Wow. So we had T.D. Shillingford. And then on the other side, when we were talking about the Libards, you had the A.C. Shillingford and Company. Opposite of A.C. Shillingford and Company, there was a dancing place.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, there was a dancing place. I think is trying to remember.
Albert Hall.
Albert Hall? I think that is...
Albert Hall.
That might be the name, you know.
Albert Hall, upstairs there.
Okay. There was Irene Shop. Someone told me I forget Irene Shop. So yes, you had Irene shop just before. You see where the empty lot is? You had some tavern. No, where the empty lot is, you had a house. I think belongs to the Shillingfords. And right next to it, you had the taverniers also. My mother used to send me by those taverniers. I cannot remember why, but we used to go by these taverniers. And right now, I'm seeing that they have this sports place right there. But these taverniers used to be living inside that place, and they were not easy people to deal with. They were not easy people to deal with.
Let me ask you.
Yes, someone tell me it was Albert Hall.
Yeah, Albert Hall. I remember. Let me tell you, going down where you have the OAS building, I see Robert Tong now. Who owns that? Where Robbie Tong is.
Yes,
now.
but before that, you had the Pringles living
Pringles,
there.
yes.
That's where the Pringles and the Giroux
and the
used to be. That's where they used to be. And where we call in now Jolly's Pharmacy after the fire, there was what?
Where we had the fire.
Dispensary.
The dispensary.
Yes, that was Green.
Green, yeah.
That's
Green
Paul Green.
Paul Green and
Paul Green father.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is the dispensary. That area was dispensary.
Paul, right. And
right. And then after the dispensary, that shop is still there. That shop must be, that has to be 80 years. That little shop you see there. As a boy growing up, that shop was there.
What's the name of that shop?
But I never know the name of that shop. I can't tell you the name of that shop. I cannot tell you the name of that shop. But there was that little shop right there. Our guy has that upstairs little place selling his alcohol and so on. What's his name again? Our good friend. He went up for city council mayor.
Yeah, but
and
he
went
doesn't have that
election.
anymore.
Doesn't have that anymore.
No. I know what you're talking about.
Let's quickly, because we want to end in a while, but let's see what I could ask. Good evening.
Well, that is where I raise up. That is why I know so much about Roso. The name of that shop is Fraser Shop. Mr. Fraser, that used to be in housing, that is his mother. They used to sell steel wool.
Yes.
And everything. I think Muslim have a thing there. Franklin Moses, that is Franklin Moses today, hold me as a little boy. So that is where Franklin used to live. Eustace of the Air Club used to rent upstairs. They are the same.
Correct. So you know what I'm talking about.
In Roso, that is 10 King George V Street. That is the address I see in there right now.
Yeah, so you do it.
I am not that young. I'm not that old.
Well, you know. Thank you very much for that, because I never knew who owned that place. Never. I just know of that little place, and know the guy saying to us that was owned by the Frasers.
Man, that's his history. Wow. And he called the number, eh?
Yes.
Wow.
10.
Boy,
that's 10 Great George V Street.
And Franklin Moses used to be there as well.
Yes.
And Hair Club 2000.
Hair Club 2000 was upstairs.
Wow, that's
history. That is good information. Yes. Good evening.
Yes, sir. You didn't finish talking to me on the phone end.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So I'm saying thank you very much for that information, because I never knew that. I never.
Mr. Fraser, yeah man. My Fraser don't feel also Muslim that have a little business there.
Yeah.
They be selling steel wool, and just before that, we because the program almost end. The clock so near that lady from Silver Lake, Ting and Jonathan and them more there. She used to be selling by the clock. Next time you're getting shad and mackerel and the penny when you weigh in by for the penny. There's a photo will come.
Someone asked me to bring you on the Lakou. You'll come?
What do you mean if I happen?
Hear that. Next week Sunday we have what? No, next week Sunday we don't have it's jazz next week, so we'll not be on next week.
The other one is Mother's Day, so that's like the 17th.
So on Mother's Day we're bringing you in.
Okay, that's no problem.
Okay, come and check my DBS anytime.
Tell us about weighing the pennies. What they used to do with the pennies now.
The penny. What did the man? I seen that red man.
Well, hold on. Okay, hold that for the 17th.
Hold that for the 17th.
You agree?
Okay, nice. Yes.
Hold that for the 70s. For the program. All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Good.
All right. Thanks. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Well, we're gonna have him for sure.
So
the next 4 minutes will end.
We can start winding down.
Yeah. So we're coming down. As we going down, right after that building where Jolly's and the gym places. We said that before.
Agreed.
That place was the Providence fund.
National Providence.
Before it was called the National Providence Fund, today it is called the Social Security. So that big building you see there, that long building you see there, it was where...
And who used to be there? Fred Jocelyn used to be there. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that Bowes used to be there at one time.
Okay. So I think it's under the Patrick John regime that they changed the name from Providence Fund to Dominican Social Security.
Right. Do they still call the house the Jocelyn's house?
I am not sure.
Because at one time they used to call it the Jocelyn's house.
Right.
So that we'll have to find out.
So quickly, under the big clock, it was the Suey Shillingford. Suey Shillingford wife there was a shop too.
Yes,
you remember there was a shop, and so that was a very popular shop for people from Soufriere or people who come in and buy in the market, because in the old days there was the old market, and then the new market went on the other side.
Do you remember what it was famous for? That place you're talking about?
Selling rum?
Not selling rum, man. We used to go and
tobacco factory.
No, man,
tobacco.
We used to go and weigh there, man. They had a big thing you used to put your penny and you're going to weigh, man.
Oh, okay.
Find out what your weight was.
But I think Suey Shillingford, Rat's mother, actually was the person in that place there. I remember seeing her. I remember seeing her right there, you know, and that was a beautiful. No, the Edwards, we just got burnt. I remembered as a boy that place was always closed. That place was always closed, you know, until the batter on the other side came. Let's take that last caller. Good evening to you, caller.
I agree. You left out my street, Cox Street.
That's for next week. That's for the next time. That's for the next time.
Okay.
That's for the next time.
You left out some patches. How come you forget my food for the corn beef and the squash and the ice milk? You forgetting one baby. Well, you have to go and take a walk in town.
Because I've not gone. Hold on, caller. I have not. I started on Great George Street, all right, but I have not gone right up to Great George Street. I started and I did some part of the middle where Birdie Shillingford was, and I did a little piece where Kuzlatig was, but I have not come down lower down to talk about Mapwes and to talk about Mary Davis Pier and Mapuni. I've not done that yet.
Bro, you started from Independence Street, you go to Bath Road, you go from Bath Road by the ministry, and you just end up going way down Kennedy Avenue. Bro, you have to go by street, then you go back to Great George Street. And it's a roundabout. You have to do them street by street.
Okay. Well, the next time we'll do street by street.
Because when you're talking about Tico, there's so much you left out. I'm just reading them and I say, next time I will correct you one by one.
Thank you.
That's a good program.
Thank you.
All right. Take it easy.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Well, you see, it's not everything something we'll remember. Right. Wow, I just said last caller, but
it's hot. People don't want to sleep.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, caller. You're live.
Good evening.
Good evening. We're taking you. Yeah.
Well, I have to call back next week. So I should say, as we end 11:45, it was a very nice. Yes, we missed some businesses.
Yeah, we did
because we wanted to rush. But it's important that you call sometimes if you think that we miss. And I'm sorry we're not taking any more calls. We have to end.
Let's give that person one.
Wow, okay, you said that. Good evening to you, caller. Your last caller.
Good evening. The clock was owned by Suey Shillingford's father, Mr. New Shillingford.
Okay.
Wow, that's a
thank you.
That was very nice.
Yeah,
well, they listen, man.
Yeah, they're listening. So, Suey. I remember Masui, Shillingford, that big clock place there.
Yes.
And right next to it was the old Nassif, the noisy ruins. Nassif used to sell their bobine and their cloth and so on. Someone has to give us the history.
What must we do? Let me just give you an idea quickly. What should we do with all these old buildings that was burnt? Should we restore them or should we demolish them?
That's for another time. We'll discuss that.
Because
for sure.
We have to look at the historical aspect.
So I just want to say, yes, Renick put me in order, but I just want to say that sometimes some things will be forgotten. So please, when that happens, just call us and help us to have a greater understanding. Great and interesting program. Thanks, Cecil. and Brain, safe journey home and good night. That was not the wife, police. That was not the wife. Police will take you.
The police have to take.
So you mean that wasn't sweet? That was Shillingford? I can't believe that.
Well, we'll correct next time.
Someone said yes, New Shillingford. I don't know what they mean by that. Gentlemen, drive safely home and blessed week. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
That was Aden and Jackie Mother. Cecil, never answer my message. Bon Dieu, I don't know about that. Lively program, demolish them, someone said. But we will not have a program next week because we'll be preparing for jazz. I just want to remind everybody, ensure that you go to jazz coming this weekend. It's going to be a big one. There's going to be fringe events. So get down to Portsmouth and make your contribution. Stay in a guest house, stay in a hotel. Let's go down to Portsmouth and let's do some spending and ensure that we keep our jazz on top. All right. So thank you very much, listeners, viewers, and all the people who were able to contribute. Someone said, Cecil, my Lakers losing, I vex. I can't believe Lakers losing not tonight. Lakers can't lose.
And let me tell you that please listen to the announcements as it pertains to the Prime Minister and the cabinet meeting which he had tonight, and announcements will be given tomorrow as to what will be transparent.
I'm sure that Curtis Matthew will get that information, and I'm sure Curtis will have the Honorable Prime Minister on our news tomorrow morning. So I just want to say to you good night and stay strong. Good evening to you, Bernard Willie. Bernard Willie Bertrand, Bernard Willie Burton. Good night to you, sir. All right, so it was a real good program tonight where we were able to talk about Roso. Again, we'll continue this program until we cover Roso. We need to cover Newtown. We need to cover Pottersville and some other areas. We need people to really contribute because the Lakou program is really making us understand where we were, where we are now today, and where we will be going tomorrow. Because what we are talking about today is what we saw yesterday. And what you see today, the generation of today, will have to talk about something new tomorrow. So some of us will be able to talk about the airport that we now have. And next time, someone will be able to talk about the international airport. Some persons may not even know that we had this airport, the Douglas Charles, but they will know about the international airport. Like some people do not know of the port on the Bayfront, where we did all our trading, but they know of the Deepwater Harbor on Woodbridge Bay. So that's how it is. Thank you very much, listeners, and we will again see you sometime next week. The following week. Next week we'll be having jazz, as I said. All the best. God bless you, and let's continue staying good as we work for a beautiful country, Dominica, a place where we all love, a place where we want to stay, a place where we will believe that God has blessed us to be in. So once again, thank you. Your last word, Brain?
Right, very much so. You made a point where we had, first of all, we had the aerial tramp in the area of Trafalgar. Now we're going to have the aerial tramp, which I see being advertised as the longest cable car in the world. So, we move from one transition to the next. So do have a good night, Dominicans, and thanks for listening. Listen to the next program, which should be about the 17th.
17th.
Of thereabout.
Yes.
So wonderful night. Bye-bye.
Thank you. God bless you.
And it's not fair that we only really get commissioned for racial things or gender things. It gets frustrating sometimes, but, I won't stop doing the kind of work I do. Just like you, Andrea, I try to have my own projects where I can channel my own opinions and beliefs and my own voice in my own way. It's